So keep an eye open for that. Right.
Wake up. The LASIK Vision Institute. Experience, technology, and affordability.
You ever feel like you're forgetting something? Something important.
In 2016, a Reddit account named Mother Horse Eyes began making bizarre posts across the website. These posts were left in the comments of unrelated discussions. Seemingly nonsensical rants about LSD and the CIA and concentration camps and far futures and advanced technology and an entity known as Mother Horse Eyes. As people went to the account to see what they were talking about, they realized that if you combine the comments, you get complete narratives. Narratives that use monstrous body horror, unhistory, and potential futures to talk about an entity beyond the veil of humanity, Mother Horse Eyes. So, users created a subreddit to monitor these posts, and when combined together, it is one of the most interesting pieces of horror fiction that I have ever read. So hello everybody, today we are going to be talking about the full story of Mother Horse Eyes and the Flesh Interface series. This story is a long one, as you can probably tell from the timestamp. We're going to go through this story, talk about the characters, the timeline, this doesn't mean anything to you yet, with several of the connections and analysis made as we go. Now that being said, Mother Horse Eyes is truly a one-of-a-kind story, and I wouldn't want this video to rob you of the experience of it. So I'll have the Mother Horse Eyes subreddit with the full story laid out for you to read in the description, or if you'd rather listen to myself and my friend Hunter read it over on Creepcast, we both came across this story for the first time over on that podcast, so I'll have that episode linked in the description as well if you want to hear us read and react to it for the first time, which several of the segments where we quote the story directly will be pulled from that video because, you know, we already made the background and the text and all that over there, so I don't want to work that hard. Speaking of reading this story, we'll go ahead and set the mood. And I wish I could direct you to the author of this series, but as far as I know, no one knows who that is. Well, a few of the moderators on the subreddit claim to know, but they're not sharing, which of course makes this story all the more mysterious. Mother Horse Eyes is a story like no other, and I can't wait to talk about it today. Before we begin, there's new merch, link in the description at wendigoon.shop. I'll talk about it more later. And most importantly, I would like to thank the sponsor because I'm honestly not sure if this video is going to be monetized given some of the topics we're going to get into. And it's cool to have a sponsor that I can say things like, hey, are you all right if I plug your product next to mentions of like, you know, LSD and torture experiments and Nazis and, you know, a lot of dead people? And they're like, I mean, I guess that's what we paid for. Living an active and healthy lifestyle isn't always easy. Between a family and a job, it can be hard, especially when you don't want to break the bank and enjoy your meal on top of it. But thankfully today's sponsor, Factor, is here to help. Factor gives you the flexibility to stay active without succumbing to a cheat meal when you're short on time. Factor's meals are ready to eat in just 2 minutes, and with the breadth of options they have, I'm sure you'll find something they love. Especially now since Factor has doubled the size of their weekly menu with over 80 rotating meals per week. That's 3 times the new weekly meals as there were before, 2 times the seafood options, and 2 times the high protein options like meatballs or beef fillets. They also have a new meal customization option where you can swap out the proteins in a meal at no additional cost. They've even expanded into more global cuisines, now offering Asian and Mediterranean options. And on top of the meal options they already offered, like gluten-free or keto or vegan, they're continuing to double down on their health goals across the board while also being delicious. It really does feel like cheating how quickly you can make a Factor meal, but it doesn't taste like a microwave meal. The first time I ever heard that they offered shrimp in these things, I swore to myself it couldn't taste good, but I don't know what they're doing to the food there, but it works. So if you want to get on something that's tasty, healthy, and doesn't break the bank, then now's the perfect time to get in on this offer. That's because if you head to factor75.com or click the link below and use code WENDIGOONFB50 or scan the QR code, you'll get 50% off plus free breakfast for 1 year. That is right, half off and free breakfast for a year. That's code WENDIGOONFB50 at factor75.com or scan the QR code to get in on this incredible offer today. Thank you for watching the ad. Thank you to Factor for sponsoring the channel. Their link will be in the description, and we are back to the video. We are going to go ahead and get into it, but as always, Thank you for watching. As mentioned, I'm going to be using the subreddit to read through all of the 100 posts that make up this series as they were posted. There are some other accounts that are suspected to be a part of the series as well, but those aren't confirmed and the entire main storyline comes from the Mother Horse Eyes account. So I'll talk about them more at the end, but for now, we're just sticking with the stuff that this single author posted. So with that, let us begin. As mentioned, most parts of this story were posted in the comments to otherwise unrelated Reddit posts. And the first post was made on April 21st, 2016, in reply to someone discussing the book cover of 1984. Again, you can vaguely see the connection between 1984 and some of the themes we'll talk about in this story, it's just nothing direct. And this first part was as abrasive to everyone else as it's about to be to you right now. A unite, a stage, a coup, a revolution, a bring, a genocide, a new world, In the MKUltra experiments, the CIA dosed unwitting subjects with LSD to see how they would react. What has not yet come to light is that MKUltra was an intra-agency project. The CIA created new departments within the CIA and fed them steady doses of LSD and other psychoactives to see how the departments would diverge and mutate away from normal departments. Whole projects and hierarchies were created, with everybody involved being more or less unwittingly under the influence of LSD. This is how the restraint bed portals and flesh interfaces were first created, i.e. from a heavily psycho-mutated hierarchy. The entire thing had to be eliminated, but the technology it created has been revolutionary. The rest of the narrative will be a lot like this. Things will be thrown at you, but will tie into other things that are mentioned later on. The key takeaways we know from now is that LSD acts as a sort of gateway, opening up new directives in people otherwise unseen. The story will also continue to use real-world settings as a backdrop for these events. For example, the real-world hallucinogenic experiments that occurred during MKUltra were a means to an end within this narrative. And don't worry about the restraint bed portals or flesh interfaces yet, it'll get worse. Also, a lot of these early posts were made on the same day, with our second one following suit much like the first. As a matter of fact, it was posted only 30 minutes after the first. The second post draws on the strategic Hamlet program. In the real world, this was an operation within the Vietnam War where villages were sanctioned off in order to not allow any Viet Cong or communist influence. Which, fun side note, one of the reasons this program failed so spectacularly is because the colonel that was appointed over it turned out to be a North Vietnamese spy, and did everything in his power to sabotage the program from the get-go. Within our story, however, the author is telling us that the Hamlet program was just a way to isolate groups of people so they could perform more weird LSD experiments. Many of the villages starved to death, but some began to develop new religions and beliefs, most of them Messianic. And in 16 different instances, the villages began to build these flesh interfaces, and that eventually the North Vietnamese army destroyed these interfaces at a large cost of lives. Now, a couple of key points can already be drawn. For one, we can theorize about the flesh interface based on its name alone. The word interface within technology, and as later outlined in the series, is referring to a body that allows input through another system. In other words, your computer or phone screen that you're watching this video on is a series of wires and circuit boards that you're probably not that familiar with. But the interface of that system, a touch screen or a keyboard and mouse, is something that you are familiar with and can conceptualize. So you don't need to know all the logistics of how a phone or a computer work, you just know that when you input something through the interface, it gets a result that you understand. The series will expand on this more later, but for now you can think of it as the front face of a more complicated series of events. So if that's what an interface is, then what is a flesh interface? Well, while we don't know that yet, we can see people's reaction to it. The North Vietnamese army was the opposition to the US in the Vietnam War. So through these experiments that the CIA is conducting, these villages are building flesh interfaces, and the North Vietnamese were determined to destroy them even if it racked up a body count. Whatever this interface is, it must be terrible. The other interesting thing to note is that these interfaces are only created when people are dosed with LSD. LSD, or lysergic acid diethylamide, is a very potent hallucinogenic. LSD was created by a Swiss chemist named Albert Hofmann in 1938. However, it wasn't until 5 years later in 1943 when Hoffman discovered its powerful hallucinogenic effects when he accidentally ingested some of it. Hoffman shared his discovery with the world, and right after World War II, it became the focal point of a lot of studies. LSD can cause very powerful hallucinations, and while the specifics of each trip are determined by the dose or the individual, it is not uncommon for users to feel like they are projected outside of their own body and walking through an otherwise disconnected 3D space. In some cases, sensory, visual, and auditory hallucinations are reported. As soon as the properties of LSD were discovered, it was used in all sorts of experiments. One of the first things it was used for was treatment for people with addiction and schizophrenia, which they quickly decided was not a great idea. But perhaps the most famous or infamous case of LSD use in experiments was MKUltra. In 1953, the CIA began testing hallucinogenics to see if it could work with interrogations or strengthening or breaking one's resolve, and a lot of these experiments were conducted unethically without the subject's knowledge. While in our world, it seems that MKUltra was a bust, and eventually the CIA couldn't get anything conclusive out of it, and the project moved on. In the world of Mother Horseeye, it seems that the CIA began experimenting with LSD and found something: that groups of people exposed to LSD became obsessed with building these flesh interfaces. The story has a lot of sections where there's breakoffs from our reality into the space of unfiction, but one of the most crucial events was LSD being found to be a method of compelling people to build interfaces. And keep in mind, working off our first post, a lot of the experimenters were also under the effects of LSD, so they were even acting under the drug's presence to get other people to take the drug and build interfaces. This is going to get confusing, so here's a timeline of where we're at so far. We'll add to it as we go on. There will be more that happens before this, but all you need to know for now is that MKUltra was one of the main divergences from our world. It should also be noted that this concept within a horror story has merits in real-world theory. See, a lot of people that experiment with LSD will claim that their hallucinations aren't purely hallucinations. They will claim to know knowledge or see things that did happen, they just weren't physically present for. People who go on these long acid trips together will claim to have interacted with each other and correctly recall events that the other one supposedly saw while in this trip. Because of this, some believe that LSD is not merely a hallucinogenic, but a way of unlocking the mind, of separating one's soul or spirit from their physical body. And this concept of LSD not being so much a drug as much as it is a key can be frightening. What is it a key to? What's out there that we can't see? And that question is one of the main factors that gives Mother Horseeye its terror. I wanted to lay all that groundwork now because the third post, which was made like an hour after the second post, just gets worse. I'm surprised they used nuclear subs in the Falklands, considering the battle's proximity to the undersea incident zone surrounding the so-called Arctic portals. As I understand it, the portal was opened because of experiments taking place in the CIA's Antarctic station in the early 80s, and Falklands quickly became a center for portal research. Being underwater, the portal had an enormous incident zone. Segmented whales and other undersea debris would regularly wash up on the island shores. They found one well that had been segmented cleanly in half by an incident zone disturbance, proving a perfect cross-section of the creature. The timeline jumps forward a bit to the 1980s and tells us that there was an underwater Arctic portal. The portals, as we'll see, are closely related to flesh interfaces. Arctic is a real-world research base in Antarctica, and the author tells us that nearby CIA Antarctic stations were conducting experiments that led to the creation of the Arctic portal. The author says he's surprised that they would put submarines so close to the Arctic portal, but the Falklands are still over 700 miles away from Antarctica. So what is this portal that's 700 miles away? You may not want to put submarines there. The author goes on to say that since this portal was underwater, it had a massive incident zone. What is an incident zone? Well, the author says that any whales or other undersea creatures that got in the incident zone were segmented. What is segmenting, you may ask? Well, have you ever seen like a dissection of an animal and they cut the pieces of the animal into segments? That, only it's all at once and happens unexpectedly, and things just get cut in half. So these portals can appear underwater, and because they're underwater, they have large incident zones that bisects anything that goes in them. So the Arctic portal, which was caused by the CIA, is underwater, and because it's underwater, it has really big incident zones that cut up anything that comes into them. Note that the author doesn't say incident zones only occur because it's underwater, it just says the zone is larger, meaning that the ones above ground probably also have areas that if you enter them, you get sliced up. The other thing they mention is that around the underwater portal, there were hundreds of chitinous cruciform creatures. Chitinous most often refers to creatures that have an exoskeleton or hard shell, and cruciform is anything that has the shape of a cross, not like an X, like the Christian cross. So there are hundreds of these really large cross-shaped lobster things, which I guess a lobster is kind of a cruciform itself, isn't it? Maybe these are just really big lobsters. You will get almost no explanation as to what the chitinous cruciforms are until like the last 10 parts of the story. But all you need to know for now is that these portals being opened make some really weird things come out. Now, it seems that the United States and the CIA aren't the only people interested in LSD and flesh interfaces, as the next part describes what the Soviets were doing during the Cold War. The Soviets designated large portions of the Ukraine countryside as harvest populations. Basically, their food and water supplies were dosed with LSD until they had achieved what the Soviets called integration. This meant that the local populations had independently invented flesh interfaces. They designated large populations within Ukraine as harvest populations, or in other words, people's food and water supply was being dosed with LSD, and this dosing caused them to build flesh interfaces. It seems the secrets of what LSD could do were known by several major world powers. After these interfaces were built, the Soviets would then try to harvest the interface, and that rarely went well. Once again, we get a mention of a great loss of life. We also get our confirmation that these incident zones and segmenting don't just happen underwater, as several of the Soviets that tried to retrieve the interfaces were segmented. However, we get a really interesting detail about segmentation when our author says, "What's interesting is that the people could live for quite some time despite segmentation." And it led the Soviets to believe that perhaps the cut-off pieces still existed, just in some unknown place. So people are not being cut apart, as in their arm is cut from their body and the arm falls to the ground. They step into an area and their arm just disappears. Not only that, but people who were segmented in ways that should have absolutely killed them, like cut in half of their body simply disappeared, but they kept living. Almost as if the piece of them that was segmented was not cut off, but simply moved to another place. Still biologically attached to them, but physically moved to another location. There's also mention at the end of this part that a lot of the Soviets assumed this was because of interdimensionality. Or in other words, perhaps the cut off pieces were being transported to another dimension. The author makes note that they were quite mistaken. And in fact they were, as we'll see what happened to those pieces later in the narrative. I also don't want the dry humor of this whole series to be lost. Like, all the parts I'm reading were just commented on completely unrelated Reddit posts. Like, the one I just read about the Soviets and LSD and harvest populations was in reply to someone on r/data is beautiful talking about the quality of driving in certain countries. And Mother Horse Eyes replies and just says, "The Soviets designated large portions of the Ukraine countryside as harvest populations." And you can still see replies where people are like, "What are you talking about?" And again, at first, all of these were posted almost simultaneously. People would see the comment and have no idea that it's a part of a greater narrative. And because of that, you can probably see how this garnered attention so quickly. Because you see that reply and you have to know what this dude is smoking, so you go to his account and see that he's been doing the same thing across a ton of different subreddits. And the stories, while disjointed, seem to be connected. It's a great way to use the medium not only to tell a unique story, but to advertise itself. Speaking of advertising yourself, I've got new merch right now. Look, the plug had to come at some point. Let's just get it over with. Right now, you can get the Brainwash collection with the cool Panopticon design. I don't know if you can see it. Yeah, the Panopticon design shirt, as well as the matching shorts and the Keep Watching fanny pack. Get it? Because it's like always watching Orwellian, but keep watching because I'm a YouTuber. Ha ha ha. This set will be available for a couple weeks at the link in the description at wendigoon.shop. Get it while you can before it's gone for good. And thank you all for the support. If you decide to pick anything up, it means the world. The next part of our story says that a series of incident zones have popped up in Dubai, which is unique because there's no interface in Dubai. But just like all the others, people that come into contact with the incident zones are segmented. Several people, it says, were segmented across their frontal plane. Or in other words, they were cut in half, not this way, but like this way. Despite this, as mentioned earlier, you could still see their lungs working, food being digested, and blood pumping on the inside of the heart. and they would live up to 5 months in this condition. In another instance, a group of school children were lightly segmented across the end of the fingers and bits of the calves. However, despite these wounds being non-life threatening, they died in a couple months. It seems that coming into contact with incident zones leaves a sort of poison. This non-Euclidean interaction where parts of the body are connected just somewhere else can't be sustained by the body for long periods of time. The author says that despite there being no interfaces in Dubai, the architecture is based on interface geometry. And because of that, incident zones form around structures that are simply like that of an interface, with the incident zone seeking out flesh or people as if it was a flesh interface. Now, I've tried to see if there is like any individual weird structure in Dubai or something that would be interface-like. The only thing I can figure is Dubai has a lot of uniquely shaped skyscrapers, and we will see structures very similar to that later in the story. So my thought is that the buildings are this interface-like geometry that is causing incident zones. And perhaps the people that built Dubai within this world were acting under the effects of LSD or interfaces, knowingly or otherwise. The next post brings up an interesting concept, the idea of people trying to build flesh interfaces before the invention of LSD. The example the author works off of is Elizabeth Bathory. We look at Elizabeth Bathory as an example of pre-LSD enlightenment, i.e. somebody seeming to attempt to build a flesh interface before the invention of LSD. Now, I haven't mentioned it explicitly, but you've probably already put something together regarding the flesh interface. Every interface we've heard of so far is conducted at research sites with isolated populations. That when the Soviets did it, they deemed the people who would create the interface as harvest populations. And as the Dubai account mentioned, these incident zones look for flesh. If a keyboard interface for a computer needs, pieces of a keyboard to be a keyboard, and if a screen interface on a phone needs, glass and screen things to be a screen, then a flesh interface uses flesh. Seemingly, that is why incident zones hunt or seek out pieces of flesh. The Soviets were wrong in thinking that these cut off pieces were going to some other dimension. They were going to build the interface. That explains why whales that pass through underwater incident zones were cut into pieces. And because of that, why the underwater Arcticus portal was so large. It's using whales instead of humans. So from that, we can put together that what happens is people get dosed with LSD and become compelled to throw other people or themselves at the interface. Most likely by throwing other people into or sacrificing themselves into incident zones. This is why people theorize Elizabeth Bathory might have been trying to build an interface, since she was killing hundreds of young women, bodies most of which were never found, something that is needed in order to build a flesh interface. Some theorize that perhaps she came across some naturally occurring psychotropic, but the author says that this is speculation and he doesn't feel comfortable saying that's what she was doing. He also mentions, quote, "The Book of Revelations is also considered to be a description of a flesh interface, especially the description of New Jerusalem." What? There's so many moments early on in the story where I feel like you read a brand new sentence that just changes you as a person. The Book of Revelations is also considered to be a description of a flesh interface. Whoa, that sentence is insane. So in the Book of Revelation, when John is describing how he sees the New Jerusalem or the new heaven that is created after the end times, he says in Revelation 21 verse 15, "And he that talked with me had a golden reed to measure the city, and the gates thereof, and the wall thereof. And the city lieth 4 and the length is as large as the breadth. And he measured the city with the reed 12,000 furlongs. The length and the breadth and the height of it are equal." The idea of a furlong is that it is a measurement of how far an ox can plow a field without resting. Kind of debated, is somewhere between 200 yards and 220 yards. Americans will use anything but the metric system. Or in other words, the city is about 2.6 million yards long, tall, and wide, or in other words, 1,500 miles in every direction. So according to the author, some believe this massive cubic city to be a description of a flesh interface, before the author notes that this is all speculation. So putting that together, we know from both of those accounts that the interface is a cubic shape, some very large, and they seem to use flesh as their building material. The author says that the first confirmed instance of a flesh interface was at Trebinka in 1944. Trebinka had the second highest kill count of any concentration camp during the Holocaust. And we will hear about that first flesh interface very soon. In another post, the author goes on to mention some of the things you see around a flesh interface. Obviously, I can't define a flesh interface in terms of purpose or composition or mechanism. I can only list the various phenomena which are related to them. Chief among these is the creation of an incident zone wherein objects are spontaneously segmented. In other words, parts of the object simply disappear, yet the objects continue to behave as if the missing parts are still present. We've already talked about the incident zones and segmenting, but in addition to that, there are things called ant farms. Or in other words, as these invisible incident zones exist above ground, beneath ground, these complex tunnels are carved out into the earth. Within these ant farms underwater are where the chitinous cruciform organisms are discovered. Something that the author mentions seems to be the result of evolutionary processes which took place in an environment other than Earth. So it seems that interfaces, or at least the Arctic portal, has allowed for the transport of creatures that aren't from our world. There is also, around the larger interfaces, or portals, the author clarifying for us that portals are large interfaces, these portals will have these giant metal cylinders appear around them, often in the sky. These cylinders experience continuous, spontaneous segmentation, meaning that these towers constantly glitch in and out of reality. In later entries, they're described as a flashing pixel, almost as if they are appearing in one instance and disappearing the next. The author says they're usually at least 10 meters in diameter, but can get much, much larger. Several of the later ones being described as the size of skyscrapers, and some much taller. It seems that when an interface gets big enough, it becomes a portal, and with a portal, these cylinders begin to appear. And that in addition to this, each interface has its own phenomena. So it seems that these interfaces, compelled to be made by people who are high on LSD and require a lot of flesh to be created, eventually become portals that allow things to pass through them, the chitinous cruciforms or the giant cylinders. We don't know what these cylinders are yet, but we will later. And again, you're not going to get a lot of clarification on the cruciforms. There's something not from Earth, and that's all we need to know. In another post, the author goes on to say that the portals open up to various other worlds that objects can be passed through. A portal is a large flesh interface, but it is also more than that. A portal is, as the name implies, a way of sending objects between the portal site and wherever the various locations that have been found beyond the portals are located. In other words, the so-called alien sister cities. The author goes on to tell us that the largest above-water portal that has ever been seen was in northern Russia in 1961. This portal had metal cylinders that were miles into the sky. This time they weren't just metal cylinders, they had on them lights and designs as if they were a piece of technology, something manufactured. To destroy the portal, the Russians hit it with the Tsar Bomb. This Tsar Bomb that in the real world was detonated in 1961 is the largest nuclear device ever detonated. And the story is saying that it was detonated in order to shut down a portal. So once again, it occurs here on the timeline. I also went ahead and added the invention of LSD. We talked about it earlier, but that was the kickoff to everything that came after. The author goes on to describe what led to this portal in the first place. The Soviets decided to perform a mass LSD experiment in order to keep up with the Americans. They used 30,000 prisoners and dosed them with a pure gaseous form of LSD. And it says that the interface went through all 7 stages in less than 13 minutes and became a full-fledged portal. We don't know exactly what those 7 stages are, but as established, portals are really big interfaces. So you get 30,000 people, give them all LSD, and they'll make a portal pretty quick. The portal immediately got out of control, and the Soviets needed to destroy it. However, the incident zones were so numerous, any airstrike they tried would simply delete the missile. In the real world, the Tsar Bomb was detonated in the air, and the story is that it had to be detonated in the air so the explosion would be large enough to reach the portal without having to pass through an incident zone. The portal was expanding at such a rate that the author says humanity came within 2 hours of the incident zones getting past the effective range of the Tsar Bomb, which could result in, according to the author, the end of civilization as we know it. But before it was destroyed, someone went through the portal and came back. We don't know what happened to the Soviet subject, but we do hear about some of the CIA subjects. In the next post, the author describes a young girl named Lisa. a 9-year-old who was sent through the Groom Lake interface in 1975. Groom Lake is the real-world location of Area 51. So the story is saying that Area 51 was actually just a CIA place to do experiments regarding interfaces. We'll get clarification in a moment as to why a child is being used in this experiment, but all we know for now is that a 9-year-old Lisa was sent through the portal. She was there for 5 days in our time, but on the other side of the portal was there for only 48 seconds. She supposedly visited one of these sister cities known as the Hanging Temples, which, given the name, we can assume the shape of this sister city was similar to the real-world temples built on the side of mountains in China. Lisa came back through the portal, felt drowsy, went to sleep. The next day she woke up, spoke to researchers, and then died. It seems that, similar to segmentation, people can't survive for very long after encountering an interface or one of its symptoms. There's a recording of an account she gave to the researchers before her death, and it reads as follows. A direct transcript of the audio from the interview.
It was spring and it had been raining all day, but the rain stopped just before it was going to be sunset. So all the clouds were purpley and the sky was really orange. And the grass was all wet with rain and there were fireflies around, like all in the sky, way up in the sky, big ones. Me and my grandma went out to these hills, way out past the edge of town, and under the hills there were people sleeping. Not in caves, they were buried under the hills. The people were asleep, but they were hugging each other. Families, like moms and dads and little kids, just packed together, a few thousand. The hills were just blown up like balloons because they were so full of people, like a pregnant woman's stomach. My grandma told me to lie down, but I didn't want to. She laid down and got sucked into the ground, and I heard her voice coming out of the ground telling me to come inside.
We see here that she seemingly passed into a sort of alien world. An orange sky with purple clouds, massive fireflies far up in the sky, that all the people were asleep and deep in the ground, like a pregnant woman's belly, and that her grandmother, or at least what she thinks was her grandmother, tried to tempt her to sleep with them. Now, I have a theory for what this world is, but all we need to know for now is the creatures she saw are probably similar to the chitinous cruciform creatures that were underwater. Not that the fireflies and the chitinous cruciforms are the same, but that they are creatures from another world that the portals open into. In another entry, the author says that the reason the CIA began to use children is because children had the best results. And this is something that was learned from the Soviets. It would be easy to say that the Soviets discovered the secret of survivable travel because they were more ruthless, more willing to sacrifice innocent lives. But there was really no lack of ruthlessness on the part of the CIA. It was really just a matter of approach. The Soviets approached the mystery of the flesh interface the same way they approached their space program. The first humans in space, so-called lost cosmonauts who were never officially acknowledged, were just ordinary people, culled from the gulags, with no more control over their mission than Lake of the Dog. See, it was discovered early on that objects or animals could be passed through the portal and come back alive, and for the most part, okay. So of course, they decided to send people through. The first people the Americans sent through were military-aged males, trained for their prowess and expertise. Meanwhile, the Soviets were using prisoners that had a much wider age range compared to the Americans. The adult males that the Americans were sending through would either come back dead or not at all. However, the Soviets discovered that while they would eventually die, children lived much longer after coming out of the portal. It seems that, for whatever reason, the portal preferred children. So of course, what was the CIA to do other than send kids through? This will become more apparent in our analysis of the story, but I like the tie between the interfaces and humanity's quest for technology. In the opening part of this entry, the author compares it to the lost cosmonauts, Russian astronauts that were supposedly sent up into space with no hope of return, or Lake of the Dog and other animals that were sacrificed in the pursuit of technology. Much the same, as soon as the world discovered interfaces and LSD and these sister cities, unseen worlds beyond the veil, it was impossible for them to ignore it, so they were going to do whatever it takes to get through, no matter the cost. So children began to be sent through, and that is why Lisa was one of the first ones to give an account before her death of what was on the other side. But of course, that account only raised more questions than answers. Now, our next entry, the 13th entry, moves from the perspective we have been following of someone within branches of government or an investigator that knows about the flesh interfaces. We move from that perspective to the perspective of a US soldier in Vietnam. You may have heard the accounts up until this point and assumed that our author is the one that knows all this information and is posting it online. You know, the mystery figure behind the Mother Horse Eyes account. But that is not the case, and everything we've heard up until this point is just knowledge from one person or persons as to what's happening behind the scenes. This 13th post seems to be our first direct narrative. The soldier says that during the Vietnam War, the CIA issued him and his group to locate something within the jungle, given special detectors that alerted the men when they were in the presence of whatever their target was. The men were ordered to shoot on sight, and after they came across a Vietnamese village, they killed everyone in it. Some people fought back, but the others seemed catatonic. Eventually, the detectors lead them into a large temple in the middle of the village. After stepping into the temple, this is what they find.
Hut was very hot, muggy. Even by the incredibly humid standards of Vietnam, it was incredibly humid in there. Even the Buddha statues were sweating. Their faces were literally coated with drops of moisture. Everybody noticed that there was something weird going with the air. There was something off about the pressure. So we just tossed everything. Picked all the shit up and tossed it out of the hut. Sure enough, we picked up the big platform that held the altar. There was something under it. It was a pit made of flesh, maybe 5 feet across and going down about 20 feet before curving out of sight. When I say made of flesh, I mean it looked like the inside of somebody's throat. Wet, reddish, flesh-looking stuff. We had heard of them building tunnels, but we really couldn't even understand what we were looking at. It was breathing. The flesh kind of rippled and this hot air came out, and it felt and smelled just like somebody breathing right in your face, enough to make you sick. They told us we would know it when we saw it. Well, we saw it, we knowed it. Radioed the coordinates and got out of there.
It seems that the men stumbled across a flesh interface, one of the interfaces that was mentioned back when the Vietnam narrative began. This is one of our first direct descriptions of what the interface looks like a giant cave made out of human flesh, the entire structure rippling and moving as if it's a living organism. We can assume, given the nature of incident zones, that people which fall into these incident zones, or any living creature like whales, those parts that still work are used as material for the interface. And if the non-segmented parts continue to live after segmentation, we can assume that the segmented parts do as well. Meaning pieces of people and animals becomes brick and mortar for these massive throats, as the soldier describes it. So at least now we know what they are, even if we don't know why they are quite yet. Our next post takes us into the story of a CIA agent who is exposing some of the inner workings of these interface experiments. As opposed to the first entries in this story that were kind of just relaying information, there seems to be a personal weight attached to this post, as the CIA agent mentions that the events that they are about to describe caused them to leave the agency. It seems that this is within the time that the CIA was sending children through the interface. The agent notes that they began to call the kids pet names, almost as a way to dehumanize the subjects that were most likely going to die. The agent tries to justify why they did these experiments. The Soviets were doing it, and they couldn't allow them to get to any secret weapon or knowledge before America did. And this entry ties the interfaces back into humanity's greater need for power through discovery. The subject of this experiment that the agent is describing is an 8-year-old girl named Jingles. Again, pet names to dehumanize. Jingles was the result of a rare phenomena that happened to kids that were passed through the interface, something called encasement. Every now and then, children that were passed through the interface would come back out in what seemed to be an amniotic sac. And much like an unborn fetus, within that sac would be a sort of placenta. This placenta wasn't providing nutrients, instead, it provided a steady source of LSD. LSD in doses millions of times more potent than anything the CIA was familiar with. And much like the other cases of encasement, when Jingles came back out of the interface, she was in one of these sacs. When she was cut open, it looked like she was a giant baby. All of her hair was gone, her skin was perfectly smooth, and she didn't have her language capabilities for some time, cooing and awing like a newborn. It was as if the process of encasement had unborn the subjects, and due to the vast concentrations of LSD their system contained, seemingly reborn them into whatever was on the other side. After several hours, she regained her speech and was able to speak normally. Once she begins to speak, the agent says, "We asked her the question that we wanted to know, the question that had plagued us for years, the question that had led us, in the face of all humanity and morality, to send a child into a living apparatus of death. What did you see? What's on the other side?" And her response is as follows.
Inside the chamber, I started to feel drowsy. See, everything changed, and I knew what I saw. I had seen it before. I said to myself, this is like the room in my Grammy's house, the quiet room.
We asked her what she meant by this. She replied with these words, her final words before she simply stopped living and sat there dead with her eyes still on us. She said,
"Come unto these yellow sands."
Now, this is a phenomenon we've seen once before. When Lisa passed through at the Area 51 interface, she said that she was with her grandmother in some alien world where the people were under the ground, like they were in a pregnant woman's stomach, which is very similar to the unborn descriptions of children being encased in amniotic sacs. It seems that these children that are living long enough to report what they saw are almost describing a sort of house, a place that feels familiar to them, with a guardian, specifically a female guardian, there with them. Her final words are the most striking to me. "Come unto these yellow sands." This is a line from William Shakespeare's play, The Tempest. That quote comes from a character named Ariel within the story. Ariel is trying to beckon boats that are out at sea to come to shore, opening the invitation with the phrase, "Come unto these yellow sands." However, the phrase itself is a sort of trick, as the character Ariel is trying to kill the people on the boats. So the phrase, "Come unto these yellow sands," is trying to tempt someone to come over to shore with the purpose of destroying them. So right before this girl who experienced whatever was on the other side of the interface dies, the last word she says is a beckoning to come over, but it's taken from a place of treachery. Whatever force was controlling her, whatever caused her to say that to these researchers, is malicious. Sure, on the surface it's beckoning them to come, but it's using a resource from humanity's history, a play by Shakespeare, to say it with a knife behind its back, to say it with an implication of doom. And the entity is almost toying with humanity. I mean, as the agent said earlier, what are they going to do? Not explore the interface? Whatever is on the other side knows that we won't stop until we're over there. And seemingly, that's exactly what it wants. Come unto these yellow sands. What's the worst that could happen? In our next post, we shift position once again. This time to a Japanese officer in World War II. He explains that near the end of the war, Japan was getting desperate. There were rumors of an American superweapon, the nuclear bomb, and it became clear that if something doesn't happen soon, Japan will lose the war. So rumors began to make its way to the Japanese military about a Swiss chemist who invented a new chemical, which is the invention of LSD as mentioned earlier and its discovery as a hallucinogenic during World War II. The Japanese officer mentions once again that the Nazis were already doing experiments with this new drug, LSD, at the Trebinka concentration camp. The concept was sold to the Japanese as a sort of destructive radar. If any American planes get around this new secret weapon that LSD can unlock, then they would be destroyed as soon as they enter the airspace. Of course, this is true because we know this to be incident zones. So Japan, desperate, decided to try the drug on their men. And he ends by saying, "We were looking for divine grace. What we found was a hell beyond our darkest dreams of destruction." We'll see what happened to the Japanese army in just a bit. It's from here in our next post that we get our first address from the author himself. See, at this point, we're about a week removed from the first post in the series, and the popularity for it grew overnight, so a subreddit was made to keep track of everything. So this first post directly from the author, Mother Horseeyes, was made in the new Mother Horseeyes subreddit. So that I can quit referring to him as the author, this won't be known until much later in the story, but the author's name will eventually be revealed to be Nick. Nick apologizes for telling this story in the manner that he has. He claims that he tried to set up a website to say all of this previously, and it didn't get the traction he was looking for. So he just started to go to the most popular subreddits that were on Reddit's front page and post the story in segments, replying to popular posts. This explains the format and also why a lot of the original posts don't have a lot to do with what the author is talking about. It should also be mentioned that a lot of Mother Horseeyes' early posts, or Nick's early posts, were deleted by the moderators of those subreddits, because, you know, his comment didn't really have anything to do with the topic at hand. So several portions of the story would be lost had it not been for people cataloging them on the dedicated subreddit. Nick, for the first time, acknowledges what we're even reading in the following text.
I should clarify that this information is not fiction, nor is it true. It is a mix of things which happened and things which almost happened, things which were and things which could have been. You must understand that the present moment in which we exist is simply a nexus from which trillions of possible past and possible futures branch out. The important thing to realize is that these unreal past and unrealized futures are related to each other. By examining what might have been, we can come to understand what might come to be.
So this gives us some insight as to what's going on. Nick, for reasons we don't know yet, can see several possible past that never were and several potential futures. The reason he is doing this is to warn us of something. What is that something? Well, after this, Nick says, soon technological advances in the field of information technology and bioengineering will fundamentally reshape human existence. And that if we continue on the course we're currently on, we will reach a point of mental and physical slavery. This is touching on a concept known as singularity. It is the idea, or more so the fear, that at some point we will make a technology that we can't contain. Artificial learning programs will learn to build off of themselves and eventually get off the leash. When that happens, the consequences will be dire and lead to the slavery that Nick is implying. As a matter of fact, since Nick can see potential futures, 99.9999% of them result in this horrible outcome, according to him. He then references the words of Jesus in the Bible when Christ said, "Broad is the gate that leads to destruction, and narrow is the gate that leads to life." Nick says we must find the narrow gate, but it will be difficult because our want for peace and our want for safety will lead us to doing what is easy. And what is easy will turn our agency over to these technologies. He then diminishes his position a bit when he says, "I am a 30-something American male without the benefit of a college education or a stable job. Sadly, I've spent most of my life drunk." He then goes on to say that his visions of potential past and potential futures are so fractured, he has trouble figuring out what's real. So Nick says humanity is at a crossroads, and what we do next will determine what happens to all of us. However, it's how he ends this post that is fascinating. He says, "We are on the verge, all of us. Times are dire. We are about to be gathered again into the arms of the mother to become one flesh with her. The mother who gathers lost children. The mother I have seen in dark spaces since I was a little child. Back when I called her, the mother with horse eyes. We are about to meet her again. We are about to be unborn." So he's talking about this point where technology will go too far, and then he refers to the entity behind it as mother, the mother who gathers lost children. Now, let's think of what we know about the interfaces so far. Children are passed through them, and then on the other side, they see a parental figure, more specifically a motherly figure, that seems to care for them in this world beyond, that delivers them back in these amniotic sacs, or the unborn. Nick refers to her as the mother with horse eyes, which is the first time we actually hear Mother Horse Eyes mentioned. So this entire series is named after this thing beyond the veil, this mother, and that we are to become one flesh with her. So if mother is the thing that is operating all of this, she is the reason for the interfaces, which to become one flesh makes sense there, as people are quite literally amassed into these amalgamations of flesh that seemingly create portals that lead to her. Nick says that if our advancements and our technology keep pushing, we're going to meet her again, and that by the time we do, it'll be too late. And this idea of a thing beyond we can't understand but are working our way towards has been hinted at before. I mean, in the very name of what these portals are, flesh interfaces. If an interface is the outward thing that allows us to input something to a greater system, then a flesh interface is merely the keyboard for some master computer that we're working our way into. So Nick is sharing these stories so humanity knows exactly what is beyond the fog we're walking into. So all of the accounts we're seeing are broken up from different perspectives throughout history and the future, ones that do not exist but could have existed. And if we don't play our cards right, we will find our way into this wretched timeline. Our next account takes us to the perspective of a loner in 1969. He floats from town to town, getting high when he can, and eventually finds his way into Death Valley. While there, he meets the Manson family shortly after the murder of Sharon Tate. Now, in the real world and our narrative, the Manson family espoused several Nazi ideas. The killings, which happened in 1969, were a means of inciting a race war between white people and black people in the United States. Now, if you'll remember in our narrative, the first flesh interface was made by the Nazis at Trebinka. And because of that, over 20 years later, the Mansons seem to have knowledge of flesh interfaces. They tell our narrator for this story that somewhere out in the desert is a bottomless pit, and at the base of it is the Tree of Life. These are once again biblical references, as the bottomless pit and the Tree of Life are both mentioned in Revelation. The biblical references will become more frequent as the story goes on, but we've had multiple mentions already that several of the prophecies within the book of Revelation in this world seem to be alluding to the true nature of the interfaces, or of Mother and her machinations. Charles Manson even saying after the world ends, he will emerge as the new Christ. And the Mansons say that someone they know as Uncle Adolf will be visiting shortly. We'll see what happens there later in our story. It's also mentioned here that the Manson family never calls the flesh interface a flesh interface. Instead, they refer to it as magical space, the word for a female reproductive organ that can also be used to refer to a cat. Now here the name is used for a near comedic effect. It's a cult of hippies talking about these grand concepts of flesh interfaces in such a basic way. But it is worth noting that there certainly is some similarity between the female anatomical imagery and Mother. I mean, children that are passed through it will often pass back through as if they were being born in the amniotic sac with a placenta. And we've heard the mention from Lisa that in the world beyond, it's as if the world was pregnant. So even in the imagery of the interfaces itself, it is a sort of return to the womb. A womb composed of the living tissue of thousands and tens of thousands of people. In our next post, we learn a bit more about the interfaces. This entry says that when someone becomes a part of the interface, because remember, the people that are segmented, those parts don't die. They are living as the surface walls of a flesh cave. The entry says that the interface glands produce massive amounts of LSD that cause intellectual mutations, or in other words, time fracturing along several dozen axes, or would it be axes? I think it's axes. This is similar to what Nick described. He can see multiple futures and past at the same time. So these hormone regulators within the interface that are tied into the thousands of people that make up the walls oscillate the people within between two states, euphoria and terror. What that means is all of the living consciousness, all of the people that are fused to the walls of these caves will simultaneously react in sheer joy and happiness, laughing and giggling, before immediately switching to panic screams, cries, and shouts. So the sound of an interface is the massive wave of giggling and laughter, followed by screams and crying. These waves create a rhythm that as people approach the interface begins to lull them inside of it. This prepares the people that enter the interface for a process known as embrace. You know how encasement is like the body is preserved and then reborn out of the womb of the interface? Well, embrace is the opposite of that. In the entry describing embrace, the narrator describes it as Japanese subway groping videos, or effectively a very niche subset of adult film in which a woman is grabbed by one set of hands and then another and another until they're eventually covered head to toe, being squeezed and pulled in every direction. The narrator says combine that with the concept of a school of piranha stripping a cow of flesh. So remember how it was mentioned earlier that a lot of the people who walk into the interface don't come out alive? Well, it seems once the interface is formed and there's thousands of living people and limbs and heads making up the walls, the sound of it, the series of waves of terror and laughter begin to compel people to step in. As they step in, it begins with one hand or one set of teeth digging into them, and then another and another, until eventually the person is torn into all of their base pieces. Pieces that undoubtedly feed the interface. So when you step through, most people either come back out encased or they're ripped limb from limb inside of a living, breathing throat. A lot of what I want to talk about in this video is the themes and a lot of the hidden connections within the narrative, but I don't want to lose how terrifying and cool some of these concepts are. The idea that LSD is a drug that unlocks the mind to build these temples of flesh that as people step into them, they are ripped apart and become a part of the temple themselves. These happen around the world, and when they do, incident zones occur, and in the larger versions that make up portals, these massive cylinders appear in the sky. It combines elements of body horror, extra dimensions, It's impressive how many unique concepts the series uses and how it balances them so well. And what's also impressive about the series is some of these segments work so well as their own standalone story. It's amazing that they occur within a greater narrative of other great standalone stories, one of which is coming up in just a moment with a retelling of the American invasion of Iwo Jima. But before we get to that, we have a single account of what seems to be a child that made their way through an interface.
When I was little, they took mommy away and put me with a new mommy in a smelly dark house. They said she was a real person, but I knew she wasn't. They had made her. Her face was made from pieces of animal. Pig cheeks, hairy goat jaw, old horse eyes. They sewed her together badly, and the seams were crusty. I hated her. Real mommy called me from underground. I opened the attic window at sundown and let the spring breeze flow in. I heard her song floating in on the cool air, soft singing from the grave.
So some things are connecting. If this is a child on the other side of the interface, which it seems to be because it's once again the description of a house that Jingles had when she passed through an interface. And again, we see a motherly figure there, new mommy. But despite this figure saying it's the child's mother, it doesn't look like the mother at all. Pig cheeks, a hairy goat jaw, and old horse eyes. It's fitting that a mother that requires the pieces of humanity, pieces of living things to make a gateway to her, appears as a jumbled mass of discarded flesh and remains. A bag of roadkill that takes in these lost children, takes them to the house. And the child's real mommy was underground, deep within the earth, encased within the pregnant belly as described earlier. So we know that when the children are encased, they're attached to the placenta that is pumping them full of LSD. And we've established that within this series, LSD seems to be a sort of projection that allows one to interact with unseen dimensions or other worlds. So what I believe is happening is that children who report back what they saw on the other side are in our reality, passed into the interface, and then encased. While they're encased and full of LSD, that's when they are in the house with mother. It's not that the house is a real place or the mother of animal parts is really standing there, at least not within our reality, perhaps in the reality the LSD is taking them to, but to any outside observer, they would appear asleep within the encasement. And the mention of people sleeping, of thousands of people deep beneath the earth, the subject's real mother as described in this entry, perhaps these are the victims of the interface itself. The voices they hear underneath the ground, the thousands of people, of families sleeping next to each other, are the piles of living flesh that make up the interfaces the child is encased inside of. So to the observer, what would be rolling waves of screaming and laughter with an unborn child in the midst of it, to the child, they're in a house with new mother, with the horse-eyed mother. And the voices of the interface call to them from beneath the earth of the house that mother is keeping them in. Keep that in mind for later, but for now, we move in to a retelling of the American invasion of Iwo Jima during World War II. I said it in the intro, but nothing I do here really does justice to the original narrative. This is a one-of-a-kind experience to go through these things and read it for yourself, even if you just listen to Hunter and I read it together on Creepcast. Again, I highly encourage you to check this out in the description before you let me spoil it for you. In this telling, the invasion of Iwo Jima starts the same way it does in real life, with the American Navy bombarding the island. Only something here is different. Several of the missiles, as they approach land, just disappear. The Americans fear that perhaps the Japanese have some kind of aerial defense weapon, especially as planes that pass overhead meet the same fate. Crew members of the planes torn to pieces. From the entry we had earlier of a Japanese officer explaining why they began to use LSD, we know that the Japanese army began to build interfaces. So the things that the Americans are running into are incident zones. Eventually, the Americans hit the beaches and began charging forward, but strangely, no one's shooting back at them. They run up, take defensive positions, and nothing's happening. Until suddenly, one soldier takes the wrong step, and his leg disappears. Another turns and his arm disappears. All around, people are screaming and shouting. Wherever a limb is removed, there's no blood, simply a red stump where the limb used to be. Men are shouting, screaming. They think they're being attacked by some unseen Japanese weapon, but through all of it, no gunfire, no Japanese soldiers in sight. Eventually, the soldiers begin to put together what's happening. There are these large pockets on the ground where it looks like the earth has been hollowed out, as if invisible circles of space on the ground have been deleted. Large, perfect cuts and holes in the dirt and the rocks and the sand. And sure enough, anything or anyone that steps into these disappears. They begin to avoid these invisible pockets on the ground before a soldier steps forward and his top half disappears while his legs continue to run on their own. The men then realize there are several of the same pockets in the air around them, so they change their strategy. They begin to tie shirts to sticks and hold them out in front of them. If the shirt disappears, they get another one and work their way through, like a giant game of Minesweeper. The men continue to push forward. The orders are the same. Take the island. As the men work through their silent battle, they eventually see what appears to be a Japanese soldier. He is sitting on top of a mountain at the middle of the island. They fire at him, but the bullets disappear in air, as everything else does that passes through these pockets. The man doesn't seem to react, and the Marines push closer. As they get closer to the mountain, they hear a terrible noise. The sound of thousands of men screaming in agony, followed by laughter and giggles. The laughter rises and rises and becomes deafening before it fades away and gives way to screams of panic and fear. It's as if the earth is shaking from the volume of what they're hearing. As they get closer, they look at the man sitting on the mountain once again.
A Marine trains his binoculars on the mountain again. The man is still sitting there, Japanese, wearing a uniform. His head is floating several feet above his body. The body is in several pieces with lines of sunshine between them. His face, sweat dripping over the smooth eyelids, shows no emotion. Slowly, he raises his hand as if to wave to them, and his fingers float away from his palm.
It seems that this Japanese soldier has been segmented. For whatever reason, however, most of his pieces are still there. They're simply disconnected from him. Again, biologically attached, but in a different physical space. As they get closer, they keep their guns trained on him, but he just sits there, smiling at them, till eventually the Marines get close enough to speak.
Hello, America.
The head calls, breaking into a sickly smile. The whites of the eyes are clustered with red hemorrhages. Sweat rolls down the face. The Marines don't know how to respond. They ask if he's armed. The question strikes one of them as funny, and he giggles. The tide of giggling comes from the other side of the ridge, behind the fragmented man. Giggling turns to screaming.
What's going on here? You alone?
A Marine asks. The man doesn't seem to understand. One of the Marines tries his basic Japanese. The man makes a sour face.
No Nippon. Korea. Korea person.
The man says, and a disembodied hand points to a nearby fragment of his chest.
I, Christian.
The man says, pulls a necklace out of his shirt. On the end of it is a small metal cross. A tiny, suffering Jesus gleams in the sun. The Marine tries English.
What's happening here? The devil came here. What? The soldiers had built a gate. The child's with the command.
As they're speaking, they see that the Korean's mood is changing with the sounds coming from over the mountain. The laughter followed by terror. It was mentioned earlier that this wave of laughter to fear prepares one's mind for entering the interface. And the Marines, with their close proximity to whatever is over the hill, what we know to be a massive interface, has begun to open their mind to what the interface, or mother, wants them to see.
Somewhere in a castle in Japan lies a mad god emperor who has sent his men across the ocean to defend his glorious empire with their blood. On the other side of the world lies the great humming factory called America, the heart of an empire of commerce, which once forced Japan to join the world in trade. Machines and flesh now flow along tendril-like courses, delivering goods and death, ensnaring the globe. The sun goes dark, like a light switch turning off. The Marines instinctively duck, look up and gasp. Above them, extending miles into the sky, is an enormous metallic cylinder, filling the sky, blocking out the sun. It spins slowly above them, pieces of it flickering and disappearing like the image in a broken movie projector. In a day filled with madness, they find themselves confronted with something wholly beyond their capacity for surprise. They simply mutter soft curses and get closer to the ground. The earth seems to tremble with the sound of the screaming and laughing, which swirls like a storm all around them.
It seems that the Japanese have constructed a portal, the portal that summons these large metal cylinders. In this vision, we see things that have been implied before. There's a connection between the Japanese emperor and the machine of America. Tendrils, a combination of machine and flesh, connect the globe, the invisible world that exists on top of our own, the one that the interface lets us peer into. The Marines get the order to evacuate, and they begin to retrace their steps back to the beach. As they're leaving the island, the Korean yells to them. He says,
"The devil took Jesus and went to the mountain to show him all the kingdoms of the world glory. If you fall down and worship me, saying, I will give it all to you.
For one, it's hard to express how cool this vignette is. Reimagining the American invasion of Iwo Jima as the aftermath of the Japanese unlocking horrible powers as a means of winning the war. And then the Marines being exposed to this world beyond, something they can't hope to comprehend. In the final line the Korean shouted, we get another biblical reference. This one taken from the account in the Gospels of the devil's temptation of Jesus. See, in the Bible, for 40 days, the devil tempted Jesus to try to get him to renounce his place as the Son of God and the sacrifice for mankind, and instead worship Satan. The verse the Korean was quoting is from one of these temptations, in which Satan took Jesus to a mountaintop and showed him the kingdoms of the world. He offered to give it all to Jesus if Jesus would simply worship him. And as we know from what we see in this narrative and the Japanese officer's account earlier, this is effectively what Mother did, if indirectly, to the Japanese army. They needed a way to win the war, and they were offered a weapon so powerful that they could never hope to contain it. They took it, and in that way fell down and worshipped Mother. Now, I don't think of Mother as a direct figure. It's not like there is one mother that is made up of pieces of animal that is the big bad guy at the background of this thing. Mother is a representation of all of it. It appears as a mother. It is motherly in the way that it has birthed life and now demands that life to return to her. But Mother seems to be more of the end point, the inevitability at the end of the waterfall. But despite that, it certainly has maliciousness. There is a conscience that is controlling it. Earlier, when Jingles passed through the interface, she came back out and said, come into these yellow sands, which I described earlier as a sort of trickster's temptation to fall into what looks good, what you want to achieve. And here, it seems that the Korean was placed on the mountaintop as a warning or a threat to the Marines that were invading. I mean, everyone else that we've seen segmented is a part of the interface. And sure, the Korean was certainly in its clutches. It was falling into the laughter and terror as everyone else that made up the interface. But the Korean was not physically a part of the flesh and walls of the portal itself. It's as if Mother placed him there to be a mouthpiece. To say the devil came here, to say that a child was given the orders and everything else came from this. Seems that the Japanese figured out to send children through as well. And just as it gave Jingles the line, come into these yellow sands, it gives the Korean the Bible verse. And just like with Jingles, Mother is not trying to hide her hand. The verse the Korean says is a verse about the devil telling Jesus he'll give him whatever he wants if he worships Satan. And the Marines can see how that turned out for the Japanese. But Mother doesn't care what people think of her. It doesn't need people to want to return to her because inevitably we always will. As mentioned earlier, we will always drop the bomb, we will always send the blankets, we will always shoot the dog into space, and we will always build interfaces to know what's on the other side. Mother can taunt and threaten us all she wants because eventually we'll show up in the house. There's also this desecration of a lot of humanity's sacrecies. We've seen it some before, and we'll see it a lot more in the future, of how Mother manipulates our want for comfort and enjoyment and pleasure. But Mother constantly misuses or inverts symbols within religion. She could have had anyone on the mountain to deliver that line, but it was the Korean who wore a cross, a Christian. It's as if she's mocking our teachings, our base moralities and religions. The monster in the closet, the devil in the details we've always been taught to fear, is her. Now, I want to make it clear because the Christian symbolism will come up a lot more as the story continues. I do not think that this story is expressly religious or Christian. Within the narrative, it's not that Mother is another name for the devil, it's that the devil is another name for Mother. All the stories told around campfires, all the legends of things that go bump in the night have been about her in some way. And she wears that moniker of fear with pride, brazenly, boldly telling us that she is the devil, knowing that we'll come home to her regardless. A lot of the horror within this series is very cosmic and Lovecraftian. The idea that Mother is something so impossible, something so unknowable, that perceiving her brings about fear, that she is the thing at the root of all of our stories, that so many of the things we know to be true or fact or of our own accord are just her making. It also sets the story with this deep nihilism, the idea that if Mother brought about everything, or she is the essence of creation and death, inevitability, then everything humanity is just a byproduct of some deep evil. A deep evil that we've made up stories and songs to keep ourselves away from, but we're going to fall back into willingly. The world set up for us is oppressively bleak, and it's one that won't get better. at least for a while. Again, the reason Nick is doing this is to try to prevent this inevitability. So we'll see if he's successful as our story continues. In the midst of this, Nick also makes various posts that seem to be about himself rather than the Mother Horse Eyes or the multi-history narrative. And also to clarify, no, I don't think this applies to the actual author of the Mother Horse Eyes series. Again, we still have no clue who that guy is, but Nick, our author within the story, seems to make his own accounts that don't relate to these multi-dimensional timelines that he's witnessing. For example, one post Nick makes in r/crippling alcoholism, he talks about the author Philip K. Dick and his struggle with drugs, and how drugs and addiction for a lot of people can be a sort of escape. But several people find themselves victim to that same escape. Philip K. Dick likens it to children playing in the street who are hit by cars. Nick relates to this and remarks how he ties it to his addiction to alcohol, and how he constantly suffers because of this very addiction, and hopes for a world where we will be made children again and we will play forever on a street where there are no cars. Hints of Nick's psyche that will become more relevant as our story progresses. The next post immediately switches gears and opens by saying, many people believe that Michael Jackson due to propofol. Not so. He was murdered. Again, these are just replies dropped on unsuspecting people. This one was in comment to a post in r/news about a scandal within Scientology. And then just top comment, Michael Jackson was murdered. The post says that Michael Jackson was aware to some degree about this true reality, about the mother and interfaces, and there will be more points in the story where it's implied that famous artists are aware of mother and this inevitability. The evidence for this is supposedly in the lyrics of Another Part of Me and the vegetable part of Wanna Be Starting Something, but he became a loose end and it seems that someone, likely the CIA, took him out. We then get to the conclusion of the loner story that was with the Manson cult. He's with the Mansons, and sure enough, this Uncle Adolf arrives. Adolf is an older man who seems to be a surviving member of the Nazi Party. Now, it's not explicitly said that this is a still living Adolf Hitler, but it seems to be a Nazi officer that is aware of interfaces and is using the Manson cult to carry out studies. So they take our narrator, the loner, tie him up and drag him out to the desert. When they arrive, sure enough, they come across an interface, surrounded by several striations and cuts in the rock, small incident zones. As our narrator gets closer, he hears the waves of screams and laughter. The Nazi points a gun at him and tells him to walk in or he'll be shot. Our narrator figures that maybe he can go into the interface a little bit, wait for them to leave, and then walk out. But as he steps into the interface, that's not what happens.
I pushed forward and the walls kind of gave way and found myself through the slimy, suffocating flesh. And I'm starting to panic because my hands are still tied behind my back, and I'm feeling like I'm about to choke on the stuff. And the walls are moving, like pulsating. I feel like I'm being digested. Then suddenly, I'm pushed through into this kind of chamber. Talk about out of the frying pan and into the fire. The chamber was just a nightmare. I mean, I've just never seen anything like that. It was unholy. There were faces and heads and legs all kind of fused together. The walls were just all these crawling limbs and these terrified faces and fusions of teeth and cheeks and hair and fingers coming out of knees and just all those people. Were they still people? Had they ever been people? Had they been made a part of that thing? I started to scream. Everything around me was screaming. All the mounds on the walls were screaming, and I was screaming too. And I was laughing. And I felt hands and mouths all over my body, and they were tickling me and touching me all over. Then I was screaming again. I had to get out of there. I had to get out of this nightmare. I started pushing back towards the entrance, but the hands were all over me. I felt something bite into my lip. My mouth was biting me. I screamed at the sharp pain and moved away from it. I started to think that maybe I could get one of the mounts to bite through my ropes. Then I would at least have my hands free. I struggled to turn around and move the ropes towards the mouth, but just when I got into position, the mouth bit right into my finger instead. The pain was incredible, but I was giggling, just laughing and laughing. The mouth pulled the flesh from my finger like it was chicken wing. Another mouth bit into my shoulder. I was chuckling away at this point. The hands were grabbing me, pulling on me, pulling me apart, tearing my arms right out of their sockets. Fingers were digging into my ribs. I was slathered with blood and screaming as the fingers dug into my eyes. Well, I guess at this point you're probably wondering how your intrepid narrator managed to escape the bottomless pit. How I managed to survive to tell you this tale. I simply didn't. I never escaped the bottomless pit. I am the bottomless pit. I am the tree of life.
What we get here is a first-hand account of embrace, someone being torn to shreds and formed as a part of the interface. The mention at the end that I am the tree of life implies that there's a sort of euphoria that was discovered or at least overruled in his brain after he was assimilated into the flesh interface. Later in the story, we'll see reason for why Nick is receiving a lot of first-hand accounts or perceiving first-hand accounts, but it seems in this one, this account was maintained because his consciousness was maintained even after he was embraced, which is more reinforcement to the horrifying idea that all the people that make up the interface are still in there. While overruled with emotion, they're still aware of what's happened to them. Because all of the stuff in the Manson plotline takes place in 1969, because it was right after the Sharon Tate murder, that means embraces like this were happening far before Lisa or the Artemis portal. Even if the CIA wasn't aware yet of everything that was going on, it was still happening in the world regardless. We then see as the years went on, more governments are becoming aware and trying to utilize the interface. We see that North Korea somehow was able to build an interface with a contained incident zone and no metallic cylinders. It had reached the state of being a portal with no side effects. Well, besides all the flesh it takes to build it, but none of the publicly noticeable side effects. The North Korea one seems to jump forward in the timeline a little bit because at this point, America is aware that you can detect where interfaces appear based on cosmic rays. It seems that interfaces give off these invisible beams of data or information that by the 1980s, the CIA has begun to detect. It seems whatever this interface was, North Korea had it beneath a giant underground structure. So 2 operatives are sent in to check it out. When they open the lid of the structure, it seems to be a giant warehouse that is completely full of water. When the 2 agents jump into the water, they see that it is inhabited by 3 humpback whales. So North Korea has created a giant interface, found a way to avoid the side effects they don't want, and it involves placing it underwater in a huge underground facility and then filling it with whales. The whales seem to be in a state of distress, and on the floor of this underwater containment area were massive piles of whale bones. And there seemed to be a second door along the floor of the water chamber as well. A nerve agent is deployed to kill everything in the facility, including the 2 agents who entered. And from there, it seems that the interface was shut down. The author remarks that they nearly came across something that would later be called a skin ship. For now, just think of skin ships as underwater interfaces. And it seems when the interfaces are made underwater, it prevents things like the metal cylinders or incident zones, or at least, spontaneously occurring incident zones that are above ground and people tend to fall into. We don't get a ton of clarification, but there is a mention from one of the agents that perhaps the whales are a sort of food supply. Similar to the Artemis portal mentioned earlier, the underwater portals get really big, most likely because their source of flesh is that of whales rather than people. So North Korea determined that it would be more effective to build an underwater portal with less side effects and then use whales as a food source or building source for the interface. From here, we get another account of what seems to be a child that interacted with an interface and survived, or in other words, a child that met Mother. The post begins by saying, "How do I explain Mother? What was she?" And it seems the answer to this question is written in Greek. Greek translates to Great Babylon, the mother of prostitutes and the abominations of the earth. This is once again a Bible verse, specifically taken from Revelation 17:5. During John's vision of the end times, where he sees representations of all the things that will happen at the end of the world, John says, "And I saw a woman set upon a scarlet-colored beast, full of names of blasphemy, having 7 heads and 10 horns. And the woman was arrayed in purple and scarlet color, and decked with gold and precious stones and pearls, having a golden cup in her hand, full of abominations and filthiness of her fornication. And upon her forehead was the name written, Mystery, Babylon the Great, the mother of harlots and abominations of the earth. And I saw the woman drunken with the blood of the saints, and with the blood of the martyrs of Jesus. And when I saw her, I wondered with great admiration." The woman, Great Babylon, is representative of the cities that rule the world that desecrate the memory of Jesus and the saints. It appears as something beautiful, something that is desired, but something that leads to destruction, something that is vile. And here the person that encountered Mother says that she is Great Babylon, that the verse in Revelation, just as the one part was referring to a flesh interface design, this part must have been speaking of her. Whoever this was remembers being in the house with Mother for quite some time. They said at one point they had a normal mother, but then they themselves became very sick. Their real mother left, and then one day they walked downstairs to see this new mother. Mother is once again described as the parts of different animals. One of her feet was big, heavy hoof. The other was a tiny little kitty cat paw. I could hear her clumping around downstairs. Her smell, the smell of cigarettes and disease, was everywhere in the house, pooling in the darkness. Mother never talked. She just snorted and made horse sounds. Her parts were sewn together with yarn, and there were patches of wet burlap. I didn't see her eyes until she had been there almost a year. Have you ever seen horse eyes up close? They're like goat's eyes. They have a sideways pupil. This is far longer than any account we've heard before of someone being with Mother. He says he would come home from school and there would be other children gathered around the table. Mother would give them medicine and it would make them do what she wanted. The children would sit there, catatonic and shaking, till eventually she would take them to the basement and make them into things. Perhaps Mother was looking for something. We don't know what, but it seems that children had better odds of survival. Maybe these lost children that were brought in were being tested by her, and when they didn't pass, they were made into things. Perhaps the children that never came out. But then at the end of this account, there is another tied to the Bible, which is interesting.
I realized she was afraid of the Bible. I realized it had power. Blood power. When I read it to her, her different pieces would shudder and pull apart, and she would howl like a wolf. Blood would run from her segments. The Bible brought transmissions from the cross that floated in the red summer sky. Everything in time is arranged around the epicenter wherein the nail drove into Christ's hand. Lines of possibilities radiate outward from it. Kingdoms rise and fall. Men grow and die like flowers in a field.
All right, so there's a lot to draw on here. For one, the account says that the Bible had blood power. This seems in reference to the power of the blood of Christ. Blood which, according to Christianity, was shed as payment for humanity's sins, and through it, salvation. This will lead into a theory I have around the Christian symbols at the end of the video, but for now it seems that something about the sacrifice of Jesus is at odds with Mother. But that second to last sentence is very interesting. Everything is arranged around the epicenter wherein the nail drove into Christ's hand. This again implies that there is something impactful within this universe that centers around Christ's death. As a matter of fact, the lines that are said right afterwards, kingdoms rise and fall, men grow and die like flowers in a field, is in reference to a Bible verse that says just that. It comes from Isaiah 48, quote, "The grass withers, the flower fades, but the word of our God stands forever." Again, going off what the narrative just said, in spite of the world dying, of things changing, the word of God, or the Bible, which has a power within the narrative, is eternal, something that seems to be at odds with Mother. At the end of this narrative, there's more Greek text. The text translates to, "The beast that you saw was, and is not, and yet is yet to come." This is once again a Bible verse, but this one directly tying into the passage about the Whore of Babylon mentioned a moment ago. In John's vision, right after John sees Great Babylon, an angel appears and begins to describe the vision to him. The angel says, "The beast that you sawest was, and is not, and shall ascend out of the bottomless pit and go into perdition. And they that dwell on the earth shall wonder, whose names were not written in the book of life from the foundation of the world, when they behold the beast that was, and is not, and yet is." The angel is describing to John that the vision he has seen is something that has not yet come to pass, but will come to pass. It is not, but it is. Ending this section where Mother is described as Great Babylon and then emphasizing that ties back into Mother's true being. She is not so much a thing as she is the essence of things. She appears in one form and acts as one to those that see her, but her nature is something grander, something far older. It's as if her appearance, the Mother with horse eyes, is simply an interface for something much bigger behind the veil. She is not what she is, but she is. We then get a standalone narrative where someone dreamed that they were a dog. In that dream, they were a dog that belonged to a family on a farm out in the countryside, and life was good. Although at night, they would hear a calling from the woods, something that reminded them of their lost mother. Eventually, the source of this noise makes itself known, a beautiful wolf. The wolf was female, powerful, much stronger than the dog. The wolf tempts the dog, says that the wolf is in the form of the dog's mother, a mother the dog can't seem to remember. The wolf then begins to tempt the dog and says that the family the dog knows does not care for him. He belongs to the wolf, not the humans. The wolf tells the dog to come with her, that she will show him beautiful fields he can never imagine. He will live a life as he's supposed to, free. But as she gets closer, he realizes that there's something beyond the beauty, something beyond the visage of a wolf that reminds him of his mother. That something is the essence of hunger, something that aims to feed. Two other wolves appear and rip the dog to pieces. And as he wakes up from the dream, the last thing he sees is the beautiful, hungry wolf's face. This dream seems representative of humanity's relationship with Mother. We have our comforts, our beliefs, a way of life that works. But then Mother, or the wolf, appears and says that we were never meant for this. Are we not descended from wolves? Are we not a part of Mother? While she may appear familiar and beautiful and offer all of our desires, behind the mask is hunger. Plain and simple. A hunger that will inevitably tear us apart. I think it's also interesting too how the depiction of Mother we see from accounts within the house is of an ugly thing that looks like a pile of roadkill. But that's because by the time you're in the house, that's not Mother's mask, that's her face. The mask is everything that's happening in our world. Promises of winning wars or of unspeakable technologies, of comfort and peace for humanity. That's the mask. That's the beautiful wolf. But when you step too close, when you step through the portal, that's when you see the wolf for what it is. Hunger, a mother desperate to compile flesh. A beast that will consume until there's nothing left to consume. Pieces of dead things scraped together, the substance she lives on. And the most terrifying thing about her is that she's right. Dogs did come from wolves. In our next entry, we hear the account of a girl who survived an encasement inside of an interface. Shortly after she came out, a former agent kidnapped her to get her out of the program. The CIA looked for a couple months, and after they couldn't find her, assumed she had died. After all, no child had survived for very long after encasement anyway. However, 7 years later, when the girl was 13, she was found living with a quaint family in Estonia. This was, of course, to great interest to the CIA because no one had gone through encasement and survived for that long. So, of course, the CIA did what they do and kidnapped the child again. We'll hear more about this girl later, but it seems that some children went through the process and lived. And it's also likely one of the one-off accounts we've seen so far of children recounting their time in the house with Mother. One of those very well might have been from her. Remember how earlier when I brought up Michael Jackson, I said the series implies there are a lot of songs and artists that are aware of Mother? Well, one of these is the song Fairy Queen by Tammy Stronach. While we were recording Creepcast, Hunter proceeded to sing the entire thing. So if you want to put yourself through that, you can do that over there. I will not feature that here. But the song is alluding to a fairy queen that is your shelter in the night and a guardian angel. The narrative is implying that this is in reference to Mother, but it sees her in a positive light. Something that is good, something that wants to take care of us, and we should return to. Another entry tells us that the CIA discovered animals could pass through the interfaces pretty easily. The interface did not accept non-living objects like cameras or tape recorders. To get around this, they once tried grafting a tape recorder to a turtle and, quote, it was unsuccessful on several levels. So someone had the idea to put in a few hill minahs, a bird that is known for imitating sounds. So if you can't put a tape recorder, might as well put a living tape recorder in. Sure enough, the birds went in and returned back out. The noises that the birds repeated were a strange kind of speech music. The noises were flute-like, almost as if it was a communication in an unidentifiable language. Now, flute-like music has been mentioned earlier. In one of the accounts of one of the children in the house, they heard flutes coming from outside of their window as their mother was under the ground in the grave. So it seems this flute music is the noise projected by Mother, or the realm she inhabits. Post 30 seems to be far into the future. It talks about orbital arrays that decimated cities, the people, the buildings reduced to ash, and it's just an excerpt of walking through an ashen wasteland and seeing a flower in bloom. I think this has a place in the timeline, but it won't make sense until much later on. It's like right there to give you an idea. The next entry is not only one of the coolest parts from this entire story, but one of the coolest things I have read ever. Since we read this for Creepcast, I have thought about it nearly every day, both as it pertains to religion and humanity's ego. I should mention that at this point, we're a couple of weeks removed from the first post. And as mentioned, Mother Horse Eyes got really popular really quickly, so some online articles were trying to reach out to the creator. Again, the creator remained anonymous, but sent some interesting responses. One of these responses was to a reporter at Vice. Ignoring questions about themselves, Mother Horse Eyes, or Nick, or whoever the real Nick is, seemingly gave the journalist the next entry in the series. And this entry was posted to Vice as follows. It begins with the perspective of the CIA agent, who says eventually the CIA decided why not send a dead body through? The idea for this came when, as scientists were about to send a large group of rats through the interface, one of the researchers noticed that one of the rats had died. Out of curiosity, they sent it through with the living rats, and all of the rats, including the one that had died, returned alive. This means that the interface had the potential for resurrection. So, of course, immediately, the CIA says, why don't we do this with people? They do not want decomposition to be a factor, so they are going to kill people and then pass their body in to see what happens. The first 16 subjects were rejected by the portal. So the CIA killed someone, tried to get them to pass through, and it wouldn't let them in. Finally, however, the 17th returned alive and with the memory of what happened. The story then immediately stops and begins to tell us about Pompeii. Not the island that exploded in a volcano, the general Pompeii. We then begin to go through the real historical account of Pompeii's attack on the temple in Jerusalem in 63 BC. I really can't explain with words how well this works. Please read this part for yourself. The story recounts how Pompei had heard stories of the Jewish God. As opposed to the Romans that worshipped a pantheon of gods, the Jews just had one. And within the temple at Jerusalem was a place known as the Holiest of Holies. The Holiest of Holies was the site at the back of the temple that only the high priest was to enter. The high priest would enter once a year and make a blood sacrifice on behalf of the people, as the very presence of God sat in the room with him. The rest of the year, a massive veil separated the Holiest of Holies from the rest of the temple. If the high priest was unclean, or if he entered the Holiest of Holies without respect, he was said to drop dead where he stood. This was so feared that as the high priest entered the Holiest of Holies, he tied a rope to his waist so that his body could be pulled back out. And this was a legend that Pompei the Great knew of during the 3-month battle at Jerusalem. After defeating 12,000 Jews who were fighting at the temple, Pompei made his way through, ignoring the gold and gifts and spoils of war. He was determined to see what God these people worshipped and died for so fervently on the other side of the veil. And as the story recounts, Pompei taking those steps to the Holiest of Holies, we switch back to the CIA sending a dead body through the interface.
Or perhaps he had heard the stories and simply didn't believe them. At any rate, history records that he went to the inner part of the temple and pulled back the curtain which hid the Holiest of Holies from the world so that he might stand and gaze upon the very presence of God. The man was an illegal immigrant from Honduras. Oh gosh, dude!
My God, dude!
Bro! Oh, that transition! Oh my gosh! Oh!
It is so clear and cool what the story's doing here. The two narratives are literally interrupting each other but getting the same point across. Just as Pompei had heard legend of this great god on the other side of the temple veil, one that would strike anyone down who entered it unworthily, the CIA humanity has sent men, women, and children through this interface, most of them dead, to know what might exist on the other side of the portal, because we're too stubborn to turn away. And now the CIA is killing people to see what might become of their bodies if they're passed through. Both Pompei and the CIA determined to meet whatever god is on the other side of the curtain. So the CIA kills the 17th subject, they hook electrodes up to his chest and stop his heart, they pass him through the interface, and he comes out alive. He's initially groggy, but his body doesn't show signs of any alterations. There's not even any LSD in his system. When they ask what he has experienced, he says it was a bad dream. He says he found himself inside of something that looked like a giant sausage casing, like a tunnel of meat. However, considering that he entered the interface dead, and then according to the narrator, just returned within the interior zone, or in other words, appeared somewhere outside of the interface, there would be no point that he would see the inside of the interface, as he was dead when he passed through, was supposedly resurrected on the other side, and then popped up outside of the interface altogether. This would mean that this sausage casing he saw very well might have been whatever's on the other side of the portal, something he saw without being enveloped in an amniotic sac and pumped with LSD, as the children have. Perhaps this sausage casing is what the world beyond the portal truly looks like. The story then once again cuts back to Pompei, asking what could Pompei have expected to find on the other side of the curtain? If God was there, a God that didn't allow an unclean high priest to step into the room, then what would he do to the man that just slaughtered thousands of Jews on the temple stairs? If he believed in the stories, then he should have expected death. And if he didn't, what would he have expected more than a room with a statue? It then cuts once again and returns to the CIA saying, what did we expect to be on the other side of the portal? Gosh, it's so... The Pompeii part opens, what did Pompeii expect to find on the other side of the curtain? And the CIA opens with, what did we expect to be on the other side of the portal? It's so good. Regardless of how far technology's come, how educated we may be, we are still slaughtering people to see what's on the other side of the veil. The CIA asked the same questions about the interface that Pompeii asked of God. It says, what did we expect to find? Some kind of intelligence which could explain the bizarre living technology of the flesh interfaces. If the interfaces were the product of an intelligence, was it really something we wanted to make contact with? Did we expect this intelligence to be kind and benevolent? If so, how could we have sent so many living creatures, so many people, so many children to their deaths? What would a benevolent intelligence possibly make of our ruthlessness, our rapacious quest for understanding? Pompeii's story concludes unremarkably. According to Tacitus, when Pompey pulled back the veil, quote, it contained no representation of the deity. The sanctuary was empty, and the Holy of Holies untenanted. He found nothing, he left and continued his conquest until he died in battle years later. And the CIA side of events concludes with these lines.
As the man spoke of walking through the unearthly, living tunnel of the flesh interface, he said he saw a bluish light ahead and heard what seemed to be music, almost like flutes, but much, much deeper. As he told his story, sitting on the edge of a hospital bed wearing a loose gown, his hand wandered to his chest and he touched the skin above his heart. There he found two slightly singed patches of skin where he had attached the electrodes that ended his life. I still get chills when I recall how his face changed when he realized that it had not been a dream at all. It was a pitiful, almost childish look of terrible, unwanted understanding. Tears quickly flooded his eyes. This man, who had been brought back from death itself by an unimaginable technology, by forces beyond all our understanding, slowly went limp and died for a second time. And so we were left with disappointment once again. More mystery, more frustration. We had already heard from our child subjects about the strange flute music, but always in cryptic, disjointed terms. We had hoped that this man would give us something more concrete, but the answer had eluded us once again. So we went back to our experiments, selected a new round of subjects to send through the portal. We had already sacrificed so many lives in our quest, and there was no reason to stop then. Knowing what I know now, I sometimes wonder, was Pompey lucky when he pulled back the curtain and found nothing?
It's so cool. It's almost unfair how many cool things this story pulls off at once. Because not only is that such an impactful representation of what they're doing within the story, but it's using history, it's using humanity's quest for science and our need to always know more, even if what we know might be terrifying. Every technology we come across, for better or worse, is in the worst state right now it will ever be again. Even if we shouldn't, we keep pressing the button. We keep looking, because what are we supposed to do? Not look? What is it we're looking to find? Why do we keep tapping on the glass? Mother can say whatever she wants. She can say, come into these yellow sands. She can call herself the devil, and we'll still find her. We are the nemesis. As Nick struggles with alcoholism, we struggle with our addiction to know more, our addiction to keep going. And when we get to the veil, when we get to the Holy of Holies, what will we do? Of course we'll step through, and it will either all be for nothing, or we'll find what we're looking for. Was Pompey lucky when he pulled back the curtain and found nothing? Oh my gosh. The story gets me fired up. As far as connections to other narrative pieces, we have the mention of flutes once again that the 17th subject heard after he was resurrected, as well as a blue light which may come into play later. After this, we get a conclusion to the story of the girl that survived 7 years and was kidnapped again when she was 13. Regardless of the fact she was unborn through an interface, came out in an amniotic sac and all, 7 years later she was now 13 and perfectly normal. When the girl is asked to recount the period of time she was with the CIA, all she remembers is, quote,
There was one summer after I moved out of the orphanage, but before I came to Estonia, where I lived with a woman who said she was my mother.
Again, she was in the amniotic sac. Her memory of this time with the CIA is her memory of the time she was in the house with Mother. Again, her memory of this doesn't match reality. We know the CIA pushed her through an interface, but according to her, the Americans who ran the place, or the CIA, made her go with the woman that claimed to be her mother, or at least the way Mother made her perceive what was happening. She says she doesn't want to talk about it, that she went to a crummy old house and lived there for a summer, before remarking, quote,
"She wasn't my mother. I knew. Her face wasn't right. It wasn't a real face."
So even if someone manages to get away and they live for a long time afterward, the memory of what happened to them is still hazy. All of her memories of that time are exactly as Mother wants her to remember. She was just brought to her house and lived for a while. But regardless of that illusion, the illusion of her face, what Mother truly looks like, can't be put to bed. Now our next post seems to be a standalone narrative, but I believe it to be from our author, Nick. I haven't seen anyone else online agree with that opinion, but to me it makes sense. And as far as I can tell, there's nothing that contradicts it from being part of Nick's narrative. The reason I feel that way is because whoever's writing this entry is speaking of alcoholism and the depression it brings them, something we have seen and will continue to see about Nick throughout the story. It also helps with one of my theories I'll talk about at the end of the video. Also, to clarify, these were uploaded around 2016, and since Nick is both a stand-in for the real author as well as a character within the story, we can assume Nick's timeline is the same instance that the stories were uploaded, so 2016. So who I assume to be Nick wakes up in an apartment after he had just come off a bender. He doesn't remember anything of the night before and moves to the kitchen to get another drink. However, when he walks into the living room, he sees an older woman asleep on the couch. He has no memory of the night before and thinks he might have hooked up with her. However, when she wakes up, she informs him that it was nothing of the sort. She just wanted to hear his story. She says last night this man, potentially Nick, stumbled into her cafe carrying a bottle of wine. Before she could kick him out, he began to tell her a wonderful tale. Our author remembers none of it, has no clue what the woman's talking about. She says that the story was about these magical children who lived in a magical forest, who danced and sang and never died. They fought bravely against the nightmare forces of the ancient queen. She continues and the story sounds beautiful. However, this has happened to our writer time and time again. Several people have told him that he has told them the same story, but regardless of how many times he hears the beginning, he doesn't remember how the story ends. Another thing to mention is that the pronoun that is used in this story is not I, as in it's the author recounting it about himself, but instead it is you, almost as if the writer is speaking to us, the reader. You see a woman passed out on the couch. You begin to hear the story. No matter how many times you hear the beginning, you don't remember how it ends. Now, this could be Nick just filling in the pronoun of you while he remarks something that happened to himself, or I think it is someone telling this to Nick about himself, and who that might be we'll talk about later. Our next narrative is the first one of our future timeline. It's from the perspective of someone who we will later know as Ben. Ben's job is to clean something known as hygiene beds. So something that has been alluded to up until now is that technology will get to a point where it becomes unmanageable and detrimental. And it seems that in Ben's timeline, that has come to fruition. At some point in the future, a new technology is developed. This technology allows people to not only interact with the internet, but to fully transport their sensory experience into it. Imagine a virtual reality that fully encompassed your sense of touch, hearing, sight, smell, taste. And imagine that this VR was so enticing that people choose it over the real world. Well, that's where something called hygiene beds come into play. People elect to be placed in hygiene beds that maintain all of their physical needs, all of their cleaning, all of their feeding, while they are indefinitely tapped into a collective infraspace. By the time Ben's story comes around, there is already an epidemic of people spending years at a time in these hygiene beds. Their bodies atrophied and withered, but their consciousness maintained inside of this projected world. This is the very fear that Nick alluded to earlier, that technology would get to a point where we become enslaved by it. Ben describes the sensation of opening up a hygiene bed that has been shut for years and describes the smell as that of a dead cat wearing an old jockstrap. The smell is a combination of living and dead tissue. Ben's current job is to pull people out of malfunctioning hygiene beds, but he wants to become something called a readjustment specialist. We'll later learn that this occupation specializes in readjusting people to the real world after they've spent a long amount of time in the infraspace. Because as you could imagine, having your consciousness disconnected from your physical form for a decade can be stressful to reacclimate. Several of these people in hygiene beds are hooked up to a sense feed, meaning that they have control over their own senses and emotions. They can turn off certain inhibitors, meaning that people in the hygiene beds can turn their own sensory organs off. So a lot of the time, if there's an issue with the hygiene bed, a catheter gets backed up, or they start to get bed sores, person in the hygiene bed can just turn off their nose or turn off the nerves that feel the bed sores. They can even turn off the worry associated with a broken bed. The only thing that compels these people to save themselves is whatever shred of dignity they have left. But sometimes that's not even enough. Ben says, I would also say that an occasional fleeting desire to see the outside world could also prove advantageous, but for the sort of people I'm talking about here, this is simply not a factor. The only thing that saves these people are their neighbors complaining of the smell, before the bacteria that's infested their body eats them alive. Ben remarks, I don't know what God looks like, but he smells like a dead cat wearing an old jockstrap. This future is every criticism about tech and too much comfort within the internet scaled up to 11. It's not hard to imagine in the modern age people being more obsessed with their online life and presence than their real life. And it's probably not too hard to imagine that if people were given the option to transmit their consciousness to the online world and neglect their real body entirely, they would take it. All in the name of convenience and comfort. But just like Mother herself, the allure of beauty and comfort, the allure of Great Babylon, is just a mask for the rot and evil that lie underneath. There's also the apparent physical symbolism here. We're going to find out later that there is a direct connection between the hygiene beds and Mother. All of this will tie directly to flesh interfaces and portals, but we can already see a bit of that through the hygiene bed's appearance. The children that were in the house with Mother were encased in a sack and pumped full of LSD to experience this world beyond ours. And now people are willingly stepping into sealed beds and having their senses hooked up to a machine so that they could be in a world beyond our own. In this future, it seems that Mother was correct. We would come to the yellow sand eventually. Only now we don't need LSD and human sacrifice and experiments. We just need to be told that there's something better on the other side. And people will hook themselves up and rot willingly. We'll pick up with Ben later, but our next narrative takes us back to the first confirmed flesh interface, the one at the Trebinka concentration camp. And the Trebinka storyline we're about to begin is from the perspective of the SS officer who ran the camp. We're never given his name, but given the timeline and his position, we can assume it to be Franz Stangl, the SS officer who oversaw Trebinka in its most brutal years. Stangl escaped to Brazil at the end of World War II until he was eventually extradited and tried in 1967. From there, he was sentenced to life in prison for overseeing the murder of approximately 1 million people. Stangl oversaw and ordered some of the most horrific moments in humanity's history. After his arrest, while describing his time in the camps, Stangl said, quote, "To tell the truth, one did become used to it. They were cargo. I think it started the day I first saw the extermination area in Trebinka. I remember Worth standing there, next to the pits full of blue-black corpses. It had nothing to do with humanity. It could not have. It was a mass of rotting flesh. Worth said, 'What shall we do with this garbage?' I think unconsciously, that started me thinking of them as cargo. I rarely saw them as individuals. It was always a huge mass. I sometimes stood on the wall and saw them in the tube. They were naked, packed together, running, being driven with whips." And as the author of Mother Horse Eyes describes the story of Trebinka from his perspective, the author does not hold back. The SS officer describes casually how they would strip the women of their wedding rings, their long hair, their jewelry. He describes the naked hordes passing by as beasts. They herd them like pigs to the slaughter, men standing with clubs, beating at the hordes of people into the chambers. He describes a real-life figure from the concentration camps, Ivan Marchenko, or as he was known to prisoners, Ivan the Terrible, who would hold a sword and cut people to pieces as they passed by. The SS officer describing one instance in which he cut off a woman's breast and they made another prisoner eat it. As he describes his position with pride, his entry ends. We will get more from his perspective later. After all, as mentioned, this is where the first flesh interface occurred, at a place where there was no shortage of flesh to go around. This is really the only part of story I see people take issue with. Of course, Mother Horse Eyes is a fictional narrative that ties in multi-dimensions and concepts of future technologies and religious imagery. So, since it's a fictional horror narrative, a lot of people don't like the tie-in to the real-world Holocaust. But I think it works and is done with a weight. If everything these narratives are advancing towards are the worst things we could possibly do, our willing walk into a state of damnation. And if the inception for all of it, the beginning of people realizing Mother is there and her symptoms started to leak into our world, began with a chemical that was created and found to be effective during World War II, then I think it's fitting that the first step towards this unspeakable evil began at a place where an unspeakable evil was already being committed. Another criticism I see is that the concentration camp narrative is presented without comment. You know, it's from the perspective of an SS officer. He's not criticizing his own role, but I think the actions the officer is describing speak for themselves. There doesn't need to be a point where the author puts in parentheses, "This is bad, by the way, don't do this," because it's hard to find a testament that speaks against itself more than the Holocaust. We'll come back to Trebinka, but for now, we get another story far into the future. This seems to be an advertisement from a company known as Reinhardt. Reinhardt seems to be responsible for a lot of the future technologies we see in Ben's storyline, the hygiene beds, the sense feeds. And our next entry seems to be a statement from them. They describe a 20-year-old woman living in Alabama. She lives in something described as a bed rack apartment block. We can assume this to be an apartment building that is entirely made up of people in hygiene beds. They say this 28-year-old woman spends 70 to 80% of her free time in the feeds. At the age of 16, she becomes something known as a mix guide. Now, the mixes are never expressly laid out, but we'll hear them mentioned a few times in our future narrative. It seems people get popular for being mixers, and it's akin to a sort of celebrity status. It seems that this is the Infraspace or feed equivalent of artists, like actors or musicians. But these people aren't in a position to make anything. They can't create art, they can just reuse art that has already existed. So rather than people being popular for making music or making film or artwork, they simply become popular for remixing what's already out there. Everything that's in the feed is just created as a means of another hit of dopamine, something else that's interesting. There's no artistic merit or value behind what they're doing. They just want to see something, to feel something for a moment before they move on to the next. Which, yes, insert comment about AI, art that's just remixed other art, you get it. However, one day when this woman was 19 years old, she hooks into a sense feed and doesn't come out for 9 years. 9 years of her consciousness being injected into the internet. 9 years of experiencing experience while alone in a hygiene bed. It seems that money can be traded within the feeds as well. For a long time, she makes considerable money as a mixer, but then she falls out of popularity and can't seem to make ends meet. She's in debt to several promotional companies. She can't find a new job. It seems that she needs to disconnect. That would mean stepping out of a world where she was famous, she used to be successful, and stepping into a world where she's been lying in a bed for 9 years. We also see a list of all the careers she's had within the feeds and get a sense for how starved people are for entertainment. She has done mixes, life stories, role swaps, rooms, hunts, avatar makers, empathy games, sex play, and on and on. Every experience you can ever imagine, you can experience as if you were there, all at the same time forever. So naturally, people eventually become bored with everything. This woman has turned off her real-world sensors for the past 4 years. She knows that her body is infected with sores. She'll need amputations. She intends to leave feed to grave, as the advertisement calls it. She researches suicide methods. Maybe it'd be better to die on the internet than wake up in the real world. Eventually, she calls emergency services to remove her from her hygiene bed, and it says, pain dampening has blocked her opioid receptors, and the removal technicians can do nothing for her agony. Her entire body is atrophied, and she has severe calcification around her ports, catheter and evacuator, as well as numerous sores and abscesses and general muscle atrophy. Thankfully, she doesn't lose limbs and begins to regain the ability to walk and see. I mean, keep in mind, her eyes have been shut for 9 years. But this is followed by the severe psychological effect of seeing your face age 9 years for the first time. From here, she returns to her apartment, which is little more than a weatherproof box to contain the hygiene bed. A lot of humanity has decided whatever life exists outside of the feeds is simply a means of maintaining the feed itself. She doesn't even have a bathroom other than the one hooked up to the hygiene bed. There is, as you can imagine, a 90% chance that she'll decide to return to the feed. I mean, what life does she have outside of it? And if she decides to go on another long-term stay, it'll be unlikely her body can recover again.
This is the price of long-term connection. It is inescapable. Less than 1% of users connected continuously for more than 3 years are able to go on to lead successful disconnected lives. In America, there are currently over 30 million users on long-term connections. Unless something changes, they will stay connected until they die.
For one, this gives us a scope of how awful this future is, how many people are hooked up. 30 million Americans in long-term stays. But what's interesting, and you forget reading all of this, is that what we're reading is an advertisement from a company that's benefiting from all this. They have a new thing called Companion 12. If I had to guess, Companion 12 is probably some kind of AI system that will act as a friend in the real world to keep people from going back into the feed. Because it's becoming apparent that people are dying in these things too often. So rather than limiting people's potential to enter the feed, they're just medicating the symptoms that come when you step out. You're still connected to the feed. You're still part of the greater world. It's just different. Whatever future world this is, Nick is right. It is far past the point of return. Our next entry seems to be sort of poetic in its opening. Speaking of how our form is our story and the world is made up of many different forms, things scuttling, moving about. Then saying it is our duty within the world to hunt the little things that move about. And that this truth that we need to hunt is written in our claws and in our very existence. But there's a mysterious new creature that goes beyond explanation, something that doesn't move as the rest of the world does, something that this narrator refers to as the oily ones. So to go ahead and get it out of the way, we are going to see this same narrator a couple more times in the story. This is from the perspective of a cat, like a small cat that runs around outdoors and eats things. The oily ones that the cat is referring to are people. I mean, we had the section earlier of someone dreaming about being a dog, so it's not too out of nowhere, but I'm not even going to try to make sense of it yet. The cat will come back. We'll just move on. Also, yes, in the original Creepcast recording, it took me and Hunter an embarrassingly long amount of time to realize that it was a cat that was telling us these things. It makes a lot more sense when you think of it as a cat. I'm sorry. Every time I don't recognize something on my first read through of a story, everyone's like, oh, how did you not see that? It was so obvious. Look, if I say something wrong, I feel even more stupid. If I think something in the back of my head while I'm reading a story for the first time and I'm not 100% sure about it, I'm not going to say anything, because if I'm wrong, I look really dumb. It also looks dumb if I don't correctly call things out. So this isn't really a problem now that I vocalize it out loud and realize how petty this sounds. Our next story takes us back to the concentration camp. Once again from the perspective of the SS officer leading it. One day during the summer of 1943, the SS officer says a team of doctors arrived from Berlin. They were in the midst of a massive experiment that they needed a lot of test subjects for, something they didn't have access to in Berlin, so they've decided to come to a concentration camp. You can probably see where this is going. When the SS officer meets the team of doctors, the lead doctor is someone named Engel. Now, earlier in the story, Nick says that some of the historical inaccuracies will be my mistake and some on purpose. Either because Nick was wrong about the name or wanted to change the name, or because in this other potential history, the name was simply different. We can assume that Engel is a stand-in for Joseph Mengele, the doctor infamous for conducting horrific experiments throughout concentration camps. When the SS officer meets Engel's team, it's composed of several doctors from Berlin, and among them, a Jew. Not a Jew as in a test subject, a Jew that is a part of their research study. Now, this surprise works in stark contrast to the first account of the SS officer we saw earlier. We have him equating the Jews that he is massacring to animals, describing their features as if they were cattle. And now we have a group of Nazi scientists from Berlin who have come to perform human experiments, and one of the people on the team is a Jew. The SS officer's thrown off by this. He remarks how ugly he considers the Jew to be, while noting that there was a particularly distinct feature to his eyes. Unlike all the other Jewish people that had passed through the camps, they were much lighter, almost as if a striking bronze. He wore a suit, and him and Engel would converse in private as if they were companions. When the officer first meets Engel, he asks who the Jew is, and Engel ignores him. They began converting rooms at the concentration camp for their experiments that the rest of the camp were not knowledgeable of. The SS officer gets frustrated with this team of doctors arriving and conducting experiments he's not privy to, so he insists on Engel and his team follow them through the camps and bear witness to the processing of a new shipment of Jewish prisoners. The officer is particularly brutal, almost as a show of force to the new doctor team. A woman comes out of the trains clutching a child that is on the verge of death. The officer takes the child, smashes the child's head underneath his boot, and then shoots the woman. Expecting this to get some reaction from the doctors, and especially the Jew among them, the entire research team watches disinterested. After the research team is there a week, Dr. Engel asks to move their laboratory to the old gas chamber. The SS officer says that this seems like a bad location to place a laboratory since it's between the new gas chambers that are full of, people screaming and dying, and it's also right next to the burn pit, in which the discarded bodies are burnt every night. Shortly after they take over the old gas chamber, several of the officers in the concentration camp begin to report strange sightings. Nobody except Engel and the research team were allowed inside, with 2 officers set to guard the only door in and out of the gas chamber day and night. Anytime a new shipment of prisoners arrived, Engel and his research team would look over the people about to be executed. The Jew among them would go through one by one and pick out several candidates. These candidates would be led into the laboratory that was converted out of the old gas chamber, never to be seen again. Then at night, these large wrapped packages would be carried out of Engel's chamber and thrown into the burn pit with the rest of the bodies. This was odd considering the researchers wouldn't need to hide that they were killing test subjects. 10 yards away, there's a lot more dying in the new gas chamber, and whatever secretive bodies they're throwing on top of the burn pile are amongst other bodies. Along with this, the SS officer says that he has begun to experience extreme headaches, and something about Engel and his research makes him feel uneasy. So one day, in a sort of makeshift zoo that the officers have at Trebinka, the SS officer catches the Jew by himself admiring the peacocks. So the officer walks up to the Jew and begins to make friendly conversation. He asked how the Jew came into Engel's company in the first place. The Jewish man says that he was previously studying religion in Berlin. Before, as World War II began, he was transferred to a ghetto in Krakow, and then during the Holocaust, he was actually sent to be killed at Trebinka. But right before he was executed, one of the officers noticed his perfect German, given that he was highly educated and studied in Berlin. There had been a request from Engel to find Jewish prisoners that spoke good German. So he was sent back to Berlin and Engel performed tests on him. The officer asks what these tests are, and the Jewish man begins to grow quiet. The officer says that if the Jew doesn't tell him, he will have him shot. But this doesn't seem to affect the Jewish man. As a matter of fact, he gives him a soft smile, almost pitying the idea that the officer thinks it's as easy as killing him. He says that Engel and his team are researching a new Swiss invention, a chemical that when administered causes sporadic changes in thinking. Of course, this makes sense. We know this to be LSD, and we know that the Nazis were the first to perform interface experiments. He then tells the officer what this chemical does, or at least what it did to him.
I asked him about these changes. He said that the chemical allowed him to see the mind of God. Naturally, I asked for elaboration. At this, he launched into a rather overworked simile involving a broken mirror, then switched to another simile using a spider's web, neither of which made any sense to me. I informed him that I was a practical man and had little use for philosophy. He told me that after taking the chemical many times, he had become possessed of 2 minds, his own and that of God. In all his doings, he was conscious of God's intentions, God's plan for all human life. I asked him if he was following God's plan, and he said he was not following it entirely.
I am wrestling with God,
he said cryptically.
How does one wrestle with God? Isn't he all-powerful? When God presses forward, you must yield or be destroyed. And when God yields, you must press forward. That sounds like dancing. It sounds more like dancing than wrestling or making love.
I said with a snort.
Yes, it is. Except that dancing is not so painful. Why wrestle at all? If God is God and you know what is planned, then why not simply follow it? Surely this is the best course. Yes, but I cannot bring myself to.
For the first time, I saw the peaceful expression flee from his face to be replaced by an unsettling dread that trembled in his eyes.
God's plan is simply too awful.
Now, we understand from the information gained thus far that this LSD points towards Mother. But the Jewish man is relating these ideas of Mother to God, an overbearing presence that always has been and always will be, that when someone is administered LSD, it compels them to follow its will. But its will, as the Jew says, is simply too awful. We know from the mention that the first interface was at Trebinka that what Engel and his men are doing is building an interface, using the flesh of prisoners selected by the Jew. We'll wrap up the Trebinka story later, but it seems for now that after Engel and his men were exposed to LSD, they became obsessed with building these interfaces. In every setting we've seen thus far, the villages in Vietnam to the Soviets in prison camps, anytime people come into contact with LSD, they cast their aspirations to the side and begin to do what Mother wants. So a team of Nazi doctors that were originally just trying to perform experiments on the Jews suddenly became obsessed with the idea of building an interface along with one of the Jews who they were experimenting on. almost becoming colleagues in this pursuit towards the unknown. Another entry gives us yet another advertisement from Reinhardt, the same company responsible for a lot of the future inventions, as well as Companion 12. This one is an advertisement for the Sense Feed. It opens with the lines, "Rachel does not dream, Rachel does not sleep, Rachel does not wake, Rachel feels all the time." It goes on to say that Rachel is able to create mixes as fast as she can think of them. Again, repurposing art that already was for the sake of stimulation. She combines symphonies with asteroid catalogs, sports events with porn, anything to make the viewer feel something all the time forever. The system boasts a visual sense of 240 frames per second, but a tactile speed of 60 frames per second and an olfactory speed of 60 frames per second. Again, a simulation tailored to every part of the human physical experience. Remarking at the end that this is salvation. Salvation through stimulation, salvation through comfort and want. It says she creates something called a Holocaust child victim disco muscle thumps. So I imagine that's combining imagery of the Holocaust with disco music. It says that this gives you realistic, immersive feelings without excess rumination or thought lingering, because we wouldn't want that. It ends by saying, Rachel does not dream, Rachel does not sleep, Rachel does not live, Rachel does not die. Simply, Rachel feels. To the people who give themselves to the hygiene beds and the sensory feeds, there's nothing more than feeling. There's no more existence, there's no more grand purpose, it's feeling good all the time forever. Once again, painting a bleak picture of Mother's future. Speaking of Mother, our next entry speaks of Mother Babylon, referring to it as Mother Babylon, Mother Rome, Mother America.
The world enslaved, flesh networks spanning the globe. The blood of humanity moving through veins thousands of miles long. Cavernous curving tubes as big as superhighways, biological superstructures, bones the size of the Golden Gate Bridge, living engineering. Hearts as big as mountains, pumping with tectonic force, chained in relays, moving blood from across continents, exotic neurochemical pestilence flowing from monstrous glandular ridges. Flesh encased nightmares, farms of non-human tongues babbling blasphemous gibberish, a vast seabed dotted with lonely eyes. This is the great queendom of Babylon, a great blood-drunk whore wearing the crown of the atom, as all around her fleshly carpus float orbital platforms of nuclear death. Scattered in the stars beyond, seeds of Israel weep to gaze upon their new mother, the undying queen, blood and corruption.
So this is once again a reference to Mother being Mother Babylon depicted in Revelation, but it's also combining the ideas of a fusion between technology and biology. Mother Babylon's eventual goal is a world where tech and flesh are one and the same, and all of the world is one hulking mass of information transmitted back and forth across itself. The mention of the crown of the atom is also interesting. Crown of the atom representing the nuclear bomb, representing the most of humanity's technological power. She wears it as a crown. All technologies we've created, every horrible thing we've done leads to her. And she leads to an inevitable future where there is no technology, there is no people, there is no life, where there is no person. There is simply her. A mass of flesh that encompasses the globe. Our next entry picks up with a new narrative, a narrative of someone who we will later learn is named Sean. Sean is a black man who has some interesting beliefs regarding religion. For one, he subscribes to the idea of the Black Israelites. The premise that black people are the true chosen people of God, and the Jews as we know them are imposters. So, you know, Kanye West. Sean says that the world powers have amassed satellites that are pointing weapons into space, as the world governments fear something will come from space. He refers to this coming war as the Battle of Jehoshaphat, again another reference to the Great Battle of Revelation. He then brings up the premise of the Nephilim. If you don't know what the Nephilim are the giants mentioned within the Bible. Now, in the book of Genesis, the descriptions of the Nephilim are kind of vague. In Genesis chapter 6, which Sean quotes in this entry, it says that the Nephilim were formed when the sons of God had children with the daughters of men. Now, some take this to be representative, the righteous pairing with the unrighteous, and some take this to literally mean that Nephilim are half human, half angel hybrids. Back when I started the channel, Nephilim tended to come up a lot, especially in conspiracy theories. I would get really excited anytime there was a mention of giants, and I still do, because they're a biblical connection that seems to work their way through a lot of different cultures and histories. So when I was reading this story for the first time and the word Nephilim came up, I got a little excited.
Do you know who the Nephilim are? Oh. Okay.
Sean goes on to say it was this mixing of flesh, the creation of the Nephilim, that led to the biblical flood. The evil that was forming was too great, and God had to reset the world. Sean says that these children of unholy union, this Nephilim, are still among us. He then takes it in the route that most conspiracy theories do, that the elite, the ruling class, are made up of the Nephilim. But most interesting is at the end, Sean claims to have witnessed this. He says he's seen secret government experiments, them mixing flesh, trying to create new breeds of people. He says they even control the internet, they control everything. And with that, his post ends. I know I've brought this up before, but I also just want to clarify again, this was posted on a completely unrelated Reddit post. Someone in r/funny posted a funny comic about potty training, and then boom, an account called Mother Horse Eyes post an entire thing about the Nephilim and Bill Gates and the powers that be, gene splicing, creating new people, and the sons of God and the daughters of men. You don't get this kind of insanity anywhere. It's special. Also, you don't really need to know this yet, but Sean's timeline takes place at the exact same time Nick's does. That will become apparent later. Also, here's a shot of what we got so far, just so you know. Our next entry goes back to the perspective of Ben. Ben is beginning his work as a readjustment specialist and says, one of the most common things you'll see as a readjustment specialist is people constantly self-pleasuring, because these people that have been in hygiene beds for so long have been hooked up to feeds where they can satisfy any impulse they want whenever they want. So once they get into the real world, if they're in conversation with someone and get bored for a half second or slightly uncomfortable, they'll just start making themselves really comfortable. A lot of the early stages of the readjustment process are just getting people used to interacting with other humans, in their real bodies, not in the internet. For our next narrative, we then cut back to the concentration camp. It's done this a few times, balancing Ben and the far future hygiene bed storyline with Trebinka, which is interesting because so far that is the earliest and the latest events on a timeline. We picked back up with the SS officer right after he spoke to the Jew, who explained some of what Dr. Engel and the research team was doing. The officer feels satisfied from the explanation the Jew gave them. Perhaps they're testing some new chemical and they don't want the chemical to leak out. That's why the bodies that get thrown in the burn pit are wrapped up. That night, one of the Ukrainians who work at the camp approached the SS officer and says that he found something outside of Engel's laboratory. It is an extremely unusual human bone, or at least it looks mostly human. It looks like a skull that has too many eye holes and is covered in teeth. The Ukrainian says that the officer should shut down the experiments. The officer has him beaten for telling him what to do. But regardless, the officer agrees with him. Whatever's happening in there after seeing the skull fragment, it should be stopped. However, that night, as the officer lays down in bed, he has a very strange dream. In his dream, he projects out of the bed he's sleeping into some more grand space. He sees glowing tunnels with lines and symbols he's never seen before. Before he is bombarded with visions of images and shapes. Before finally, the truth of the dream is revealed.
Finally, all of these desperate images appeared at once before me and began to rotate around each other as part of a fantastical wheel. Slowly, I began to suspect that by combining them all, some sort of grand secret would be revealed. Just as this notion occurred to me, all the images began to coalesce into one final image of stunning clarity. It was the image of a woman, or something which was mainly a woman, but also other creatures. It was vastly large and seemed to tower over me, miles in the sky. It looked down on me with filmy, inhuman eyes. Her skin was an inhumanly pale, but she wore a crown of exquisite thorn flowers, and blood ran in shimmering red streams down her skin. She was pregnant, vastly pregnant, with a stomach so swollen it was like she sat upon a huge mountain of distended flesh.
Jeez.
I could sense within her belly there was a hive of activity, of something or many things pulsing and squirming feverishly. Soon the belly burst open like a ripe fruit, rivers of blood poured out. A revolting mass of fleshy tubes came spilling out, unraveling and tearing open to set free hundreds of thousands of monstrous infants who were both human and not human, who had the same filmy eye as their mother, who were slathered and dripping with blood.
Of course, this vision the officer sees is Mother. It seems that on handling the remains the Ukrainian had brought him, the officer had physical contact with LSD, and of course this allowed him in his dream to see Mother. He sees her as the combination of several points in time, different realities and images blended together into one shape, the shape of a pregnant mother. Since Trebinka was the first interface, the officer was seeing her just as she gave birth. As the tirade of interfaces, people building monuments for her, even if unknowingly, began to occur. Through the narrative, we have heard of stories in the future for the SS officer, but stories of people feeding flesh to this mother will ultimately result in her giving birth once again. And the monsters that come out of it are things we can never hope to control. Things that are made of the pieces of ourselves we have given her. But don't worry, because right after that, we cut back to the cat story. We begin with the cat describing their experience with the oily ones, or humans. The oily ones are loud, they make noise, they give life to things that shouldn't have life, they have magic, things that move faster than you can see. Of course, the cat is explaining the human advents of technology, which to the cat might as well be magic. And some of the magic seems powerful outside of the cat's control. The cat mentioned seeing small kittens hit by their things or cars, and cats disappear into their domiciles, never to return. The oily ones bring the cats food that does not have to be hunted. And it is the oily ones that show them affection, that care for them as if they were a mother. So how could they, humans, the oily ones, be capable of so much evil and so much kindness? Why are they in one sense a caring mother and in another the agent of destruction, making things that slaughter cats? The cat says that her kitten was killed by the oily ones, and now she is determined to figure out what they are. And she'll figure this out by going into one of their homes through one of their portals. We'll see a little bit more of the cat narrative later in the story, but I think the reason it's here is because it is representative of humanity's interactions with Mother. Just as a cat cannot understand the magic of humanity, humanity cannot understand the magic of Mother. It creates horrible powers that can destroy people in ways we can't comprehend. It's as if we're no more than a kitten that was hit by a car. But if the mother with horse eyes, if Mother is Great Babylon, something that always was and has allowed us to excel in technology and discovery as we have, then that means in a sense Mother is also the thing that cares for us. Mother presents herself as both a savior and our destruction. I mean, it's very clear in a lot of language the cat uses. It calls the doorways to people's homes a portal, just as we call the interfaces that allow travel portals. The cat even specifically says it's as if they are our mother. I've seen some take this to mean that perhaps Mother isn't necessarily malicious. That if the cat story is to be viewed as representative of our relationship with Mother, then it's not like humanities are inventing cars for the purpose to kill cats. We invent cars for another reason, and cats being killed is simply a symptom of that. While we have a greater purpose that is beyond cats' understanding. So, does that mean Mother may have some greater purpose or effect that in the end is good or justified to herself, and the lives that are lost are just a byproduct? I don't think this is necessarily saying Mother is good per se, but I think it does go to say that her existence isn't necessarily malicious. Sure, she certainly has malicious characteristics where those characteristics arise from her presence. Things like mockery of religion or fear and turmoil on people that become a part of the interface, as well as, people being shredded as they pass through an interface. But ultimately, Mother represents inevitability. It is the end point that we are pushing ourselves to, the thing that we keep electing to step in the way of. Sure, there is power and comfort that can be found from her devices, but as long as we choose to play in the road she travels, we'll be ran over like the rest. I believe Mother undoubtedly represents something bad, something we shouldn't trifle with. But that doesn't mean a car that hits a cat is evil, we just shouldn't play in the road. From here we get another description of a child that was in the house with Mother. As the child is in the house, he hears fractured music down the hall. He walks to Mother's room and hears flute music, the same flute music that many have heard and the birds heard when they went through the portal. As the flute music plays, pieces of Mother, the pieces of dead animals, begin to rise and form her shape. Again, this bag of flesh is simply what she appears as to those in the house. Her true face, a face of death recognized. She looks to the child and says, "Child, fetch me my bag. I need flesh." When the child says no, Mother rises, grabs the kid's hair, and begins to slap them. She is consistently violent. When someone turns away from her will, she strikes back with fury. The child cries and hides in the closet until night. After this, we get another post from Nick. Again, the one recording all of these stories. Nick says that he will often find himself waking up in strange neighborhoods or locations around town. places where he has traveled while blackout drunk before he suddenly comes to his senses, a process he refers to as coming back online. He remarks, "I have never emerged from a blackout to find that I have built a convenient spice rack or delivered a moving speech about women's rights. It's always been some calamity." He remarks one occasion where he came back online in the middle of a fight with his parents. After he lost his job due to his alcoholism, he moved back in with his mom and dad, and decided to get drunk one night, get into a fight with them while he was blacked out. And the shame of this and the shame of seeing his mother hurt made him check into rehab.
So I lay in bed in the rehab that first night, listening to the occasional moans of the other patients, asked myself these questions and others. Soon, I found myself returning to the question I had been asking my entire life, one I always retreated to in moments of self-pity, one that seemed to hold some key to my dysfunction, one I'd always been afraid to ask my mom. What about that one summer when you were dead?
So there was a summer Nick remembers when his mother was dead. But she's obviously not dead now. She's alive enough for him to have a fight with her. So what could this mean? What is Nick talking about? Keep that in mind for later. We then return to the conclusion of the concentration camp narrative. The next day after the SS officer had the dream of Mother, the SS officer awakes to find that the Ukrainian that gave him the skull fragment had gone mad and tried to kill Engel and his team. Engel tells the SS officer that it seems the Ukrainian came into contact with LSD. We know this to be true because after the officer touched the LSD, he had the dream of Mother. So the Ukrainian that handed it to him must have came into contact as well. Engel says that there is a new rule: any person who comes into contact with the LSD will be executed. The SS officer decides to keep his exposure to himself and agrees to the terms. The officer thinks that what this chemical is must be some kind of drug that drives people mad. I mean, he can't make sense of the dream of Mother and the spilling entrails, but this doesn't explain the bizarre bone fragment. Something more was still happening. So the weeks pass by and the officer says that he continues to have these dreams. At the same time, the bodies that are being transferred to the burn pit by Engel seem to stop. And at night, when the noises from the rest of the extermination camp had ceased, the men claim to hear strange noises from Engel's laboratory. The officer inspects for himself one night, and sure enough, inside, a rhythmic creaking can be heard. The same kind of noise you hear as a house is settling, the structure moving, the wood, the slight imperfections in it moving against each other. But every 4 seconds, it goes one way, then every 4 seconds, it goes another. Then back and forth and back and forth, and the SS officer realizes the building is breathing. This terrifies the officer. This, in combination with the bone fragments he's seen, all play through his mind as the image of Mother appears once again. Then suddenly, in the midst of these discoveries, in August of 1943, a group of Jewish prisoners broke into the armory and staged a breakout from the camp. This is actually a real thing that happened at Trebinka in August of 1943. When, after the prisoners got access to weapons, they burned down parts of the camp and made a run into the forest. Several of them were rounded up, but around 100 prisoners are believed to have escaped and survived the war. In the midst of this calamity and what would surely be the end of the officer's career, he finds himself drawn to Engel's laboratory. It seems that during the escape, the interior of it had been burnt out. Engel and all of his researchers had been stabbed to death outside of the lab, all except for the Jew. The Jew had just been stabbed in the stomach by one of the guards. It seems that Engel and his men were not killed by the escaping prisoners, but by the Jew in their ranks. It seems the Jewish man used the opportunity of the breakout to kill the entire research team, potentially setting fire to the lab himself. The officer runs up to him as he's bleeding out on the ground. It seems that after his contact with the LSD, after the vision of mothers and these unexplained phenomena happening around this experiment, the officer is only concerned with the answers the Jew can give him. He leans down and cradles the Jewish man's head in his hands. The Jew asks for water, so the officer orders him to be brought some, and then the two have their final conversation.
His lips trembled and he attempted to speak. I cradled his head and leaned close to hear his words.
I know this is not God. I've killed them, but others, you must.
He waited for him to continue. He did not.
Must what?
You've seen her. Your dream is the future.
The mother? The bloody woman?
There is still time to stop her. You must. You must.
And just like that, his life fled from him. The glimmer in his eyes went dull.
So the officer looks beyond the dead man and steps into the burned out lab.
There, mostly hidden in the darkness, was a great inexplicable monstrosity. Everything had been burned and blackened, but still I could see human shapes and forms. Arms, fingers, faces, jawbones, teeth, eye sockets, all burned and reduced to ash clinging to bone. But this was no pile of burned bodies. I had seen piles of burned bodies. I had seen mountains of burned bodies. This was something different. Human parts were coming out of the walls and the floor and ceiling. Arms and legs hung like stalactites. Faces came out of the floor. They were fused together in ways that could not be possible. At seeing this, I was filled with the strongest possible urge to turn away, to back out of the awful laboratory and run for my life, but I heard again the Jew's final words.
You must.
I knew this to be a command.
It seems that a flesh interface was being formed inside of the laboratory, and now it seems we know how to close an interface, burn the flesh. He steps through the charred remains of arms, rib cages, and teeth. Eventually, he comes across a tall, obloid shape. Perhaps this was the first interface, comparably small to others. Perhaps the walls and pieces of flesh around the room were the scientists trying to make it bigger to no avail. This would explain, if this one shape was the interface itself, why there wasn't a ton of incident zones outside of the lab. Maybe the Nazis hadn't figured out how to make it larger yet, something the Japanese would succeed at shortly after this. The officers determined this must be allowed to exist. There has to be a set number of people in the world, at least some in Switzerland and some in Berlin, that know of this chemical and know how to use it in order to make these things come to be. So the officer determines that he will kill as many people as it takes to keep this from ever happening again. The officer ends his narrative by saying, surely there must be a way for me to stop this. Surely I wouldn't have been given this responsibility, this knowledge, if I couldn't do something. But as we know from the rest of the narrative and the potential timelines that come after this, that didn't seem to be the case. So with that, we have the end of the Trebinka narrative. And a lot of the logistics of it, we've already figured out how interfaces are built, how one was being built here. But I think this set piece goes to show more about the true nature of Mother. The world Mother would have for us, the world that we are marching towards, is terrible. But it's not like we have any trouble being terrible on our own. The extermination camp was in full effect before the scientists ever got there. Hundreds of thousands of people were being slaughtered before any were used for an experiment, for an interface. Mother simply passes on the keys of something we were already looking for. Humanity was so determined to find what was behind the veil, to walk into the Holy of Holies. She may be the presence in the room, but we found the room on our own. Because of that, it almost leans into the idea that Mother is warning us of her own nature, of the nature we're stepping into. Come into these yellow sands, or the Korean yelling that you will have the kingdoms of the world if you worship Satan. Mother is telling us exactly what she is. And of course, the people who find these forbidden instances, the thing behind the curtain we were never supposed to see, are the people that had no care for curtains in the first place. When you think about it, Mother hasn't forced anyone's hand. Sure, people were dosed with LSD and became compelled to slaughter tens of thousands to build these portals, but Mother had no hand in that. That was the CIA, that was the Soviet Union giving LSD to see what would happen. Sure, the LSD opens up the revelation of Mother's presence and a world beyond, but that's simply because she is the information of what's beyond. The information doesn't compel people to throw themselves into an interface to build a bridge to her. We do that ourselves. I think the concentration camp is a fitting place for this horde to kick off, at least kick off on a timeline. I'm sure all of us are familiar with the concept of a haunted house. And most stories of haunted houses are normally wrought out of some tragedy. There was a murder here, someone took their own life, and forever haunt the halls. Regardless if you believe in them or not, most people would say there is a haunting presence or a strange sensation to be in a place where a tragedy occurred. If you believe in ghosts, spirits, or demons, most would tie those beliefs to absurd acts of evil. Something I think about a lot when it comes to murder cases, for example, is what the period of time was like after the act took place, when there were two people in a room and now there's only one, to extinguish a soul from this world and stand in the rot of it. That moment of unspeakable quiet, if there was ever a time for something from the supernatural to interact with our world, it had to be in those seconds. So if that's the case for the murder of one person, imagine the horror of a concentration camp, a factory of death. Thousands of people dying every day. Whatever you believe evil is wrought from, man's desire, spirits, wickedness, the devil, it had to be there. If Mother is some impossible presence behind the veil, she didn't need to tell us to come find her. We saw her, we saw what was on the other side, but we progressed regardless. at these mass graves, a haunted house of which the spirits are too numerous to count. The scientists found their key and went looking through the curtain regardless. I also think it's no coincidence that Mother, that is the stand-in for the supernatural, discovery, whatever exists beyond what we know right now. I think it makes sense that we became aware of her at the same time we became aware of hallucinogenics, nuclear bombs, and extermination camps. She is the essence of terrible, and we ran into her right as we ran out of terrible things to do. The next entry changes course just a little bit. It's about a little boy who had a tire swing in his backyard. However, the rope of this tire swing was tied to a branch of non-existence. The tree itself is a nullity, a thing that does not exist, a thing that is void. So it is a paradox that the boy is able to tie a tire swing from it and swing on it. One day, his father tells him to cut the tree down, remarking that the father does not like ontological paradoxes. The boy complains to his mother, and the mother says, "The other day I was weeding the tomato patch and I saw Sammy the cat had gotten into the nullity. When I was trying to get him down, I accidentally gazed into an infinitely branching timeline of events which never happened and never will happen." So it's like an idyllic farm, boy swinging on a tire swing, but there's a tree outside that is a paradox of non-existence that the family is struggling with. The mother remarks, "Why don't you hang the tire swing on something else? Like the, quote, many giant flayed demon penises that grow abundantly in our world and provide our lumber." What was this posted in reply to? It was a reply to r/writing prompts, where the prompt was, in a world where there are no trees, how did society evolve? Someone asking a cute little question in r/writing prompts, and then that. Eventually, the boy relents and cuts the nullity down. For one, this is kind of a funny response to the writing prompt post, because to ask what would humans do without trees is to ask so many related questions of humanity's existence that would have to change. So it's funny to say, well, this is where the tree would be, but the tree's not here. It's just a nullity. But also, I think it points out the ridiculousness of what humanity is going up against, or at least humanity's inadequacy in the face of it. A lot of the narrative has this almost misanthropic, berating tone to the readers. It's as if Mother underlines the hilarity of us going up against something as powerful as her, something as powerful as the discovery of everything. So this is a cutesy bedtime story of a boy who has to cut down the apple tree in his backyard, but it just replaces a couple things with things from the Mother Horse Eyes narrative. Nullities, infinite branching timelines, demon genitalia. It sounds absurd because it is absurd to imagine what our world would be if we really got access to all the things we're looking for. If we had experience with nullities and infinite realities, the world as we know it would simply cease to be, and to imagine it otherwise comes off as comedic. In other words, be careful what you wish for. Our next narrative jumps back to Ben in the far future dealing with the hygiene beds. In the hygiene bed he is opening today, he can tell that within is a hair cocoon. A hair cocoon is what happens when the hair regulators in the hygiene bed mess up. The hair continues to grow for years and years, eventually enshrouding the body inside. Ben is working as a hygiene specialist, and the person they're pulling out today is a woman named Karen Castillo. Karen is 33 years old, and she went into this session when she was 9, meaning she had spent 24 years in a single feed. Ben says the younger a person is when they go in, the less likely they are to acclimate to the real world when they come out, especially their sense of touch, taste, sight, communication. And we learned earlier that after only a few years, it takes a lot of therapy for someone, even an adult, to reacclimate to the real world. So someone that went in at 9 and has been in there for 24 years would almost certainly be a gibbering mess with little hope of recovery. Karen is of course emaciated and her skin looks awful and yellow. I mean, it hadn't seen the outside in 24 years. Ben says hello and asks if Karen can hear him, although he suspects someone whose brain hasn't actually worked with its real senses, again in 24 years, would be capable of understanding him. Karen responds, "Hello, friends," in a soft, broken voice. At the same time, one of the technicians who is taking a blood sample leaves the room. Karen then says, "Is that you, Ben?" Now, for one, it's surprising that Karen can even speak. The fact that she knows Ben and can comprehend that he is a readjustment specialist standing next to her is incredible. He had also only been assigned to her a half hour ago after she was disconnected, so she couldn't have looked up his name. So Ben says he's here and begins to launch into his normal introduction. "You've been disconnected from your feed. You're in a hygiene bed. My name is Ben. I'm a readjustment specialist." And then Karen cuts him off and says she knows all of this and tells him once again to come closer. He remarks how strange Karen appears. She has the voice of a woman on her deathbed, but her features are still untouched since she was 9. There's certainly signs of age, but she still looks remarkably new. He gets closer and Karen says, "You need to help me." Before she says, "A moment ago, one of your technicians placed a small pellet under the skin of my forearm. Within 10 minutes, the pellet's wax coating will melt and release a cardioplegic into my bloodstream, stopping my heart. You must cut it out." Okay, so Karen is showing far more cognizance than anyone else who's come out of a hygiene bed, especially after that long. But it seems the technician earlier that was just drawing blood was actually putting a kill agent into her arm. There's something happening here that Ben has never seen before. We then see a transmission that supposedly came from within the Infraspace, the one Karen was just hooked up to.
User has logged out. General Castillo is gone. She made a real flash narrative. She was clever. She got a lot farther than any of us had any right to. But Q smelled her. Q slew her proxies. Q localized her. Q funneled her paths to 1. Disconnection. It hurts. She was the last of the bread. Our best hope. The ultimate soldiers fighting the final war. She and the other children were supposed to be the answer to Q. But there was no answer to Q. There never will be. Not after 10 trillion heat deaths. Not if every particle in the universe becomes a transistor. And they all cycle together, and the stones themselves cried out. The war of the mind is lost. We lost. Now begins the plague. The plague of the flesh.
So with this, we can put some things together. Karen Castillo is the General Castillo mentioned at the beginning of this entry. She was fighting Q within the internet, within Infraspace, but now that Karen's been disconnected, there's no one left to stop Q. You may have already connected this, and this will be supported more as we go on, but Q seems to be Mother, or at least Mother's presence within the internet or the Infraspace. I mean, it says at the end that now since Q has won, the plague of flesh begins. The plague of flesh, the world covered in one continuous mass of flesh, data exchanged across it, being the eventual endpoint of Mother. The remark that says there will be no answer to Q and ends by saying the stones themselves cried out is once again a reference to the Bible. When the Pharisees are speaking to Jesus in Luke chapter 19, and they tell Jesus to rebuke his disciples, Jesus responds and says, "I tell you that if these should hold their peace, the stones would immediately cry out." Jesus is saying that if there is no one left to proclaim the truth, then the world itself, the stones themselves, would proclaim that truth. Again, pointing back to biblical symbols of Q being the inevitable, the great thing we've all been pushing towards for humanity's history, the thing we're all from. So Karen wasn't in a hygiene bed because she was obsessed with the constant rush of dopamine and stimulation like everyone else. She was in there as one of the bread, one of the children who were made to fight Q. We'll learn more about them later, but all we need to know for now is that since Karen is no longer hooked up to Infraspace, things are going to get even worse for the future hygiene bed timeline thing than they already have. Our next post takes us back to Sean. Sean being the black man in rehab who espoused beliefs in things like the Black Israelites. He opens by saying, "Hitler did the right thing," which again insert Kanye reference. Of course, Sean feels this way because he believes the Jews to be tricksters and that he himself is one of the true Jewish people. Sean goes on to say that he learned about a lot of this from his wife. He espouses disbelief in evolution and the Holocaust, and he said his life with his wife was good for a while. He had 2 kids, a boy and a girl, but his addiction got the better of him. He would go out for days at a time, saying he was looking for something. Something just kept calling to him to keep searching for more. It seems that Sean is in rehab because his addiction got the better of him. He began to sell his personal belongings. He would be gone from the house for a week at a time, getting what money he could to buy and use drugs before he would come home and then eventually go on another bender. 4 years ago, he came back from one of these benders to find that his wife and kids were gone. He only saw them one time after this on a Skype call, and says he's determined to stay sober because he wants to get his family back. But then similar to his first post, he says something interesting in the final lines.
Things happen out there that nobody knows about. They think nobody cares. Nobody cares. You might see a van pull up and some guys get out. If you look like I looked, some basehead, they don't even care if you see what they do. They're Nephilim. Come to our side of town to feast on the flesh of Israel. I watched them. Children of fallen angels. I saw what they built. I never want to see it again.
So in the first post, he said that he had witnessed these government agents building something, making Nephilim. And now he says that he's seen those Nephilim, the half-human, half-angel people, come and feast on the flesh of Israel. Now, feasting on flesh should be familiar to us. By Israel, Sean is referring to other black people. So he's saying he saw these Nephilim, or humans he believes to be half-angel, come into the city and feast on the flesh of locals, all in order to build something. It's quite possible, even though Sean didn't know what he was looking at, that he came across the construction of a flesh interface. We'll get more from Sean as the story continues. In our next post, we get an account from Nick. And Nick, the guy that's writing all of this, the guy that is running the Mother Horse Eyes account, is in rehab with Sean. That's why earlier I mentioned both of them are at the same point in the timeline. And immediately, Nick cannot stand Sean. He opens by saying, it's not often you meet a black Jew. It's even less often that you meet a black Jew who believes in Jesus, and it's that much rarer to meet an anti-Semitic black Jew who believes in Jesus. He then says, don't you love it when a disagreement over laundry turns into a 30-minute fact-free lecture about the end of days, FEMA camps, and the mark of the beast? He complains to the floor manager, and the floor manager just tells him to be accepting, try to open up to Sean. And Nick remarks, I'll concede that it is possible he could become a cool guy if he only stopped believing in everything he believes in and believed in entirely different things. Nick goes on to say that what he really hates is AA. He can't stand Alcoholics Anonymous. Primarily because Nick does not believe in God, but he says everything within AA is geared towards God. He thinks it's ridiculous that all of the 12 steps and all of the things you're supposed to do to recover from your addiction center around a God that's not real. He remarks that it would be like getting cancer and going to the best hospital in the country and the doctor hands you a voodoo doll and tells you to sacrifice a chicken. If anything, he commends Sean because unlike AA, Sean is upfront about all of his stupid beliefs. He ends the post by saying, Sean told me that white people are the children of Esau. We're Gentiles, but we can still get into heaven if we aid the children of Israel. I let him borrow the charger of my laptop, so I guess I'm covered. Nick is obviously important to the story as he is the one that is seeing all of this and posting it online for us to read. For a reason we don't know yet, he has access to all of these false histories and potential futures. All of these first-person accounts are being transmitted into his mind. And let's not forget to mention earlier that for a while, he believed his mother was dead. So we'll see more of these two as the story continues. Now, we cut back to Ben and Karen right after Karen told Ben that a poisonous capsule has been put into her arm. Upon hearing this, Ben relaxes. Oh, this woman clearly thinks she's still inside the feed. Stuff like that is completely normal within the feed. People will enact these scenarios where there's some high-stakes spy or in a battle for the sake of humanity. So hearing a woman come out of the feed and say, oh, there's a poison capsule that's been planted in my arm is perfectly normal. She tells Ben to scan it and see for himself. Ben asks Karen calmly, do you know where you are? And she says, I've been disconnected. Now this is weird because Karen both knows she's in the real world but still believes in the poison capsule in her arm. Again, Ben doesn't yet realize what Karen is. So they put Karen on a gurney and begin to take her out of the building. Ben remarking to the others that she's still in a feed dream. Karen was trying to speak louder, but her voice hadn't been used in 24 years. It was little more than croaking unless you leaned in really close. When they get to the elevators, a lion, the tech who had taken the blood earlier, or as we know, put the capsule in Karen's arm, a lion is standing there and says an elevator is on its way. Karen sees him and begins to say his name, indicating that he is the one that put the capsule in. Ben is uncomfortable about all of this, but he, Karen on the gurney, a lion, and a couple other techs begin to make their way down the elevator. As Ben is thinking to himself, he looks over at the elevator and sees that they are on floor 238. To put that into perspective, the Burj Khalifa, the tallest building in the world, has 163 floors. So these apartment blocks that the hygiene beds are stored in, and not even an especially tall one, or at least it's not mentioned to be, has at least 238 floors, or 75 more floors than the tallest building in our world. And we don't even know that 238 is the top floor. It could be much higher. How did humanity build these massive structures to put hygiene beds in so quickly? Things to keep in mind for later. As Ben is looking around the elevator, he looks on Karen's bed and sees a small spot of blood. Now, this spot of blood could have been from where a lion took a blood sample, but the spot was too low on the arm for that. Once again, Ben gets more suspicious. He asks what the blood could be from, the other techs seem disinterested, and a lion doesn't react at all. Ben then leads forward and feels on Karen's arm, and sure enough, there's a nodule underneath her skin. This is very weird. 30 minutes ago, Ben got put on this assignment. The woman who comes out after an extremely long time hooked up to a feed starts talking about poison pellets being put under her arm, and now it seems she might be right, and that would mean the other technician with him has tried to kill this woman for some reason. As Ben is standing in the elevator feeling Karen's arm, he looks up and a lion is staring directly at him. The two of them hold eye contact for a moment. Ben had mentioned earlier that he had served in the military, and on instinct, he begins to reach for a rifle that isn't there. Any other time he was in a life or death scenario, his sense was to grab for the grip of his rifle. Of course, his rifle wasn't there, so he just pulled his hand up to his chest. At the same time, a lion reaches for his hip and grabs a real gun. Immediately, Ben jumps across the gurney, grabbing the pistol, trying to keep a lion from drawing it. The other technicians are terrified, and of course, Karen's in no position to do anything. Ben and a lion get into a scuffle with the gun somewhere between them. Eventually, a shot goes off, hitting a lion somewhere on the body. Without hesitation, Ben grabs the pistol, puts it to a lion's forehead, and fires. He had just killed another technician over a circumstance that he can hardly believe. And that is all we get of Ben and Karen's story for now. I've said it before, and I'll say it again. It is so impressive how this story juggles so many standalone cool pieces all at the same time. Any one of these would be a cool story on their own, but the fact that they're all happening at once is that much more impressive, and they all connect to one narrative. So we leave Ben with a blood-stained gun in an elevator with the woman he just met, who for some reason the technician he had just murdered was trying to kill. We then switch to a narrative that is very different from any of the other ones we've come across up until this point, and that is the narrative of the old crone. To put it into perspective, the reason I've had this ... right here since I pulled the timeline up is because this story is prehistory. There's no accurate way to put it on a timeline because it seems to be before people were keeping track of years. I like how I say that as if this whiteboard is some well thought out elaborate plan and not something I decided to do as I was recording. The old crone narrative goes back to ancient lost times when people only existed in small tribes. The narrative being told from the perspective of one of the tribesmen. The tribe makes their way around a river they referred to as Mother River, which yes, mother, connection to the greater mother of the story, we'll get to that. But the tribe marches along the river singing songs about the river and berries. The most complex piece of technology they seem to have are spears and a flute. Which yes, flute player, flute music is what's heard on the other side of the portal and the music that mother makes. Again, we'll get to that. But the people are singing the songs of father and the deeds. The deeds are never described, but they seem to be the closest thing these people have to a history or a religion. A set of events that happened in the past that they base themselves off of. As the people are walking along the river, they find an old woman, or as the tribesman refers to her, an old crone, huddled alone in a bush. The tribe is very cautious of outsiders. The tribesman who is narrating this says that even when strangers were friendly, they didn't respect father or the deeds. The tribesman is immediately suspicious of her. The tribe itself doesn't like strangers. Even when they're friendly, they don't know the names of the fathers or of the deeds. And it seems this is in a time when violence is persistent and resources are scarce. This old woman was naked and cut up, and some of the women in the tribe begin to clothe her and rub special mud, the closest thing they have to medicine, on her wounds. The crone begins to speak and says that she came from the river. She does not have a mother or father, but was born from Mother River itself. The tribe does not like this, as according to the deeds, they were the people that came from the river. And this was a time long ago, not now. The crone says she was with another group that the tribe was friendly with, the Painted Backs. But the Painted Backs had been killed and she was the lone survivor. And now she asked this tribe to take her with them. As the old woman once again remarks that she is the daughter of the river, the people become upset and decide to leave her. So the crone walks over to the river and tells everybody to watch. She reaches down into the water and pulls out 3 clams. She opens the clams and within them are 3 pearls. She remarks that since she is the daughter of the river, if the tribe takes care of her, the river will bless them. The people are astounded by this and begin to remark that she might be the daughter of the river and they should take her with them. This section ends with the tribesman remarking that he believes the crone put the pearls into the clams herself. There's a lot here that I'll get into once this narrative has concluded, but you're already probably putting together some pieces. The old crone says she is from Mother River. She presents herself to the people with all of these beautiful gifts that Mother can give them. So they bring her in because it is pleasurable, it feels good. And if you draw that comparison to other comparisons of mother figures in this story offering people things, probably won't end well. After this, we get another entry from Nick. This post opens once again with Nick talking about addiction. Speaking of how addicts will set barriers for themselves, thinking, I won't go that far, but when they inevitably do, they just move the goalpost and say, well, I actually won't go that far. He says addiction will plow through money, career, marriage, home, family, goals, art, religion, dignity, safety, health, sanity, parents, children, life itself. You'll pretend that you can walk away, but you never do. Whatever promise you make, that will be the promise you break. What's interesting about some of Nick's posts is it seems it doesn't have to do with the greater narrative. Like most of what Nick is posting on the Mother Horse Eyes account are these visions he's been receiving of different points in the past and future. But then this post was made in response to a post on r/relationships where someone was talking about their brother-in-law struggling with addiction. So it's like in the midst of him finding these popular boards, maybe finding a post that's vaguely related to the thing he's going to talk about, and then posting these stories that have fallen into his head, he's also just scrolling through Reddit talking about his addiction. This post doesn't have anything to do with the mother or flesh interfaces or futures or histories. It's just Nick talking about his struggle. We then get another post from the perspective of the cat. The majority of this account is the cat describing how it hunts a mouse, talking about how there is a needed subtlety and patience when hunting a mouse that can be used to find out more about the oily ones, and the cat's determination to know why they both feed and kill cats. The cat remarks that to learn of the oily ones, she will enter into one of their domiciles, a domicile that has several small portals that her kind travel in and out of. Or in other words, the cat is going to go into the house of a cat lady that has a bunch of doggy doors the cats go in and out of. The cat remarks that cats that enter are changed. They are fat and stupid and have lost their subtlety. They wouldn't even know how to catch a mouse. Again, if this is representative of humanity's relation with mother, then you can take this as the hygiene beds, or any comfort found in technology. The mother offers them things that they want, and people take it until they've lost the ability to exist outside of the space. I've been jumping around in the post a little bit to try to wrap up some loose ends as we're talking about them, so for now we'll move ahead and wrap up the cat narrative. Skipping to post 60, we see the perspective of the cat lady that the cat is about to enter into the house of. Her account is disgustingly cheerful, talking about how she wakes up to the smell of fresh biscuits, and how the day is bright and cheery and everything's perfect. She seems to have conversations with the many cats in her house, filling in what she believes they are saying, which she gives the cats names like Chester Barrington and assumes them to speak in like a posh Victorian dialect, which again, annoying. The lady loves all of her cats and believes that they love her just as much. And after speaking to all of the cats that are normally in her house, a new cat enters, one that reminds her of her long-lost cat, Angelica. Of course, this cat that enters is the cat that has been writing our narrative. This cat has never been inside before, and the final post of the cat's narrative switches between the cat's perspective and the lady's perspective. The cat remarks that the interior of the house is utterly bizarre. There's no trees, no grass, nothing that the cat is used to. While the lady remarks that this cat is wonderful and reminds her of Angelica and she's happy to see her, the cat remarks how disgusting this place is and says, quote, all of them, the oily one and our kind, are monstrously swollen and distorted. The oily one in particular reeks of corruption and disease and death. So the cat thinks she is fat and smelly. The cat describes the house as several spaces within itself, of course referring to the different rooms of a house. The cat is hungry but cautious to take the lady's food. Eventually hunger overtakes the cat and she decides to stay there until she figures out the secret of the oily one. The cat has this funny remark when it says, she has an awful face, fleshy face and giant, pale eyes. She often sings like a bird, abomination. Because the cat understands birds, so this thing mimicking them seems like a blasphemy. Eventually, the cat becomes determined to visit the one room of the house she's not allowed in, the oily one or the lady's bedroom. So she will gain access there to figure out the lady's true secrets, while the lady just remarks that she's delighted to have this cat around. The cat at one point says something interesting. It says, the oily one came to me with food and I found myself crying out to her, as if I was a little kitten again, as if she was my mother. What has happened to me? How could I regard this horrid creature as my mother? I knew that I would have to become a part of this abomination to unravel its mysteries, but this is too much. I want to leave, to go back to the world, to go back to the fresh air and light. I must gain access to the hidden space soon or I will go mad. I am losing myself. The cat is delighted at the things this mother brings her, but she is losing herself as she takes its offerings. Eventually, the cat gets into the bedroom, and as the lady is asleep, the cat remarks, there were no answers in the hidden space. None at all. Just more weird shapes and bad smells. There was nothing that seemed of any significance. I discovered nothing at all. Perhaps Pompeii was lucky to pull back the curtain and find nothing. So with no answers, the cat leaves. The lady is devastated by this. She thought she found a cat like her lost Angelica. And she is saddened to the point of death that this new Angelica has decided to leave. The cat leaves the lady's house satisfied that she will never understand. Again, I think this cat narrative is representative of Mother and humanity's interactions with her. And again, while I understand the reading can imply from that alone that Mother is benevolent and just wants to help us and her ways are just beyond our understanding, I think there's enough contradictory evidence in the story to say that she isn't a good thing. But again, perhaps the cat narrative points to the idea that she isn't a bad thing either. She simply is. And as we continue to push towards her, we will lose ourselves and face our own destruction. It is not her pushing this reality on us, it's us doing it to ourselves. Perhaps this ending of the cat is a hint at what humanity should do. We've tapped on the glass, we've caught a glimpse of what's on the other side, and we should walk away recognizing that it's nothing we want. Whereas, if the cat would have stayed in the house, it would have become like all the other cats, lost to itself and dependent on forces it couldn't understand. A lot of this story is subjective, so if you wanted to use this narrative as evidence that perhaps Mother has our best interest, I wouldn't blame you on that. I just think it takes a lot of restructuring of other portions of the story. You know, like being composed of dead animals, beating children within the house. Sure, as mentioned earlier, the construction of the interfaces and our attempts to get to the other side were our own doing. But with all of the rot she carries with her, the horrible symptoms that surround her, I certainly wouldn't call her a force of good, but I could see her being argued as not a force of evil, simply a force. From here, we cut back to Ben and Karen, right after Ben killed Elian in the elevator. The other two techs hit the emergency stop and got out on the nearest floor, and Ben immediately moves to cut the pellet out of Karen's arm. What's also interesting about Mother Horse Eyes is the writing is starkly different depending on who's talking. When the SS officer was talking, everything was very exact. The evils were described with an objectivity. When Sean is talking, it's much more sporadic and panicked. And in Ben's writing, he is quite sassy. Like, for example, when the techs got out of the elevator, Ben says, "I tried to explain to them about the poison pellet in Karen's arm, but they didn't stick around to consider the merits of my argument." Or when he's about to cut the pellet out, he tells Karen that he will, and then says, Karen's head jiggled in a way that could be construed as nodding. Good enough. Not only is the author, Mother Horse Eyes, doing a great job at balancing all these competing storylines, but he manages to adapt different writing styles for each one that are appropriate for the setting. Again, one of a kind. Please read it for yourself. So after the pellet's cut out, and sure enough, there was a pellet there, Ben asks, "What now? I'm on the 200th something floor of this building. Someone definitely heard that gunshot. The two techs are certainly going to get help. And now I have a dead body and a woman that can't move." Again, going back to Ben's sassiness, I called the emergency service on my set and told it what happened. It told me that officers would be sent over immediately. I tried to explain about the pellet, but this seemed to confuse it. It asked me if the pellet was armed. Ben says that Karen can't communicate verbally, but there is a way she can communicate, through the feed. See, people have to undergo augmentation in order to have their consciousness uploaded to the Infraspace, and you can wirelessly connect one set to another. Ben seems to have some augmentation, not enough to be hooked up to the feed, but enough to communicate to Karen's feed. So Karen begins to communicate to Ben through text messages. First thing Karen says is, "Don't call the police. The police are coming. We have to leave." Ben says, "What?" And Karen responds, "Q controls tech, controls police. Police will kill you. We must go." Ben asks who Q is, and Karen says, "The adversary." Now, I've already made the connection that Q is Mother. And earlier in the story, Mother has been referred to as the adversary. The title of adversary is once again a biblical reference. In the Bible, Satan, or the devil, is often referred to as the adversary. As a matter of fact, the word Satan translates to opponent or adversary. Again, drawing connections of the Mother, of Q, of the devil within this world, all being one and the same. Ben asks why they want to kill her, and Karen says, "I am one of the bread." Ben, now using the internet, asks his system, "What is the bread?" His set tells them that the bread are a group of exploit experts, or effectively people that have found ways to change things within the Infraspace. They were thought to have been kidnapped at a young age by a shadowy group. The bread believe that the feed realms and Infraspace have been taken over by a malicious force. The bread believe in the possibility of a fascistic singularity. Singularity is the thing I mentioned earlier, that technology will get to a point we can no longer control it. And the fascistic element implies that a single entity will be in control of that technology. Of course, we know that to be Q or Mother. People that believe in a coming singularity, or occult singularians as the set describes them, regard the bread as the leaders of the new 12 tribes of Israel. Again, more biblical symbolism. In the book of Revelation, it says that the 12 tribes of Israel will return. So people that believe in the singularity believe that the bread are going to be God's chosen people who rise up and defeat Q. Also, I am being very cool and brave about it because I've been sitting with this story for so long. But yes, I do think this is insanely awesome how it combines body horror with biblical themes, with CIA conspiracies, with future possibilities and unhistory. If you hate every aspect of this story, I don't care. This is for me. A funny note is Ben asks if the bread are real or a part of an online narrative. And his set tells him that the bread are featured in many narratives, but they are reported to hard exist. Which hard exist is a funny way to say IRL. Like, sure, things exist in the feed realms, but they hard exist outside of the feed realms. Karen asks if she can tap through Ben's gate set, or the set he's using to communicate and talk to the internet. At the same time, Ben hears footsteps down the hallway. He peeks his head out and then ducks it back in just in time for a cop to shoot a bullet at the elevator. Karen continues messaging, saying, I know Q, ruthless. She'll spoof calls to emergency, multiple calls, say you're an active shooter. Let me through the gate now. You want to die? So Ben allows Karen into a set, which allows her to take control of the building. At this, the elevator door slams shut and the elevator shoots down. As the elevator is going down, again, 200 floors, and once again, Ben has a sassy remark about this. As the elevator plunged down through the building, I tried to understand the implications of it all. It was horrifying and raging. All this time, my entire life, without me knowing it, elevators have had a secret faster speed that they don't tell us about. Those bastards. Karen says that they must lure them, that they will fire into the elevator. So Karen stops on the floor and tells Ben to move her body out of the doorway. And sure enough, as soon as the doors open, the police began to fire wildly into the elevator. The doors shut again and the elevator continues down. Karen sends another message to Ben. Silver van, parking lot 17A, 20 meters, please take me, please. Karen is so adept at using the feed realm, she can see everything. She can control everything in the building at a whim. She can see through all the cameras. And she has their entire route plotted out. They get to the lower parking garage and Ben expects the van to pull up for them. It seems in this future, most vehicles are self-automated. Karen then remarks, you must get me wired. I don't want to get fingerprints on its presence. He remarks that he doesn't know how to do that, and a manual appears called How to Establish a Physical Link to Your 2039 Hauhua Luxury Chariot. He physically wires her into the car as Karen disables the elevator so they're not followed. As he does, the van doors open and Karen messages him to get in. Karen asks Ben to secure her body, and as soon as he does, Karen says, sorry, must go, and the van peels out of the parking spot, throwing Ben across the car. When they get out of the parking garage, the entire building has been surrounded by police. The van coming to a stop as the police yell demands. Karen tells Ben to wait, and Ben asks, wait for what? And Karen simply replies, air. From Ben's time in the military, he had experience using his set in combat. Military weaponry was so advanced that the sets could be used to call in things like airstrikes. Ben's set still has the capability for that use even if it's been disabled, but it seems that Karen has re-enabled it. Because as Karen is operating things through Ben's set, suddenly an airstrike hits all of the police out front. And as the smoke clears, Karen drives through the rubble. We also learned that the city this is taking place in is a futuristic Atlanta. An Atlanta that Karen had somehow just got clearance to launch a drone strike within. Or, hardline the commands without clearance. Ben remarks, the level of access required to do that was unimaginable. It meant completely basing the DoD systems. It was beyond any exploit collective. It was beyond governmental. It was planetary. It was God level. I was sitting in a van with an Infraspace god. So with that, Ben and Karen begin to drive out of the city. Again, all the vehicles at this point are self-automated. So as Karen is driving the van, every other vehicle is ordered to move lanes to allow them through. Ben says, I had seen people pull access stunts before, like changing the music in a club or turning off the lights in a restaurant, but what she had done was outright sorcery. She had taken control of the elevator, the car, the drone, the other cars on the highway, all within seconds. Ben begins to think about the implications of this. He had shot a man in an elevator, and now he was with someone who had just killed dozens, if not 100 cops. He is sure he is going to be executed for this and begins to panic. But then he begins to think that this woman that he just met 30 minutes ago, whatever she is, a woman in a body that can't stand, see, and can barely hear or speak, whatever she is, it's his best chance at getting out of here. The two have a conversation that goes as follows.
A message from her appeared on my set.
Sorry about all that. Had to hurry.
Sorry, that was Rich. I asked her where we were going.
Upstate New York. What's there? Our objective. What's our objective? A way to defeat Q. Hard to explain.
I wondered if she was insane. She was responsive and lucid, but she was also capable of murder. She would probably get rid of me as soon as she could.
So you want me to come with you? I'd like it. I need physical help. You killed like 100 cops back there. The whole world is going to be looking for us. No, they won't. You don't think so? This isn't. Yeah, I kind of read that. No, I kind of read like she was like looking around,
Likes being sassy. Yeah.
No, they won't. You don't think so? This is in the feed realm. They take kills pretty seriously in the real world. I do too, but they'll be too busy to look for us. Busy with what? Q. What's Q gonna do? You will find out. 4 minutes. Just tell me. You wouldn't believe me.
He says that it's illegal to connect children to long-term feeds, but there are rumors of countries like China hooking up infants, trying to create people that are truly one with the internet. And even with older children, most of them become drooling, incapable of consciousness outside of the infraspace. Of course, in comparison, Karen is very different. She is smart in ways Ben didn't think possible. Karen then sends Ben a message that just says, "Don't look back." At the same time, a massive brightness begins to fill the inside of the car. After a few seconds, the light dims, Ben opens his eyes and turns around, just in time to see the aftermath of a nuke that hit Atlanta. It seems that Q had dropped a nuke on the city, and as he's looking, the shockwave hits. It rattles the inside of the car with a massive roar. They're several miles away now, but still close enough to feel the impact's presence. This is what Karen meant by "they'll be too busy to look for us," as Q has attacked a major city, and as we'll find out shortly, it wasn't the only one. Ben watches the smoke rise, the city covered in ash, and begins to sob as he turns away, the van moving to somewhere where hopefully they can stop Q. That's all for Ben and Karen for now, but we'll pick up with them later. At this point, there's a one-off reply from the Mother Horseye's account that isn't a direct narrative, but is interesting. While the topic of discussion is a picture of the statue Lucifer Morningstar by Paul Fryer, someone replies to the picture saying, "He tempts Jesus in the desert, doesn't he?" Which is in reference to the temptation of Jesus I mentioned back in the Iwo Jima portion of the narrative. You know, when the Korean quoted that story by saying the devil took Jesus up to the mountain. Well, Mother Horseye's replies to that question and says, "There's a whole debate about the translations. There's not really a personification of evil in the Bible. I believe Satan translates to adversary, which could be anyone, not necessarily some supremely evil being. It's really interesting if you want to look it up." Which again ties into the idea of Mother not really being some supremely evil being, just a personification of everything we're going up against. Our next entry takes us back to the prehistory narrative of the old crone. Right after the tribe that walked by Mother Water had taken her with them, the crone begins to tell the tribe stories of many things and people she's seen. However, one day, one of the women in the tribe disappear. She was with them as they went to sleep and was gone the next morning. Some of the women said they saw Rhina go with the crone into the Rocky Lands, a land that the tribe normally doesn't visit, and that the night prior, Rhina had fallen asleep next to the crone. So of course the accusation of what happened to Rhina fell on her. As the people began to accuse her, she says that the same thing happened to the Painted Backs, the group she was with before. She says that amongst the Painted Backs, the women began to disappear night after night, till eventually the men, the warriors, began to disappear as well. Eventually they were set upon by a group of strangers, who the woman describes as monstrous men, as white as cave fish, able to take the form of the eagle and the lion, powerful with evil and cruelty. She was protected as she was the daughter of Mother River, but the rest of the tribe she was with was wiped out. Of course, this makes the tribe very scared. The men begin to shout that the crone is bad luck, that she must harbor evil spirits, and these spirits are now set amongst their people. The crone said that the evil was not her fault, and that in fact, the evil came from Mother River. Of course, the tribe, who all but worships Mother River, did not like this. They got so mad that one of the men picked up a rock and threatened to just kill the crone where she stood. The crone says that Mother River brings both luck and evil, and if you wanted to accept the luck, you had to take the evil that comes with it. Of course, the tribe doesn't like this answer. Nothing like this had ever been mentioned by the deeds. So the tribe decides to leave the crone behind and continue on the river. However, despite leaving the crone behind, that next night, another girl disappears. So it seems that this evil is still there, and the crone wasn't responsible. And since she's the only one who might know what's going on, the men go back to get her. I and another man were chosen to go back down the river and find the old crone. She was still at the bend where we had left her, staring into the glittering waters. She smiled as we came to her and asked what we must do. We'll continue this tribe narrative later, but again, you probably see some connections. This mother river is something that offers both luck and bad luck. If you want the blessings it gives, you must take the bad with the good. Our next narrative is once again from Nick, speaking on his addiction. He opens by saying, if you are horribly burned in a fire, you can take drugs to relieve the pain. If you shatter your spine, you can take drugs to relieve the pain. And if you are addicted to drugs and your life has turned to utter and total shit, you can take drugs to relieve the pain. He says that the basic mechanism of addiction is the need to feel better now rather than to feel better later, because the agony of now makes later seem too far away. He remarks how people often perceive drug addicts in cities in the wrong light. He says that it's not that these people lack self-discipline, there's just been a reordering of priorities. Things like showering, clean clothes, or a job all become secondary to the drug. Nick says if showering and clean clothes got you drugs, then they would walk around looking like a detergent commercial. But they don't need clean clothes, they don't need showers, they need drugs because the drug is the solution to everything. Remarking that self-disciplined people are often the ones that fall into drug addiction, because these are the people that believe they need to control their feelings. They seek to eliminate underperformance, and when their own self-discipline isn't enough, they will turn to outside influence. So once you're in the cycle, how is it possible to get out when you're so far gone? This was a standalone post made by Mother Horseeyes in r/addiction. Once again, it doesn't seem to be a greater narrative, just Nick's own personal struggle. Our next entry takes us back to the records of the CIA. Remember the skin ship that was mentioned earlier in the North Korea segment? Well, we're about to learn about the first time that the government saw one firsthand. In 1991, one day out of nowhere, a massive presence appeared in Infraspace. Again, we know that Infraspace is what eventually leads to the feed realms and the mass internet conglomeration that people throw themselves into. But it seems in this timeline, by 1991, there was a primitive version of it, ones that governments were using. One day in 1991, a mass presence appeared, and over the course of a few hours, it breached multiple government systems. And then, as quickly as it appeared, it disappeared. Then over a decade later, the same signal starts to appear again, breaching into multiple systems that use the Infraspace and stealing whatever data it wished. This was far more advanced than any other government was capable of. It didn't seem to be a simple hack, especially because it wasn't targeting one government. It seems that everyone was victim to these breaches. And every time a new firewall was created to keep it out, it just broke through. Eventually, world powers figured out that all of this information was being bounced off of satellites and transmitted to somewhere in the middle of the ocean. Every time ships would race out to see where this information was being transmitted to, nothing was there. Until one day an attack occurred and the information was going to somewhere in the Atlantic, conveniently right next to where the Royal Navy frigate happened to be. The Royal Navy gets to where this information is supposedly going, but no one's there. However, the warship picks up a massive signal on their sonar. The writer asks if it was an accident. If it was an accident that this thing that was gathering data just so happened to be near a warship. Before remarking, no, I think it wanted us to see. Personally, I think it has guided every step of its interaction with us, slowly revealing itself as its powers have developed. It's sad. Some of the others believed that we were valiantly struggling against it. But I don't think we were ever struggling against it any more than a rat struggles against a maze. From the depths of the ocean rises something known as a skin ship, or at least what became known as a skin ship. An enormous mountain of flesh. A skipper describes it as a large stewed tomato, rather ugly. Its size was so massive that it dwarfed the warship. A latticework of huge purple veins run between the holes, pumping dark globular objects along the structure's surface. A giant amalgamation of flesh, an internal floating flesh interface. It had 12 thin appendages beneath it, each as long as the structure itself. Shortly after this, as with every other portal, the large metal cylinders appeared in the sky. The metal cylinders were there for just over 3 minutes, flickering in and out of reality. Shortly after this, the mountain of flesh dived back beneath the surface. After the skin ship left, samples of the water were taken. In the water, there was a lot of human DNA that could be tracked back to specific people. These samples proved that this skin ship was related to the Arcticus portal that appeared underwater off the coast of Antarctica, with the final lines of the entry remarking, "So in the end, it turned out we had built it. We had built Q." So the government builds an interface off the coast of Antarctica. It leads to the massive underwater portal mentioned earlier that had mass segmentation of whales. It led to the chitinous cruciforms appearing, and it seems over the years it had got bigger and bigger, eventually becoming so big that it was gathering information from every world power that tapped into the infraspace, and with the final lines remarking that this was the first step towards Q. So we know that Mother Horse Eyes, or Mother as she appears, is the fusion between technology and biology, or at least the things we're building that lead towards Mother is a fusion of technology and biology. Eventually, Q becomes the presence that seems to take over the feed realms, so we can assume that these interfaces, these skin ships, these portals that are being created, work as a sort of information highway, perhaps working off of the consciousnesses of everything, all the flesh that is amassed within it. This is how North Korea was able to create such a powerful portal. They figured out how to build a skin ship using whales and maintain it underwater. And it seems that these metal cylinders that appear in the sky are a sort of transmission system. Every time a large portal appears, every time there's enough information, they appear for a while, floating in and out of reality, supposedly transmitting whatever signals the portal has put together, and then disappear once the transfer is complete. This flesh technology would eventually lead to the creation of the infraspace and the existence of the feed realms. Again, all Mother had to do was hand us the keys, and we did the rest ourselves. This very presence that steals data from all across the world was created by the CIA at an Antarctic base many decades ago. Our next account seems to be from a young girl, but this time not one that was passed through an interface, but one that underwent a different process. This young girl seemed to grow up in a home for orphans, and while at the children's home, the children began going on field trips twice a week. This seems to be in the early days of the feed realm technology, which for the timeline seems to be around 2014. The children were taken to a sort of arcade where they could play a feed realm game called Children of the Forest, which was a game where you would walk through the woods and fight enemies. Most of the children get frustrated after the first 20 levels, but our little girl, about 8 years old at the time, keeps progressing further and further. Eventually, she gets to the final boss of the game, an entity known as the Ancient Queen. The Queen is in this big Gothic castle. At every level before, you could see the castle in the distance, and as you progressed, the castle got closer. The young girl gets further and further through the game, getting to level 100, 200, 300. She remarks that every branching path had 40 choices, and they would all happen at once. Plus, you had to memorize enemy attack patterns, know when to strike. In comparison, the closest any other kid got was level 40. Eventually, the people curating these field trips just let this young girl come and play whenever she wants. This made all the other kids jealous, and they began to shun her, but the little girl didn't care. She enjoyed the game, and this just meant she got to play more. She started sleeping at the game plays. First thing she did when she woke up was start playing the game, and she would play it until she went to bed. The people encouraging her to play wanted her to so much that they began to feed her while she was playing so that she never had to exit the game. The young girl remarks that the game had this weird flute-like music. One night she awoke to hear it playing down the hall. Thinking someone was playing the game, she went out to see who it was, but no one was there. It turns out the sound of the flutes were in her head. Despite her playing for weeks and months, she was never able to make it to the Ancient Queen. But throughout the game, the Ancient Queen would taunt the character constantly, and the young girl became obsessed with the idea of defeating her. She became so adept at the game that sometimes she would just clear her mind and would play on autopilot. She would think about the Ancient Queen constantly, this evil she can never reach. At one point remarking, "It's strange, but sometimes I imagined her as looking like my mother. That strange face that I barely remembered." After a few months, this young girl was given the surgery to install her direct sense jacks. After playing the direct feed sense game, she completely forgot about the Ancient Queen game. Because one is playing the game, the other is being in the space. She remarks, "I found a beautiful, wonderful world where I was powerful beyond belief, where I wasn't just some little girl who lived in a home and didn't have any friends." She then informs us that the group that took the kids from the home and allowed them to play the game and eventually groomed her into being really good at the game was the CIA. So this girl, years later, goes through the CIA files and finds a copy of the game. She says that it looks like she got past level 800. She bots it to see what happens at the end, to see what happens when you finally make it to the Ancient Queen. Before she remarks, it turns out that there is no ending. You get to level 1024 and it just resets. You never meet the Ancient Queen. What's worse, finding out there is no Ancient Queen or finding out there is one? Oh, this is so good. Oh, it's so good. Oh, it's so good. Was Pompeii lucky that there was no god behind the veil? What's worse, finding out there is an Ancient Queen or there isn't one? So let's backtrack for a moment and figure out what the CIA's role is in this. The CIA was obsessed with flesh interfaces, or at least the dose departments in the CIA were. So they had all the knowledge of what the interfaces were, that there's some entity on the other side. But things seemed to change with the arrival of the first skin ship. When the portal they had made in Antarctica seemed to get out of control and was now stealing their data, clearly having made it to a singularity that they were not in control of anymore, as if they ever were, focus shifted from studying these things to finding a way to defeat them. Ben mentioned earlier in his narrative that there are theories that if a child is hooked up to the infraspace at a young age, they could fully master the space itself. So it seems the CIA was testing this as a way of combating Q. They had built a monster they couldn't control, and now they needed a way to stop it. So they began testing children from various children's homes until they found a suitable candidate. This young girl excelled at the game more than anyone else ever had. But not only that, they groomed her into an intense hatred of the Ancient Queen. The Ancient Queen, or Q. I believe that this young 8-year-old girl is Karen Castillo. This makes sense, as Ben said Karen was hooked up to the feed realm when she was 9 years old and only came out 24 years later when she was 33. This puts the Ben-Karen storyline around 2039, which makes sense as that's the year model from the van they stole in that narrative. So these child soldiers, the Bred, were being trained by the CIA to fight Q, a creature of the CIA's own making. Or maybe not their making, their own allowance into our world. And if you needed further confirmation that the Ancient Queen, or Q, is also Mother, Karen remarks that sometimes she would see the Queen as her own mother. There was never an Ancient Queen at the end of the game, but there seems to be a Q at the end of the timeline humanity is racing towards. A Q that we see Ben and Karen going up against in 2039. This also further connects the CIA narrative of the Cold War with the future timeline. They've just shifted gears from trying to build a bridge to her to burning it. We'll get one more account that I believe comes from Karen later on. But for now we see the pieces of why she's so powerful and how she became General Castillo within the feed realm, and how she was the final blockade before Q gained full power. We then get an entry explaining the concept of interfaces that I touched on earlier. Interfaces are systems attached to complicated systems that make it easier to use. But it can apply to interactions with other people as well. The example used is the CEO of Toyota. The CEO doesn't build cars by building them himself. He has people that gather the steel, and then that steel is sent to people that produce it into the first parts and then second order parts and so forth. Interfaces are everywhere, and we use them every day even if we don't think about it. Heck, you're using one right now to watch this on whatever you're watching it on. You may not have built or understand all the specifics of how this technology, how the camera I'm using now will be uploaded through a platform that you can watch it through some sort of screen, but you're watching it regardless because the interface makes it accessible. Before a point about interfaces are made, that ties into our story.
The word interface refers to the input and the output, but it also refers to the box. We think of interfaces as existing in order to give us access to things, but they're also there to hide things from us. The idea that some things are better off hidden. Everything will go along fine so long as a certain input produces the expected output, but when this stops happening, we have to open the box and see what's inside. Sometimes we don't like what we find.
Of course, the flesh interfaces in the series are called that because they allow us to interact with the other side of the portal, with Mother and everything related to her. And sometimes it's best to leave the interface a mystery. We then get another entry from the story of the old crone. It picks up right when the tribesman who is narrating the story finds her where they left her by the river. The crone says that to keep this from happening, a sacrifice must be made. One of the young girls must be taken to the forbidden rocky lands, and one of these monstrous strangers would come to take the girl away. If they do this, their people will be left alone, but they must do this at the beginning of every dry season. Once the crone tells the people this, they once again are upset. The tribesman says it would be better if they went to war with these strangers, waited for them to come in the night, and then strike. Instead of giving up their own women, they could kill the strangers and take theirs. Eventually, the tribe decides to give up a sacrifice. A young girl named Rona, the younger sister of Rhina, the girl that disappeared first. Our tribesman says he will go with Crone and Rona up to the rocky lands. He will see if the crone is lying and if these are, in fact, monstrous white men. Despite his bravery on the outside, internally he is fearful of what the crone may be leading them into. So the tribesman, Rona, and the crone set out the next day. The tribesman carries with him a spear and a knife, as well as two of his favorite cats, Grey Scruff and Charm, the two cats riding in his satchel. The way up there, Rona is crying, and the crone is whispering strange things to her. Eventually, they make it far into the rocky lands, far away from Mother River. At the top of a mountain is a smooth stone. The crone says Rona will go onto the stone, and at night, the stranger would come. The crone told Rona stories that the men would be kind to her. Because she had come willingly, they would take her into her ranks and show her a beautiful world. She would become one of their honored women. The tribesman is furious at the crone and doesn't know which of her stories are lies, so he kicks her down and ties her up, threatening her not to speak again. He leaves the crone tied up beneath the rock as him and Rona climb on top of it as the sun sets. The tribesman brings Rona and the crone on top of the rock, and the tribesman builds a fire as the sun sets. The tribesman then moves away from the fire, hiding in the shadows, hoping that if Rona is attacked, he will have the element of surprise. After some time, Rona and the crone fall asleep. The tribesman is sitting in the bushes just off of the rock. The two cats seem to be staring at something in the darkness. He looks the direction they're staring, but doesn't seem to see anything. The cats are on high alert, their movements slow and stalking, both of them transfixed on something in the distance. The tribesman watches the cats, ready to strike, until suddenly both of the cats simultaneously begin to follow their gaze up and up and up. This relieves the tribesmen. Oh, the cats must be watching a bird. But then a huge gust of wind comes near and the cats run into the darkness. And with that, suddenly,
Rona screamed. It landed just in front of her with a flap of wings and a gust of wind that scattered the fire in a spray of sparks. I was on my feet, holding the spear out. The brightly burning pieces of wood showed its shape like a giant pale man with huge wings instead of arms. It stood for a moment with its wings spread, far larger than any bird, but with no feathers like a bat's. The firelight shined through the thin wings, showing the creature's long bones and the streams of blood that flowed under its skin. It turned to look at me, and I realized that the scattering of the fire had brought me into the light. It could see me. My war spear felt like a frail little stick in my hands. Its face was like a rock lion's, but with an awful black teeth and huge filmy eyes. It was just as the crone had said. She had been right all along.
the beast stood over Rona, unnaturally thin, taller than a man but with a waist no larger than a cat's. Despite Rona's screams, the tribesman is petrified, unable to move. It crouches over her, and then something begins to snake from its groin. A multi-limbed separating organ like worms begins to climb all over Rona, finding its way inside every part of her. With this, the need to kill this creature overcomes his fear. The tribesman jumps forward and puts his spear through the creature's side. A spray of black blood flies from the wound. This seemed to be the killing blow, and the creature falls onto its back atop the rock. The snake things were still inside of her. The tribesman pulls them out of her, but realizes they're each covered with spines. As they're being pulled out, Rona bleeds more and more. The fire had gone out in the chaos, and the tribesman was left with Rona in the darkness. He tries to care for her, but by the time morning light arrives, she's dead. He goes to the winged creature and sees that it is dead as well. After this, he looks for the crone, who it seems is long gone, realizing that after this, she would surely be killed by the tribesmen if she stuck around. He makes his way back to the river, but can't find his own people. Eventually, he comes across a tribe, but it's not his. Instead, this tribe is the Painted Backs, the tribe that the crone had said had been wiped out. The tribesman remarks that they stood silently by the river with their spears in hand. Bright blood painted across their chest. A battle had just ensued. But the Painted Backs were different this time. They looked on the tribesmen with strange, filmy eyes. And with that, we have the conclusion of the old crone narrative. So it seems the crone was right about the monstrous men. Only they were not valiant and respectful as she had told Rona. Instead, they were hellish winged animals. It seems that, given the creature's insertion into Rona, it was likely trying to impregnate her. Now, if the crone was right about these monsters coming to the Painted Backs earlier, then that would explain their description at the end of the narrative. The tribesman describes the beast he saw as having these dark, filmy eyes. And now it seems the Painted Backs have the same eyes. And it also seems that since the Painted Backs had just finished a battle near where our tribesmen believed his people to be, it seems the Painted Backs had slaughtered his own tribe. And it seems they had done this after they succumbed to the monster's influence. If you'll remember in Sean's narrative earlier, he spoke of the Nephilim, how he believes the interpretation from the Bible that the sons of God mated with the daughters of men to be literal, and that they still exist among us and are still up to no good. And it seems that's what's happening in this narrative. Only as we saw in the way the monster attacked Rona, this was not a consensual mating between angels that fell in love with humans and vice versa. It was monstrous angels taking what they want, and the offspring that result are these human-monster hybrids, or the painted backs with the filmy eyes. Now again, I'm not saying that the Bible is canon or all true within the world of Mother Horseeyes. Instead, it seems that references in the Bible were alluding to the true nature of Mother. So when the Bible describes the sons of God and the daughters of men, it is describing these monsters that force their children upon women. Perhaps fallen angels may be demons, but no angel as we know it. Or perhaps if Mother is a god within this world, then these are simply her angels, forcing their offspring on the daughters of men. Now again, if Sean's recounting is to be believed, this is what led to the biblical flood. That would make sense why all of the tribes and names don't carry over in any history we know of. It's pre-flood history. But as mentioned earlier and as given from this story, the evils of Mother have been here far longer than we remember. Like I said earlier, I also think there's a lot of connections between the old crone narrative and humanity interacting with Mother. People want the blessings from Mother River, but according to the old crone, she gives both good and bad, just as the technology Mother offers is powerful, but dangerous. We enjoy the pearls from the river, but not the sacrifice that comes with it. There's also a sort of mockery of these people's religion, saying these terrible things came from Mother, spitting in the face of the deeds, just as Mother later blasphemes ideas of Christianity and religion. I mean, even in the Vietnam story, the interface was built beneath a statue of Buddha. Religion seems to be vessels for her, as well as little touches like the presence of cats, and there is one person within the tribe who is mentioned as a flute player. They would play flutes when they sang of Mother River, and Mother Horseeyes is frequently indicated by flute music, even in the Children of the Forest game against the Ancient Queen. This Nephilim concept will come up again later in the story, but for now, this seems to be the origin of it. And as with everything else, the evil is much deeper than we realize, beginning several millennia before we even knew it was there. It puts into contrast how ridiculous the flesh interface experiments were, beyond the mass human sacrifice it took to conduct them. Scientists were trying to break through the door of something that existed long before civilization as we know it. Of course it would be too much for them. Of course they couldn't understand. It would be like a cat trying to understand the inside of a house. Our next entry is once again from Karen's perspective. She says she has trouble making a story with just words. It would be easier to show us all dimensions of the story in all places in history at once. She says, then it would make it easier to understand why I hired somebody to put a pellet of poison into my own arm. Meaning she, probably not to Elian's knowledge, was the one who contracted Elian to kill her. Likely because she saw the entire series of potential futures and knew this would be the one that would lead to Ben escaping Atlanta with her before the nuke fell. In that entry point where we hear that General Castillo has logged off, we see that as soon as Karen was disconnected, Mother's plan was put into action. So that nuke was going to hit Atlanta regardless of Ben or anything that happened in that building. It doesn't matter if you get Elian or the cops killed a few minutes before they were going to die in a nuclear blast. Karen describes what it was like when she first began to enter the feed realm. She tries to relate that she was in a children's home, she saw no future for herself, and then an entire world of possibilities opened up. As she phrased it, every step I took towards slavery felt like a newfound freedom. All of the children in the feed realm, along with Karen, were promised great futures. Little did the kids know that they were being conditioned for war. Karen says that the feed realm exists as a 3D space. Every space you've ever encountered is 3D. You can move through 3 different dimensions, up, down, sideways, front, and back within it. That's how our mind operates because that's what we're used to. Karen then says, in spite of this, it had always been theoretically possible, even trivial, to create a 4-dimensional or more dimensional feed realm. It's just made in 3D because that's what humans comprehend. But recently, a genetic mutation dating back to the Stone Age was discovered, which allows certain individuals to experience and comprehend feed realms of 4 and higher spatial dimensions. A genetic mutation that dates back to the Stone Age. What have we heard of relating to the Stone Age that may cause people to have a special genetic mutation that lets them see more dimensions beyond what we know? It seems that this mutation was unknown until scientists began building 4-dimensional feed realms. Early test subjects described the experience as nauseating and horrifying, but it was theorized that if children were accustomed to it from a young age, they would be able to access it. So of course, the CIA had to try this out, which is why they began testing children in Children of the Forest to see if they'd be a good candidate for the multi-dimensional feed realms. So they began to use genetic databases to find children that had this unique mutation. And of course, Karen and the rest of the bread The name, the bread, now making sense since we know all of them shared this unique mutation, began being tested within hyperspace. At first they were just shown simple shapes, but anytime something interacted with something else, it was confusing. It made the brain hurt. She says there were plain gray boxes and cones and infinite planes and bottomless abysses, and the shapes would move slowly along and do things that were simply impossible. Eventually, unlike the other children, Karen got used to this. She acclimated to 4 dimensions, and then 5, and then 6. She mastered it to the point that she was eventually able to witness hyper-time, all the physical points in history laid out before her. It seems the CIA had bred a perfect soldier, one capable of taking down Q. But as we saw when her story began, she'd been kicked out. Q had won regardless, and now there was nothing to stop her. So, in the beginning of humanity's history, humans were implanted with this mutation. A mutation that came about from the sons of God mating with the daughters of men, as we saw at the end of the old crone storyline. This mutation went undiscovered for years until we rediscovered the presence that implanted it in the first place. And then it seems this mutation became relevant again. This is just a theory, but perhaps the reason so many people were rejected by the flesh interface, or at least the reason several children were rejected, is because they didn't have the mutation. Perhaps the children that were encased were the ones that were capable of seeing extra dimensions. Just as in the future timeline with the hygiene beds, the only ones who can see hyperdimensions are the ones who have the mutation. Again, as mentioned earlier, the hygiene bed seems to be the technological equivalent of the encasement from the interface. It's also things like this that make me have trouble with the idea that Mother is a benevolent entity. While sure in several regards we went looking for her ourselves, these monstrous angels impregnating people is her or her presence directly interacting with our world. Perhaps you could say it's coincidental these monsters aren't from her, but a gene mutation was inserted into the population regardless that would eventually lead to her. Even if I'm wrong about the mutation leading to encasement with the flesh interface, we know it leads to people interacting with hyperspace in the hygiene beds. So Mother, or something related to her, inserted this mutation long ago, something that was unseen up until now. But why? We'll talk about the why later, but for now this may be an explanation as to why some people are able to see Mother in the house and others are not. At the very least, it's an explanation as to why Karen is so special. We then get another post from Nick. He says that a friend from Alcoholics Anonymous invited him to a meeting with Heroin Anonymous. Nick had never had a problem with heroin, but figured might as well go. He says at this meeting, he learns one of the group members died last night. The mood in the room is very somber, and he hears the kid's sponsor. He speaks of how the parents reacted to the news and how they thanked the sponsor for helping their son. All the while, Nick really does not want to be there. Nick comes back to rehab and tells this to Sean, and Sean remarks that this has been happening to black kids for years, but nobody cared until the white kids started dying. Nick responds to this by saying, I am trying to be more open-minded and less judgmental about Sean's beliefs. At first glance, his beliefs are paranoid, ahistorical, conspiracy theory hogwash. At second glance, they are appallingly anti-Semitic cultural appropriation. Nick then remarks on Sean's belief, saying, it must be tempting to insert yourself into a historical narrative like that. That to say you are a part of a special narrative that starts at history's beginning and will be there till its end must be alluring. He then speaks of the Torah and Jewish belief and wonders how much of it really survived, how much of it has been forgotten, lost to history, leading into the greater idea of Mother Horse Eyes that what we see is just glimpses of what really is. We then get one of Nick's only references to the narratives he's posting. He says, a new roommate moved into the house a few days ago. His name is Donnie. He's in his mid-40s and he's a former Marine. I show him the Iwo Jima segment of my story and ask him what he thinks. So again, acknowledgement that's already been established that Nick is the one copying these narratives that he is getting first-hand perspectives of for some reason and then posting them to Reddit. We then get a post that links to another song, this song being Store by the Mountain Goats. Also, the Mountain Goats are a great band. They started to get popular recently when the song No Children started making the rounds on TikTok. But I liked them before you did because in season 4 of The Walking Dead, there is an episode called Still that everyone else hated, but I liked. It's the episode that just focuses on Daryl and Beth, and it ends with the song Up the Wolves by the Mountain Goats. And I started listening to them then, so I was cool before you were. I don't know why I felt the need to mention that. Anyway, the song Store is quite depressing. It's about a man who has a vision of a dead woman, supposedly his wife, while he's in a grocery store. But reading the lyrics, you can see how this can be construed into the Mother Horse Eyes narrative. When I passed out on the supermarket floor, I saw you at the head of a heavenly chorus, and I heard your song ringing all through the store. Ah, the blood, all of that warm blood flowing freely from you. again changing the song into a vision of Mother Horse-Eyes. We then get another post from Nick. These will get more frequent as the story nears its end. After all, he's the one writing all of them. Nick recounts a story from a real-world book called The Electric Kool-Aid Acid Test. The book is a sort of biography that follows a group called the Merry Pranksters. The Merry Pranksters were like the first hippies. In 1964, they would do acid, dress in weird clothes, have van rides across the country. Basically a lot of things that would show up in 60s and 70s counterculture that the Merry Pranksters are often credited with starting. Nick brings up this story because of something that happened in 1965. See, the pranksters were often high out of their minds and believed that there was a hidden pattern that existed in the universe, that one could manifest things and the universe would cause them to be. So one day, outside of the group's compound, they hung up a banner that said, "The Merry Pranksters welcome the Beatles." None of them had ever spoken to the Beatles. None of them knew how to get in contact with the Beatles. But they figured if they put up the banner, then it would be manifested into reality. Of course, the Beatles never showed up, but a couple years later, they released the Magical Mystery Tour film, in which they dress like hippies, go on van rides, etc. The Merry Pranksters saw this as a win because while they didn't physically come to the Merry Pranksters, the Beatles did come to the culture of the Merry Pranksters. Now, the logical flow of this would be the pranksters popularized a movement that became so popular, the Beatles began to adopt it. But to the pranksters, this was a positive result. This was the universe showing them that there is a pattern they can tap into. Nick describes this as typical of someone on LSD. Some will begin to perceive patterns and believe that they are aware of things before they happen. You may be listening to music while watching TV and notice that the pictures and the sounds seem to sync up. You will imagine someone walking through the door and then they walk through it. You will pull out your phone and then suddenly it rings. The coincidences give the illusion that there's something behind it all. There's a fabric that gives cause and effect that we're normally not privy to, but the LSD opens our minds to it, or at least that's what the user believes. Nick says this feeling, to me, is the essence of the LSD experience. LSD leads to a sudden awareness of meaningful coincidences, which in turn gives rise to an awareness of an underlying cosmic order, which is acausal. The example he uses is imagine you were watching a TV show about zebras, and then you walk outside and see a zebra passing down the street. The two things are related, but there is no way one caused the other. The TV didn't start playing a zebra program because there's a zebra outside, and televisions rarely cause zebras to appear. Nick then says that during high school, he did a lot of LSD, which, finally, ties Nick in to the greater narrative, and now we start to see some clues as to why he knows all of these stories in the first place. We've seen what LSD is capable of, and now we know that Nick was a user. While in high school, Nick got really into this idea of hidden order, trying to find little connections between things, ways to predict the future. He says his attempts were always jaded because of his own narcissism. He was concerned with how the universe may be sending him signals to inform him of his great future, rather than the future he's currently in, an alcoholic. For a while, he truly believed that the world was going to end and he would be a Christ-like figure in the apocalypse. Until finally, Nick had a really bad acid trip. He doesn't get into the specifics, but he decided he never wanted to do acid again. I wonder what kind of things in this world people would see on acid that would make them never want to do it again. So Nick moved away from LSD and thought that his premonitions he received through it were ridiculous. He relates all of this to his displeasure with AA. In the meetings, the men talk about seeing God or getting visions from God or visions from the universe. And he likens it to his ridiculous beliefs when he was in high school doing acid. And then one night he can't take it anymore. He stands up in an AA meeting and says, all of this is stupid. All of this talk of the universe and God and some profound purpose is dumb. And it's wrong to tell people who are struggling with addiction that that is what they should rely on. Nick says, rather than the stunned silence that is the dream of every r/atheism subscriber, they just told me to keep coming back. He says it turns out he's not the first person to have done this. It happens kind of a lot. Well, Nick's kind of at a dead end, so he does just that. He keeps coming back. He talks to one guy in AA who says that he didn't believe in God until one day while he was in prison, he asked for God to send him a sign. And at that moment, a bird landed on his window and sang a song, and he knew from that God was real. Nick absolutely hates that guy and that way of thinking and wants to get out of there. He begins to remark that the AA curriculum is deceiving. It knows that Western ethics value open-mindedness. So it portrays atheism as closed-mindedness, and you wouldn't want to be close-minded. Nick remarks to this guy that told him about the bird, quote, If the skies ever opened up to show me the majestic glory of God, then I would be happy to fall to my knees because either God existed or I was in the presence of a technology advanced enough to be godlike. He then remarks, soon after, I was presented with precisely that. Or who knows, maybe it was a coincidence. We then get a very strange post that I would say is from Nick because it's someone talking about the Mother Horse Eyes narrative, or it's Mother Horse Eyes talking about the Mother Horse Eyes narrative. But this one seems to be from the author himself, herself, whoever wrote this, because it is not about Nick writing the other stories, it is about the entire Mother Horse Eyes story altogether. Someone posted to the Mother Horse Eyes subreddit a link to a BBC article discussing the story. At this point, the story's been going on for a little over a month. So the Mother Horse Eyes account replies to the BBC article, and while speaking of its own narrative says, I think it's possible it could be written on the fly. The story gives the appearance of a vast scope because the storylines are from different eras and areas, but rather than a broad panorama, it only provides thin slivers of insight into each time and place. Everything in between these slivers is left to the player's imagination. And given the author's hints at branching timelines, he or she is not even necessarily required to link these little slivers together. So it's Mother Horse Eyes criticizing their own work. The author of the story says that there's not really that much interconnectedness. For example, the Stone Age story has cats in it, and the cat story has cats in it. This is a point of similarity, obviously. But what is the significance? So what if both stories have cats? Is this meaningful coincidence or a meaningless one? This is so weird because the entire time it's been Nick talking about these narratives, but now it's the person who is writing Nick speaking about the whole narrative that also includes Nick. The same question could be asked about the children of the forest or the various marines or the demon penises for which the author has such fondness. Yes, these elements recur, but to what end? Perhaps like somebody on LSD undergoing a false revelation, we are drawing connections where none really exist. The author then says that callbacks are easy. The author can just take something they wrote earlier and then put it in the story now. It's more of a measure of the reader's attention than it is the author's intelligence. Then they say, and by the way, whatever happened to Companion 12? That seemed like it was going to be a thing. Yeah, remember that Reinhardt ad, however long ago that was? Companion 12 got mentioned and never came back up, and now the author is calling out that that never came back up. The author then remarks that there's really no way to know if this story is improvised or not. They end by saying, are we watching real choices in action, or are the events of this universe occurring along some deterministic path? Is there any way to find out? Maybe some sort of test should be devised, but that would require the author to play along. You know what? I don't even have time for this today, okay? I mean, look at the timestamp. All I got's time, but I'm not touching that. It is very much like this story for the author to call out their own writing and just kind of lampshade problems that might not even be problems. Our next narrative is from the perspective of someone in a feed realm, and we get an idea of what a lot of these scenarios within the feed realm are like. This feed realm allows the user to roleplay as Brooke Shields in the 1980s. So this user begins the scenario waking up in a bedroom dressed out as if it's the 1980s, remarking about how all the details feel real. It's like she's really there. As she's in the feed realm, a notification pops up. The notification reads, Atlanta completely destroyed in full scale, but she turns off the notification thinking that it's about a sports game. Whereas we know this is the bombing of Atlanta that happened in Ben and Karen's story, meaning that this woman is in a feed realm after Q is no longer hiding herself. After the takeover, the Plague of Flesh has begun. Our user continues through the 80s themed house, and we see some of the things that are possible in the feed realm. Sure, she's Brooke Shields, but she can modify Brooke Shields' face however she wants. She accidentally knocks over a lamp and it breaks, and she simply says, undo that, and the lamp reappears fully formed. We see that this plot she is in follows a typical 80s film. A guy with swept back hair and a black jacket is here to take her in his nice car to a race. When she sees him, a guitar blast plays and he suddenly becomes 2 stories tall. As an announcer voice says, Corey Lancer, high school hotshot and rock and roll renegade. You can see why these people have such trouble adapting to the real world after being in here for years. She looks at his body and thinks about toning up aspects of him, but figures she'll just leave it on the default settings. She's not even sure if this Corey is controlled by an actor or is an AI. I guess it doesn't matter. So the plotline starts with Corey saying they're heading to a race against the Crystal Cobras, before she cuts him off and says she doesn't really like racing. Corey freezes for a minute and then goes, all right, we're off to a dance against the Crystal Cobras. Sure, you can change things, but the technology isn't perfect. It still has its bumps. The user, already bored with the narrative, decides to start pleasuring themselves, but then figures she'll let the plot carry out a little bit further before she gets into that. Again, just constant simulation all the time with no breaks. They walk out to Corey's car, and as Corey is describing it, the user gets distracted.
But I'm not listening. There's something in the bushes by the road. I wonder if this is actually one of those fake out horror narratives. I really hate scary stuff. I bend over and look out into the bushes. A pair of shining eyes stare back at me. Ew, what the hell? There's an old naked lady hiding in the bushes.
Now, this is interesting. This is the old crone from the prehistory narrative, for some reason showing up in this futuristic feed realm. I think this confirms my suspicions about the crone from the old crone narrative. She said she was the daughter of Mother River, and we know Mother River to be representative of Mother. And in that story, the crone knew about the monstrous men, the angels. And even though the painted backs were wiped out, she somehow escaped, only to sacrifice another woman to the monsters, which, as we know from the genetic mutation, carried out Mother's objective. While she may not be real per se, she may be an extension or a mouthpiece of Mother, a daughter of the river, as she said. And because this is happening right after Karen got kicked out of the feed realm and Q no longer has to hide her hand, she doesn't have to be careful anymore. The old crone can go into the feed realm and scout out things for her, just as she did before we recorded history. As the user is standing there, the old lady reaches out and grabs her leg. The old crone comes out of the bush completely naked. The user hits her with a pot and she falls to the ground. The girl then remarks that on closer inspection, there seems to be something wrong with the old woman. She says it looks like her leg isn't quite attached to the rest of her, and you can see the meat inside of her hip. This sounds like segmentation. Was the old crone somehow segmented from prehistory and thrown into a feed realm? I honestly have no idea. Maybe. The Corey AI or actor has no idea how to deal with this, and eventually shrugs and says, "Hey babe, that's life." So she just figures this is some weird detail of the narrative, and they get in the car and drive to the dance. On the drive to the dance, she gets bored and starts touching herself again. She remarks, "Why am I always bored with narratives after 10 minutes? Why am I bored with everything after 10 minutes?" Seemingly something that happens to a lot of people within the feed realm world. They eventually get to the dance club and start dancing, and everything seems fine. It's an old 80s neon themed club. However, while they're dancing, she notices something. I look across the dance floor and I see a tall man in a black suit with black hair standing perfectly still among the dancing crowd. He is watching me with dark eyes. This guy seemingly has to be a part of the narrative, so she asks Corey who that is, and once again, Corey's program doesn't know how to react to him. Corey turns to her and says, "Cute skirt," a line he said earlier. Eventually, the man in the dark suit starts making its way towards our user. She remarks that the man's face is uncharacteristically beautiful. He looks like a painting, describing him as a forlorn angel. His skin is paper white, and underneath run thousands of tiny branching veins that seem to throb with his pulse. She kisses him and smells something sweet, tastes something sweeter. Corey looks on and enters into some speech saying, "Oh, I love you, don't go off with him," something he's programmed to say. And then the tall man reaches over, grabs Corey's face, and pulls it off. Blood sprays everywhere across the dance floor. Our user, whose name we find out is Zinzin, is surprised by this and assumes she stumbled onto a horror narrative. Perhaps this tall guy is some kind of vampire. The now faceless Corey, pouring blood, just stands there doing nothing. Again, he's not programmed for this. The tall man pours the blood from Corey's face over her and begins to lick it off. But at this point, she thinks she's in some kind of 80s vampire romance flick. So because there's no need for social standards, she gets turned on by this and they start getting naked right there on the dance floor. The tall man picks her up and they begin, She notices that the music is still going, but everyone in the club has stopped moving and is standing still, watching them. All the people in the club move close and begin touching her. It's at this point she thinks the light has shifted. She says that now it looks like she is seeing everyone from two different angles. She looks at the man and it appears he has 4 eyes instead of 2. Next to her, a woman opens her mouth and her jaw begins to float away from her face. Her head then floats off of her neck. Another man suddenly appears in a dozen slices. Everyone follows suit and begins to break apart. And then everything comes crashing down.
All around us, the people began to break apart, becoming floating parts. The weird lighting effect becomes more intense, and the man seems to be made of 4 sections, except each section is his entire face from a different angle. And they're all crossing each other, but staying in place at the same time. The 8 eyes are watching me. Oh no, this is hurting my brain. I can't take this. The narrative should have already crashed back into safety mode. I say my safe word, nothing happens. I feel my stomach drop in terror, except it drops at 4 different places and all around the room. Oh no, am I stuck in a crashing narrative? They say it could screw you up. I feel myself falling and expanding. One of my hands feels like it's way off the horizon. Another is 10 stories below me. Body parts are swirling around us, showing all sides at once. The man is staring down at me with his awful eyes. How are they so awful? His face is as giant as a mountain range, as the entire sky. I'm seeing too much. No, above and beneath. Everything has too many sides, screaming. He has dozens of eyes, thousands of sides, thousands and millions of eyes. God.
It seems that Q is no longer interested in keeping up the facade. Karen is gone. She has all of the power she could ever need. And so the feed realms begin to show what they truly are. Multi-dimensional planes that don't need to conform to the 3D space because it makes humans comfortable. She lets her creatures from prehistory loose, the crone and this wicked angel. This fallen angel more akin to a demon. His true form is as large as a mountain range, a demon with millions and millions of eyes. A horrific, monstrous, and devilish version of Thrones or Ophanim. The feed realm no longer needs to comfort humanity, and now humans are in the way. And we see what happens when someone experiences hyperspace when they weren't ready. We then come back to Ben and Karen's story after they made their escape from Atlanta. They run into a hospital's emergency room. From the television set, it seems that Atlanta was not the only city that was struck, as a total of 12 cities around the world were hit at the same time. Because of this, no one seems to notice Ben and Karen making their way inside. Also, the 12 has continued symbolism. It said earlier that the bread are believed to be the leaders of the 12 tribes of Israel. The skin ship was said to have 12 tentacles, and now 12 cities were destroyed. 12 carries biblical significance and ties back into Mother being related to ancient histories and religions. Karen says this is Q's opening move, and she will continue to destroy until we're willing to meet her demands. He brings Karen to a muscle treatment chamber that is made to treat people coming out of hygiene beds. Given her state, this probably won't give her the ability to walk, but at least she can see and speak. Ben remarks, "How do I know you're not full of it? How do I know you didn't blow up Atlanta?" Karen asks how she could prove it, and then asks if he knows anything about statistical proxy distillation tracing. He says no, and she says, well, then it would be hard to prove it. Karen remarks again that they need to go to upstate New York in order to fight Q. Karen says if it makes Ben feel better, he can pull her sensory jack, so that, she couldn't order any more nuclear strikes if that's what he's afraid of. She says that what's in upstate New York is a resource Q can't access. Karen then remarks, and again, she still can't speak, so all of this is in messages. "I'm not Q. I spent my life fighting Q. I fought Q instead of living a life. We still have a chance to win. We must win." Ben then puts her in a recovery bed to treat her muscles and eyes. Ben hears the alarm in a nearby room for a malfunctioning hygiene bed. His job for years has been to take care of people in hygiene beds, so he instinctively runs in there. He looks at the hygiene bed that is alarming and sees that it is someone named Zin, the same woman from the 80s storyline we just read about. He thinks the bed must be malfunctioning. It's reading that her heart is beating at 260 beats per minute, and she's only been in this connection for 47 minutes. He says, "I pressed the seal button and the bed lid opened up. When she came into view, I staggered back and shouted for help." We don't know what became of her, but considering what happened at the end of her storyline, we can assume what happened to her in the feed realm had massive effects on her physical form. Ben then pulls Karen out of the hygiene bed. Her voice is flat and deep, but she's now able to speak. She still can't see that well, remarking that she only sees persistent shapes, and she was able to stand up but was still unable to walk. He puts her in scrubs and then asks, "What is Q?" Karen takes a deep breath and begins, so approximately 50,000 years ago, and gives Ben the rundown of everything we've read up until now. She refers to this hidden genome that allows people to experience hyperspace as the hyperspace code. He says that her description of this plague of flesh explains what happened to poor Zin, and it also explained the red butterfly thing I found in the other hygiene bed. By red butterfly thing, this might mean that people who were connected to feed realms when Q took over might be converted into interfaces, or if Q doesn't have need for interfaces anymore, just piles of flesh. Eventually, one continuous fusion of flesh and technology across the world seems to be Q's goal. So perhaps people that were tapped into her reality, tapped into the feed realms, have already begun the conversion. That's probably what Zinzin looked like when Ben opened the bed. Ben then remarks that if we are reading this, now addressing the reader, then we must have heard this story as well. And that since we're reading this before any of it came to be, we'd probably have a hard time believing her. Meaning that from what Karen told him, Ben is now aware that his narratives are being projected back in the past and being relayed through Nick to us. Karen says that Q got so powerful that it just quit hiding itself from the bred soldiers, fully confident in her abilities to take over. Karen says that Q planned to destroy Atlanta regardless, so she hired the guy to put the poison pellet in her arm because she saw the potential futures and knew that was the quickest way out of the city. She also clarifies that she doesn't see all of history and time at once. Normally, she has to be hooked up to the feed realm. She explains the difference in what Ben can see and what she can see within the feed realm as the difference in looking at a picture and reading out all of the color codes for a picture. It may be hard for the guy reading to figure out what the image looks like rather than the easier option of just looking at the image. Karen compares that difference to how she sees all of times and realities at once. But here, outside of the feed realm, she is restricted to one timeline in 3 dimensions like everyone else. Ben tries to convince her that since she didn't see the future, she just saw potential futures, it was very risky to hire someone to kill her and then assume that Ben would do everything he did to bust her out. She remarks that it was just the logical conclusion, and the two of them make plans to head for upstate New York. We'll end the Ben and Karen narrative pretty soon. Our next post seems to be a poem called How the Flesh Dances and How the Flesh Plays. The poem speaks about how flesh ages and sags, but that, quote, golden wheels can spin backwards and make the flesh anew. It remarks that flesh is a sort of child in a cradle rocked by ancient hands, perhaps the hands of mother. Withered lips form a song, perhaps the music of mother. Through this singing and the spinning wheels, the flesh becomes young, and then remarks, but is the key this time turned by hands made of flesh. This perhaps leans into the idea that mother thinks she is doing something right, or the essence of mother is something that could be beneficial in the end, at least from her perspective. Flesh can be made anew. People no longer have to age and die. The end result is better, but of course that end result is a massive conglomerate of flesh that overtakes the globe. But the final mention, but is the key turned this time by fingers made of flesh, leans into the idea that all of this was done by us. Our hands found the key and decided to turn it. And now we are seemingly getting what we asked for. We then get another post from Nick. He talks about when he was 24 and he would drink for fun and life is good. And then he blinks and suddenly he's 30. Drinking and watching porn in a dark apartment, his life is in ruin. Once again in an AA meeting. A guy walks in who Nick refers to as Stolid Haircut. He calls him that because he has a distinctively kempt, put together haircut. His alcoholism led to brain damage and he has trouble walking. And while staring at him, Nick begins to have a revelation. He sees that the haircut tells a story. This man has the haircut of someone that was a father, a businessman, someone who exceeded in life. For every other symptom, the fact he has brain damage, the fact he's in an AA meeting, he seems like a bum. But the haircut betrays this narrative. It says that he was once somebody. And because of that, his haircut is a tragedy. While staring at him, he says he sees a halo of light appear around the man. Doves and cherubim swirl around him. While seeing this angelic vision around the man, he stops and says, "The door, my God." For a moment, the door is open again. Hold that for later, but for now, we get the ending to Ben and Karen's narrative. The two are driving to upstate New York. On the way, Karen is doing more eye treatments with equipment they took from the hospital. And for the first time in over 2 decades, Karen can see her own hands. When they get to their destination, Ben realizes that this is the children's home that Karen grew up in, before she was inserted into the feed realm at the age of 9. The building is dilapidated and abandoned now, but this is where Karen's first memories were formed. She says that the two of them need to go into the forest. So Ben pushes Karen on a wheelchair as they head to a clearing in the woods. Ben thinking that they are about to find some secret weapon to stop Q's destruction. Eventually they come to a point and Karen tells him to stop. When he asks why, she says, "I used to come here as a child and play make-believe before I was connected." Ben begins to look around the clearing. Maybe there's a hatch or a hole that will lead to some secret weapon or a laboratory. He then walks over to Karen and realizes she's looking at something, smiling with tears running down her face. She simply remarks that there's more. He asks what she means, and Karen says, "In the feed realms, they say everything you're seeing is just like it is in reality. But here in the real world, observing nature, the little details, there's more." She's observing a group of gnats spinning around in the air. Ben begins to look at the gnats. Is she controlling the gnats with her mind? Are they spelling out some code? But no, they're just gnats. Ben is frustrated. He thought there was some secret weapon out there, and there appears to be none. Karen remarks that at this point, Q is unstoppable. She has gained control over every major system in the world. Every drone, every rover, every defense robot, all orbital assets, all nuclear weaponry. She has contained and destroyed every possible countermeasure. Not with 1,000 years and 1,000 times their resources would they ever defeat her. Ben asks what's the plan, and Karen says the following.
What we need is a way for Q to be destroyed by just one or a few motivated individuals. I believe that there were points in the past where this could have happened. Maybe one of the Germans overseeing the early research program could have stopped it. Maybe it could have been stopped around 2020 when the portals were shut down and the interface research was temporarily abandoned. But it didn't happen. Currently, at this point, there's no way for it to happen. Q has control of far, far too many assets. The war is already lost. Irrevocably. Then what do we do? You must hope that there are alternate timelines, that somebody in one of these timelines foresees what is happening to us right now. Somebody foresees this very moment in time and takes steps to prevent it.
I stare at her. She looks into my eyes. I grope for words.
Is that... Wait, alternate timelines, is that the plan? We have to send messages back into the past?
In a sense.
Then the person who receives this message will destroy Q in the past, and that will save us.
Karen shakes her head slowly.
No, that clearly won't happen, where everything would already be different. We're utterly doomed. Whether it be incinerated in a nuclear strike or rounded up and incorporated into Q. There's no stopping that. The only hope to defeat Q is on some other timeline, if such a thing exists.
So now, this makes some sense as to what we've been reading. Within this timeline, Q has won, and Karen knows that. But perhaps in other timelines, other potential pasts, she can be defeated. Maybe one of the Germans that oversaw the early interfaces. Something we read about in the SS officer's account, but of course, as we know, that didn't work. But maybe someone out there could hear these stories, all of the potential past and futures Karen sees, and maybe with the knowledge of those stories, they could prevent it. After this, Karen asks, haven't you felt it? That you're inside a narrative. Not within the feed realm, but in some kind of story. And maybe if someone sees this story and records it, it can prevent this future from ever happening. Karen surmises with the following words.
If you look toward our future, if you look at the series of events in which will happen to us, they are dark. They're very awful. We will suffer, we will die, but that would be true in any timeline. On the other hand, if you look at the entire story, not as a series of events, not from beginning to end, but as a single continuous connected shape, where every event is occurring simultaneously, I think my life, even my stupid little life, which I spent mostly inside the hygiene bed, would form a beautiful shape.
I snort. I'm tired of this cryptic bullshit. Karen goes on.
Maybe that shape reaches back to some place where somebody can see it and change things.
Karen pulls out a couple of paper notebooks that they bought at a gas station. She says that she is going to write a poem and asks if Ben would like to write as well, remarking maybe there's somebody out there that will see his story. Eventually, hesitantly, Ben picks up the notebook and begins to write. And here we have the end of Ben and Karen's narrative. So now, some things may be lining up. Karen can see all the past and futures at once. She has the ability to experience hypertime. And she realizes that in their current timeline, the timeline she's in, there's no hope. Q wins. But that doesn't mean in the past things can't change. Karen is special in that she can see hypertime, but she's not the only one with a genetic mutation. Perhaps someone in the past would have the capability to see these timelines as well and see her right now. If only there was someone capable of seeing and recording all of these stories. Hint, hint, nudge, nudge. And in that way, as a warning that would cordon off this future from existing for anyone else, maybe her life has meaning. She begins to write a poem, perhaps the poem about the flesh and Mother Horse Eyes or some ancient hand rewinding the clock. And Ben begins to write his narrative with Karen that we've read up until this point. That explains why at one point he addressed us, the reader, directly. Ben and Karen will not survive for long. The flesh plague will continue, and at some point they will succumb to it, slaves to Mother. But perhaps they can be a lighthouse to point others away from shore. and perhaps someone in the past has the capability of seeing them and warning others. The Ben and Carative narrative is certainly the most action-packed of all the narratives within Mother Horse Eyes, and it goes to show the endpoint that a lot of themes in the series have built up to. If, as referenced all the way back around the 15th post, Nick is recording these because we are at a crossroads where technology is about to hit a singularity that we cannot come back from, then Ben and Karen are the warning sign at the end of the road, letting us know that the bridge is out. While they cannot save themselves, maybe they're capable of saving others. The next post is a link to the song Mom by Garth Brooks. And it's like a stereotypical lovey-dovey country song about a baby in heaven talking to God and being afraid to go down to earth. But God tells him, or tells the child, that there's going to be someone special on earth to take care of you. And that special someone is Mom. But this like generic country song, because it was posted by Mother Horse Eyes, takes on an entirely different meaning. Like the lyrics go, "So hush now baby, don't you cry, 'cause there's someone down there waiting, whose only goal in life is making sure you're always gonna be alright. A loving angel, tender, tough, and strong, it's almost time to go and meet your mom." Which is so funny. Because the idea, like mentioned with Michael Jackson, is that artists receive these visions of Mother and then put the true reality of Mother into their, artistic works. So the idea that Garth Brooks received visions of Mother Horse Eyes and decided to make like a country song about a baby going to meet their mother. But it was actually about like the unspeakable horror, the essence of discovery and the monster in the closet, the thing at the back of our minds. Like Garth Brooks knew about all that. I really hope there's one dude out there who got really offended at Garth Brooks' inclusion in this story. Just like, hey, that's Garth. Don't be. That's a sweet song about a mother and a child. It's a holy, precious connection. Don't be making fun of it. Like they were okay with all of the anti-biblical, like inverted Christ imagery. That was fine. But when you start talking about Garth Brooks, man, you really can't find this series anywhere else. Our next post is another entry from Nick. Nick remarks that before writing this entire series we're reading now, he had worked on a novel for 6 years, a novel he never published. He now remarks that he had delusions of grandeur, imagining how famous he would be, how he would visit talk shows to talk about his novel. And now he can't tell if he was on the right path or if he's always been a fraud. And during his time in rehab, he decided to finish that novel. On completion of this novel, he visits a bar but doesn't go in. He wants to drink in celebration, but knows he'll fall off the wagon and the cycle will continue. So he turns away. He doesn't go in the bar and he doesn't buy a drink. He sends the novel off to a bunch of literary agents, and all of them aren't interested. The story then gets meta again as Nick acknowledges the attention that the Mother Horse Eyes series has garnered. Speaking of how websites have now written articles about the series, he's garnered some popularity. And because of this, he feels that his dreams of being a writer are now closer than ever. He then remarks that he is struggling to come up with a satisfying ending, but he knows what that ending should be about.
It had to be about Mother. That was the center of the story. But what did I really know about Mother beyond a few vague memories? I had long puzzled over these memories back when I was drinking. I was convinced that something had happened to me one summer, something beyond my understanding, something monstrous. But after I got sober, I was encouraged to digest some hard truths about myself. And I decided that it was entirely possible that I had more or less made it all up. Not that I simply lied to myself, but more that I had latched onto some vague memory, perhaps a recurring nightmare, and built it up in my mind over the years. Perhaps as an explanation for why I was so emotionally screwed up, it was easier to face life as a victim of some unknown half-remembered evil. It gave me an excuse to crawl into the bottle.
Just like how he mentioned earlier that he believed his mother was dead for a summer, we now hear mention again that he had a direct interaction with Mother, something that he's written off in his mind as a bad memory, a bad dream. But some things are starting to line up. We know that Nick had experience with LSD, and now it seems he met Mother. He then says that one night while talking to Sean tells him something interesting. Sean says that back when he was addicted to crack, he would break into abandoned buildings to see if there was anything to steal. He said that once he broke into a building in downtown that had a set of stairs that led to a basement. Over several weeks, he went deeper and deeper into the basement, stealing various things. Until remarking on the last night he was there, he entered a room of which the walls were covered in human bones. It seems that Sean had come across the remnants of an interface, something that seems familiar to Nick. And now finally, man, the first time you read this is so satisfying because there's this disconnect between Nick and the rest of the story. Then you start to see crumbs. He mentions his mother being dead for a summer. He mentions LSD use. And then finally, the tie-in that Sean came across in interviews. All the different strands of the story interconnected. Our next post is once again from Nick. Picks up right where the last one left off. Nick says that he was panicked at hearing Sean mention this, but then figures surely Sean just stumbled across Nick's Reddit account. Nick remarks that he was afraid of this. He was afraid of Sean coming across his account because Nick hasn't been that kind about him. He does mention that Sean is a fake name he gave so that no one would find out his identity, and he also changed his beliefs to a different kind of religion. So a lot of the religious beliefs Sean espouses may not be the ones we've been reading about. It may just be representative of his actual beliefs. Sean continues to speak. He says that the bones were skulls, teeth, arms, and hands melted together on the walls, on the ceiling. Nick is terrified of this because he has written off his experience with Mother, these things he's seen, as his imagination. The narratives that he is writing about have come to him, but he writes these off as visions or inspiration. But if Sean's seen it, then it might be real. This terrifies Nick because he's felt this coming. The reason the man with the haircut freaked him out so much is the longer Nick looked at him, he wasn't just imagining the different stages of this man's life, he could see them. He saw him as a young man learning to trim his hair. He saw him as a father. Nick was viewing multiple points in time at once. Nick went to the river with Donnie, one of his roommates, and for a brief glimpse, he saw prehistory people living by the river, before agriculture or written language, living and dying by what Mother River brought. And at another point, while sitting in the AA, he begins to see different times of himself, different potential futures where he stays sober, he maintains a job. He describes these as doors opening before him, all the potential futures being viewed at once. The door he referenced at the end of the entry where he introduced the man with the haircut. But as soon as these visions appeared, they would fade away. So when Sean mentions that he might have come across an interface, it seems like the universe he used to imagine when he was on LSD, that everything was falling into place at the perfect time. Nick then asks Sean, "Is this something you read about on the internet?" Sean says no, but Nick needs more confirmation. He asks, "Have you been reading my Reddit post?" And Sean replies, "What's Reddit?" So, it looks like it's real after all. All of his visions, all of his memories that he's convinced himself was a lie, are really out there. We then get another entry that seems to be from a CIA agent, back when the CIA was still conducting experiments on interfaces, specifically the concept of placing an interface underneath an urban center. When you heard Sean mention that he might have come across an interface in a city, that probably sounded odd. Every interface we've seen up until this point beckons people to come into it, and it has incident zones floating everywhere that cut things in half when they step into it, something you'd probably notice in a city. But the idea seemed possible with an experiment in Honduras. During the days of interface discovery, a CIA analyst was working at a flesh interface in Honduras. They had a 3D mock-up of the inside of the interface, and this analyst was working her way through it. After working for a while, she got up to use the bathroom and realized something. The map of the inside of the interface was almost an exact copy of the inside of the CIA office. For some reason, the interface had matched the layout of the building. How could that be? Well, the CIA agent goes on to tell us. This seems to be in the later stages of interface research, as the CIA had discovered how to contain incident zones. They found a way to make sure the incident zones only appeared in the tunnels underneath the interface, or the ant farms. This was achieved through signal cables. See, for a long time it seems that all the interface wanted is flesh. But from what we see of visions of Mother, she is a combination of flesh and technology. So the Chinese discovered that the interfaces were willing to incorporate electromagnetic cables. So if a transmission cable was fed through an interface, the interface would accept it. This allowed people to send and receive signals from the interface. This was now full integration of flesh and technology, which the CIA says led to the creation of the feed realm. And with that, a lot of stuff ties in. The world was building interfaces out of flesh, but they were missing the other component, information, data through technology. When the skin ship appeared after it stole data from world powers, it seemed to transmit the data through giant cylinders that appeared in the sky, as had every other portal. It's as if the cylinders were there in order to transmit information. So with cables, people were now able to receive signals from the interface and upload signals. This meant that the power within the interface could be harnessed, and that power could be fused with flesh. So wires were converted to work off of human impulses, and this is how the first hygiene beds and feed realms were created, directly connecting people to the infraspace through the interfaces. This explains why Q, or Mother, has all the power there. Why when she decided to show her hand, these fallen angels, demons, began to appear. It is the technological equivalent of being encased and being inside the house with Mother. We just get to choose what it looks like now. But the hygiene beds, Infraspace, was always her house. It was always the place you go through the portal of the flesh interface. At first, the CIA had no idea how to use the signals the interface was sending, but it liked sending them and it liked receiving them. And as more signals were sent and received, the segmentation zones or incident zones got smaller, until eventually they completely retreated to the tunnels underneath the interface. It's as if the interface got what it wanted. It was receiving data so it didn't have to look for flesh outside of itself, meaning you could have an interface without incident zones appearing everywhere. Again, with the information we know now, it seems that this was always Mother's goal, the fusion of technology and flesh. So once she got her missing ingredient, she no longer needed to look for the latter, at least not as much. Something else the CIA thought initially is as much flesh as you give an interface is as big as the interface will get. But some interfaces, despite being given ample material or bodies, would refuse to grow past a certain point, while others would get far larger, like the Arctic portal mentioned earlier. They would notice that particularly the ant tunnels underneath the interface would always take odd turns. With the Arctic portal, the more flesh they gave it, the more massive holes it would burrow out of undersea rock. But with the above ground ones, they were always much smaller, or above water ones, I should say. The researcher at Honduras discovered that her route she took to the bathroom every day was the same route that was mapped out by the ant farm. She then took another route to the bathroom to see if that would be reflected as well, and it was kind of reflected, but not as good. It's as if the interface was tunneling based on her experience walking through the facility each day. The interface tunnels did not perfectly match the blueprint of the facility, but instead the most frequently traveled routes people would take through them. This presents a terrifying notion. The interface is building itself based on the perception of space of people around it. Its blueprints match our own subconscious blueprints that we use every day. Sure enough, other interfaces were investigated with similar results. This explains why some interfaces would grow larger than others. If the base, which the people observing it, was larger, the interface would grow larger. So naturally, the question came up. If you built an interface in a highly populated area and gave it unlimited flesh material, how big would the interface get? And it seems from here, at some point in the future, these interfaces got pretty big. Big enough for entire cities to have sensory feed jacks that could support entire buildings several hundred stories tall that underground were surely connected through an interface. This explains how Sean might have come across one in the middle of a city. And our next post takes us to Sean's perspective of exploring that interface. Sean says while speaking of this warehouse that even other addicts were afraid to enter it. He says that the building contained bad spirits. Some people will sleep at the bottom of the staircase near a solid steel door, but no one has tried to enter the door. One night, Sean takes his boss's spreader and uses it to bust open the steel doors. There isn't really anything to steal, so Sean takes the doors and sells them for scrap. Sean remarks the reason no one had ever got into this structure before is because if you give a crackhead a $400 spreader, he is just going to sell the spreader. And even though Sean was doing crack at the time, he had his senses that he could use the spreader to get even more money. He quit going through the warehouse basement for a while. He was trying to stay clean. But then one day he saw another spreader, realized he could use it to get crack money, and he was back in exploring the warehouse. He eventually gets to a room that's full of cages. All of the cages are empty, except for the last one. Inside the last cage was a dead body, dead for so long that it was merely a skeleton with clothes. The skeleton seemed to be that of a child's. So back when this interface was in operation and the CIA was sending kids through, it seems the kids were kept in cages until they were sent in, with this child being left behind when the facility was locked down. On seeing this, Sean left and swore he would never go back. That was, of course, until he needed more money from drugs, so he went back, chopped up the cages, and sold that for scrap as well, simply discarding the child's bones on the floor. He opens the next door, and this one is full of cages, all containing skeletons. Sean begins to talk about God. It seems Nick is relaying the things that Sean said directly to him. Because Sean says, I know you don't believe in God. I know you don't care about the Jews or the Gentiles. The Bible is real, but it happened a long time ago. People have forgot. That's why they carry on like they do. One day God will punish humanity for what we've done. the people that put the kids in cages, and the man that kicked the bones to the side in order to sell the cage itself. Then finally, he came across a room that had bones within the walls. He said the walls looked like a cave, as if it was a naturally forming rock instead of the underpart of a building. At first, he believes there's crystals within the walls, but on closer inspection, it's the aforementioned bones. Sean's account closes with the following words.
I said, God, this is the valley of the shadow of death. I knew I wasn't scared of those spirits because they were already inside me, telling me don't worry, telling me to keep going back down in there. I prayed to the Lord to deliver me, and I got scared right there. The spirits came out of me, and I got scared. I won't lie, I was crying, just shook up. I knew I wasn't alone in there. I could feel the evil one down in that tunnel. It was all power in the dark. The spirits of all those dead people were all formed together to form up into the body of the evil one, formed into a beast. It wanted me to bow to it, to bow to the idol. I didn't bow, I ran. I was gone. That was my moment of testing. I didn't bow, but for a little minute, I could feel all that power. And I smelt another smell. Different from the other rooms, I remember. My daughter's more grown now, but when she was little, I'd feed her applesauce. I'd be thinking about her when I smell it. I smelt it then. Coming out of the dark, and God, I wanted to bow.
Sean says he could feel the evil one, or the devil, down in that tunnel, and that the evil one wanted him to bow. In reference to the temptation of Jesus that's come up a couple of times in the story so far, when the devil offered to give Jesus what he wants if only Jesus would bow down and worship him. And it seems like the devil, or the adversary, or mother offered him a chance to be with his daughter again, or at least to feel like he was with his daughter again. And although Sean resisted, he wanted to bow. From here, we get an account of Nick speaking about his experience with Mother that's been alluded to up until this point. He says these memories of Mother come to him as if he's drunk. Little moments of consciousness that are there one moment and gone the next. But at this point, with reality making itself known around him, he comes to a series of conclusions that seem to be real. Mother was a woman sewn together from different things. Mother would come in late at night with a bag that squirmed. Inside the bag were children. We would go down into the basement where she kept the cages. We would do things to them together. The fact that this is real, that his nightmares seem to be reality, causes Nick to walk the city streets. He's thinking of drinking again. He doesn't yet, but the temptation is stronger than ever. The drink can take him away from reality. It can make him not think about the terrible things he now knows to be real. He doesn't drink yet, but he wants to. Our next entry is something. There's no easy way to say this. We then switch to the perspective of one of the chitinous cruciforms mentioned all the way back during the Arcticus portal. These chitinous cruciforms, or effectively giant lobster things, exist in a reality or a dimension or a planet that's far away from ours. It seems that Mother's influence doesn't stop with humanity. It applies to every sentient race throughout the cosmos, as these chitinous cruciforms, despite being giant lobster things, seem to have a group of priests that speak of blessings from the womb sac of Mother. So perhaps in this reality, Mother's influence has been there for some time. They may not be building interfaces or hooking people or lobsters up to hygiene beds, but in their own way, Mother has given them what they wanted under her influence. It seems that these cruciforms communicate to each other by showing visions and images on their shells. The cruciforms seem to eat plant life and flowers, but their favorite food is livestock. The cruciform speaking describes eating said livestock that comes from the priest's temple, from Mother. The creature is soft and pale and pink. Mara, the cruciform he is eating with, likes the taste of these the best, but I don't think there's any difference between these and the brown ones. I break off one of the 5 little feelers on the end of its foreleg and nibble at it. But Mara snips at me and breaks off a hind leg and offers me the thick end. My shell turns yellow and I take it. The pretty red juice runs all over my jaws as they pull the meat from the bone, eventually remarking that these livestock come from the womb. Of course, the womb of Mother. So we know from the Arcticus portal that these cruciforms made their way into our world, deep beneath the ocean, and that the priest class who are fully committed to Mother get this food source of humans directly from her. So perhaps the cruciforms that are now in our world steal people away and bring them back to the temple to be consumed. Or perhaps if incident zones can cause people to teleport into a different place, maybe if they're not being used for the interface because the interface can only grow so much, they're teleported here into the cruciform world, a gift to the cruciforms who worship Mother. This is, obviously, very bleak. Humans seem to be nothing more than cattle to these creatures. Creatures that have embraced Mother's presence, I'm sure at an unspecified price to themselves, but it gets them what they want, the flesh of humans. From here, our next entry also seems to be in a far-off world separated from humanity, but a world beneath Mother's influence. It is a letter from someone named Anne to someone named Isolandria. Anne says that Isolandria is her granddaughter that has not yet been born. Anne describes a culture we're not familiar with, speaking of a group of people called the Mountain-born who came out of the mountain's womb. The mountains are inhabited by monks. And when referring to someone that has died, Anne says that they have passed on to the love of the imp sun, a different world with a different sun than our own. But regardless, it seems that this culture has some influence from Earth. As Anne remarks, she is writing this letter in English, a language that has been taught to her by her grandmother. And most strikingly, when Anne describes her grandmother's gifts that her grandmother carved into green crystal, one of which is a kitty cat. How would this far-off people, whoever they may be, know what a cat is? Anne remarks that this is an animal that lives on the far world. The next carving is that of a rose, something Anne says is a vegetable on the far world. She says that the last gift is secret. She describes this secret gift that is carved into green crystal as a T shape with a little man carved onto the T shape. This seems to be a crucifix, a symbol that Anne doesn't seem to recognize. This seems to be another group of people underneath Mother's presence. The mention that the mountain-born came out of the womb. But in whatever culture this is, there seems to be ties to humanity. Things from Earth like roses or a kitty cat. And most strikingly, once again, we get symbolism of Christianity, specifically the visage of Jesus on a cross. Keep this in mind for later. We then get a poem that again seems to be from another world under Mother's influence. On a planet that is heated by a blue star, there is a great mighty crystal tower, and within the tower is a massive artery of living flesh. There is no entry at the base of the tower, but at the top of the tower is a large orifice. And every now and then someone comes out of this orifice and casts themselves over the side of the tower, falling to their deaths. The poem ends by saying perhaps they do this in prayer, or perhaps they're searching for an entryway, a door that doesn't exist. So on some far-off world, for reasons we don't understand, a tower was constructed under Mother's influence. Perhaps this orifice is a giant interface, and occasionally people cast themselves to the foot of it, trying to find a way inside, searching for a door that doesn't exist. These three poems show that Mother's influence goes much further than just Earth. Every conscious organism that exists in our reality or others seems to be under her influence or working their way towards it. The cruciforms worship her, and she gives them gifts. The letter from Anne, while not saying Mother directly, implies that their people come from the womb. Even if they don't know of her yet, I'm sure they will soon. And on this planet with the blue star, there is a great crystal tower that has a tube of flesh within it. And the people there, seemingly having gone mad under Mother's influence, like a lot of cases we saw on Earth, cast themselves to the ground trying to find a way through. But regardless of how distant and strange these worlds are, they have connections to ours. The chitinous cruciforms eat people that Mother seems to send them, or at least humanity opened a gateway that lets humans fall through. And in Anne's letters, she says that grandmother has built several gifts that are reminiscent of things from Earth, most strikingly religion and the symbol of Jesus from Earth. However, it's the last one, the poem, that I think is the most interesting, because if you pay attention to what the poem's saying, we've seen this before. Do you remember all the way back in the Pompeii narrative, a narrative that was being told at the same time as the story of the 17th test subject who was killed and sent through the portal? Because he was dead when he entered through the interface and then appeared somewhere outside of the interface, the researchers assumed whatever he saw inside is what's on the other side of the portal. And what did he describe seeing? A tube of flesh like the inside of a sausage casing and a bright blue light. What is the crystal tower described as here? A living artery of flesh with an orifice on top that lets in the light from the planet's blue sun. I think that 17th test subject, when he was killed and then resurrected on the other side of the portal, witnessed whatever world this is, before winding up back on Earth outside of the interface and dying shortly thereafter. People had gone into interfaces and come back out. They had gone through encasement, but the 17th test subject is the only one to have witnessed what's on the other side of a portal, a large interface that seems to open a gateway. I think that Mother's influence has happened in multiple worlds and multiple realities beyond our own. Some of them accept her, some of them resist her, but everyone runs into her just the same. Maybe not every world has to build interfaces and portals the same way we do, but regardless if it's the cruciform priest or if it's whatever this tower is, they build portals just the same. And the portals create gateway between the different realities that Mother has taken over. So perhaps several of the test subjects that the CIA was sending through portals wind up at the cruciform temples to be consumed by the giant creatures. Perhaps several of the animals and relics and objects they passed through winded up on Anne's planet and became symbols of the far world that the grandmother is now carving. And then finally, perhaps the dead man that was resurrected through the portal woke up inside of the Crystal Tower. These are worlds that are not our own, but the gateway has been opened to. And when you realize the breadth of Mother's control, how many worlds have already been conquered in her name, even if that name is just one of discovery, of the future, of technology, it goes to show how foolish humanity was, thinking they could fare any better, thinking they could control it. We now move into the final 10 entries of Mother Horseeyes, all of which are from the perspective of Nick. The first one picking up after his last entry when he was thinking about drinking. And in this post, he seems to be belligerent. He decided to move out of the sober house. He couldn't stand to be around Sean anymore and convinced himself that Sean was lying. None of this Mother Horseeye stuff is real. How could it be? He goes on to talk about the ridiculousness of AA once again, saying it's just a bunch of storytelling. And goes on to say that really trying to quit alcoholism is an uphill battle you'll never win. He describes it as trying to storify one's life. There are moments in life when people succeed, the story is over, and the credit should roll, but they have to keep on living. The guy gets the girl, and now they have to live with each other. She farts a lot, and he hogs the shower. Or the underdog team wins the tournament, and now they have to get ready for the next season. 10 seasons later, they're all retired, sitting around and scratching their balls. There are moments when people accomplish things, and that should be the end of it, but they have to keep on living. And people who go through sobriety got their storybook ending. They stepped away from drugs, they cleaned up their life. Now what? And then Nick relates all of this to the story he's writing, to Mother Horseeyes. There should be no tidy, put-together ending. Maybe Nick will just say, here it is, take it or leave it. He then, midway through the text, decides that that's lame, but he's also not going to the warehouse. So he'll just wait for some ending to come to him. Eventually, Nick remarks that he needs some friends, and the only way he knows how to make friends is through drinking. So he's going to go do just that. But before Nick ruins his sobriety, there is a message at the end of this post that is very odd.
The end of this chapter doesn't feel viable. After everything that this character has said previously, how could he come to this decision so lightly? Sure, he's a self-deceiving alcoholic. Sure, people make crazy decisions on a whim all the time. This might be realistic, but it's not believable. A novel must have more logic than real life. The events in a novel must operate by a chain of cause and effect that the reader can follow. If you're going to have somebody completely contradict their previously expressed viewpoints, it has to be the result of some event happening in their life which causes them to change. The bigger the change in the character, the bigger the event must be. Before you post this, I would rewrite it, playing up the conflict with Sean. Make it into a full-blown fight that forces the narrator to move out, then have the narrator living alone, going to stir crazy, which leads him to make the fateful choice.
This is a figure known as K editing Nick's autobiography. Or at least you know, the section of the story Nick is writing about himself. We do not know who this K is. I'll talk about my theory for it later. But in the midst of all this, someone, as these stories are going up, is referring to Nick as a character within the narrative that Nick is writing, saying that his choices don't make sense from a literature perspective and suggest he changed some things. Of course, he hasn't. We just read the series of events as Nick described them. But who is attempting to edit the story of his actual life? Now, I said that all of the posts from here in are from Nick's perspective, and that's true. But the next post is from a younger Nick's perspective. Specifically, Nick when he encountered Mother. I'll have evidence for this later, but for now, just trust me. This is the time Nick spent with Mother that has haunted him for years. He says that one day his mom took him to the clothes store. She was wearing a blue dress and young Nick was following her around. But then Nick looked up and it wasn't his mother, but some other woman wearing a blue dress. When Nick realized his mistake, he began to panic and try to find his own mom. A lady from the store saw Nick crying and returned him to this false mother. Nick remarks, I was mad at her because I thought she switched into that lady on purpose to trick me. I was too little to know that's not possible. Is it? Nick wakes up in the house and goes downstairs calling for his mom, but his mom doesn't answer. Instead, he sees a stranger sitting in the living room. He can only see the back of her head and sees that her hair is gray. Nick then decides that the reason his mom and dad aren't here is because it's Sunday, and the family always goes to church on Sunday. And Nick must have been left at home, which is great for him because that just means more playtime. He plays for a long time, but then he starts to get hungry and wonders why they're not back from church yet. Nick reasons that the old lady downstairs must be a babysitter. So he just walks downstairs and eats the crackers that his mother keeps on a bottom shelf for him. This time, as he passes by the living room, he looks closer at the old lady, still staring ahead at the TV. This time, within her gray hair, he notices that it is full of sticks and leaves, the hair ragged and messy. Night begins to fall, and his parents still haven't come home. He believes this is some kind of punishment. Nick then says, "What if God is mad at me for not going? We're supposed to go to Sunday school to make God happy, and I didn't go. I was really bad. What if this is a big punishment? God can make people disappear forever." Young Nick gets on his knees and says a little prayer. "I'm sorry, God, for not going to Sunday school. I will go every time forever until I am dead. I am sorry, I am sorry. Please bring Mom and Dad and Anna and Brittany back, his sisters. Thank you, God. Amen." He runs to his window and looks down the road, expecting his parents to come, but they never do. Downstairs, he hears weird noises. Someone, seemingly the old woman, is moving around. The sound she makes is like a dog growling so terribly loud, and something is banging on the ceiling. He ends the account by saying, "I go into my closet. I cry too much. I always cry too much." Now, I'm going to save a lot of analysis for the Nick segments until the end. One thing I do want to mention here is, yes, one of his sisters is named Anna, the same name as the lady from the far-off world who was writing the letters we read a moment ago. This, for the love of all that's good, has to be a coincidence. If his sister is somehow connected to this woman on a far-off world who is under a mountain-born class of people writing letters to her great-granddaughter, if there is a connection there, I don't want to know about it. It's too much. I need to sleep eventually. The next post is from adult Nick's perspective, and it seems that he has seen too many things all at once.
The person sitting in the big chair, new mother, a basement full of specimens, glistening membranes, blurred faces laughing, tower, witch, monster, mountain, apocalyptic sky infested with winged things. The dream folds in on itself and spills out dozens of new creatures, images intercourse. Panes of light behind everything, ragged Muppet creatures tumbling out and chasing one another, devouring, bloody crunching, growing panes of light, Galapagos critters howling, ingesting, affixing, lamprey, succubus, Voltron, food chain formation, panes of light, a persistent locust, the window panes, persistence, triggers reality, rational bootstrapping, persistence rapidly infects everything else, the weird Galapagos creatures die off, too weird to live, all the props of ordinary reality are rushed into place just before I open my eyes.
It seems that what he is seeing is all the different narratives, and narratives we haven't even heard of, crashing in on themselves. Some of them make sense. A person sitting in the big chair, the thing Nick saw when he was a child in the house. A basement full of specimens, Sean's account of the underground cages he discovered. Apocalyptic sky infested with winged things, the vision that Lisa saw when she went through the interface. Just after this, we find out that Nick was sleeping. It seems that in his dreams, he's starting to see everything at once. He's seeing hyperdimensions and hypertime. But unlike Karen, he can't make sense of it. But for some reason, he has the ability to see it all. He wakes up in an apartment he's been renting since he started drinking again. At least that's where he thinks he is. He looks closer and realizes he's just in some random apartment. He went on a bender, blacked out, and is now woken up here. He goes to the bathroom and sees that his face is covered in scratches and bruises. His front tooth has been knocked out. The bathroom is covered in blood. It seems that Nick got into an accident or a fight, stumbled into this apartment bleeding everywhere before he fell asleep. It seems that Nick has fallen off the wagon pretty hard. And his visions of the narratives, his visions of everything, are as powerful as ever. The next post continues with adult Nick. It picks up right where we left him in the bloody bathroom. The first thing he thinks to do is find liquor. He then remembers that he was wrong in his misremembering. It's not that this is some random apartment, this is some other place that he had just checked into. It seems that Nick is bouncing from place to place. It wasn't until now he realized that he's actually supposed to be here, before remarking that for all he knows, he might have killed the landlord. He goes to the kitchen and finds in the freezer a bottle of Absolute. He is so happy upon seeing this, he begins to cry. At this moment, the owner steps in. The owner says, "Oh, hi, Nick, right?" And Nick responds, "Yeah, good." His cope for drinking again is that it will make him more sociable. And now we see here he can't carry on a basic conversation. The owner asks if Nick is okay, given that his face is beat up. And Nick says, yeah, he got it mountain biking. Nick apologizes for breaking a lamp. He only knows he broke a lamp because there's a broken lamp on the floor, and he assumes he did it while he was blacked out. And then Nick says that he's sorry and he's going to go. The owner asks what happened, and Nick says, "I got drunk and mountain biking. After he walks back into the bedroom to gather his things, he sees that a broken lamp is not his only problem, as there is also a nightstand turned over, broken plates, and a hole punched in the wall. Nick begs the guy just to let him go. He says he'll give him a month's worth of rent, before remarking to us that that's a lie. Nick doesn't have a month's worth of rent. The owner says before Nick goes, they need to figure out the damages. And Nick says he can't. He has to go. Just take a month's rent. His voice quivering like a child's. The awkwardness of the situation is killing him. The owner is going around tallying up all the damages. And Nick is unable to shut his suitcase because he shoved his shirts in there and the suitcase won't close unless everything is perfectly folded. So he just throws some of his shirts on the floor, shuts up the suitcase as it is, and on his way out the door remarks, "I'm taking the vodka." Nick is at the end of his wits. He can't continue much longer as he is. Our next entry is from Child Nick's perspective, picking up after he was crying in the closet in the last entry. He fell asleep in the closet, and when he wakes up, he knows that the old woman will be there. Sure enough, she is. He remarks, "She is not a person. She is something else. I try not to cry. I start crying right away. She is tall, but her body is not a body. It's just a pile of things. It's covered in a long, shiny robe, shiny from a million blue-gold flies crawling on her. Long gray hair covers most of her face." Nick begins to scream and scream and scream for his mommy to come home. He screams so hard he says the ceiling turns pink and fuzzy. The mother with horse eyes walks up and looks down on him. Her face is awful pieces of animal. I remember her eyes, the same eyes as the white horse Brittany rides, the one that Mom said I could pet, but it bit my hand and I had to go to the hospital. The eyes are just hanging on the face, not really looking at me. Flies crawl on them. I'm shaking scared. Nick calls out to God to make her go away. She looks at him and snorts and makes animal sounds. She smells like a barn and reaches to grab him with a hand made of crab legs. The crab legs are touching his face. He closes his eyes, and then the touching stops, and he hears a happy little voice say, "Drink." He keeps his eyes shut. The voice says again, "Drink." He opens his eyes to see a dozen bird heads have crawled out of a hole in her neck. They move in different ways. One of the bird heads says, "Drink," in its funny parrot voice. Mother is holding a silver spoon in her crab hand. Purple stuff resting in the spoon, like grape medicine. Terrified, Nick opens his mouth and Mother pours it down. He sits there for some time with his eyes shut tight. He still smells the smell. He hears the flies, the sounds of animal breath. It's then that despite his eyes being shut, he says something slips into his eyelid.
Something slipped inside my eyes. I can see it even though they're closed. Not a square, not a triangle. A shape I don't know the name of. Lots of shapes. Oh no, my eyeballs fill up with little people like a Where's Waldo book. There's a million of them all doing different things, moving around in an old city with castles and flags. They're running through tunnels and climbing up towers. I can watch them all at once. Wow, there's a baker and a knight and a clown and a queen with lots of... They're all dying. Cartoony blood pours everywhere and they've all got scared looks on their faces and the blood washes away and they're all playing and smiling again. The places and people change. I see stories. They happen all at once, 100 stories, but I can watch them all at once. It's different people crying and laughing and living and dying and doing all kinds of things. It's like seeing 10 movies all at once, and it's so much, too much. I open my eyes.
It seems that Mother has given Nick something that allows him to see everything. He sees shapes he doesn't know the names of, shapes within hyperdimensions, the same ones that Karen described in the feed realms. And he sees people, armies slaughtered throughout different points in time, every point in time happening at once. I think it can be assumed that Mother gave him LSD, or whatever her naturally occurring form of it is, opening up Nick's mind so that he can see everything. He then looks at Mother and says her animal face opens up, and inside there is another face. The face looks like a man's or a woman's made of wet clay. The clay changes and becomes other people, an old man, a young man, a Chinese guy, a sad black guy, other guys, a cat. All of the different narratives being experienced at once. Young Nick viewing the many faces that he would one day write about. Despite the faces changing, the eyes stay the same.
The face changes one more time. It's a woman's face. Mother. Maybe very old, maybe very young. Mother. The eyes say something clearly. Mother. I can feel my heart beating. When it beats, it says mother, mother, mother. The eyes are sad, so old and sad and kind, so kind, like they're sorry for me, like they wish they could help me. but the face is still and the lips are pressed together like Mother, is trying to hide that she is sad. Trying not to be sad, trying to be strict because she is going to punish me. It's the same look Mom gives when I've been bad and she puts me in timeout. The face is Mom's face, but also 1,000 other faces. They feel sorry for me. Oh no, 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 no. I scream and scream, scream and scream.
Seems that when young Nick was introduced to LSD, it unlocked some hidden potential. Sure, other people experienced LSD and would build interfaces or have visions of Mother, but Nick is different. He has seen far more than any of them ever have. Also, we don't get any indication that young Nick was a part of a CIA experiment. He was walking around a store with his real mother and ran into this mother. It's as if she sought him out and has brought young Nick through an interface, through a house, because he's special. From a young age, he can see hyperdimensions and hypertime. Mother seems to be showing him this for a reason. We then cut back to adult Nick's perspective. At this point, Nick has nowhere to stay. He is walking along the sidewalk, dragging his wheeled suitcase. He runs out of sidewalk and then starts to debate if he should walk along the freeway. All the while, he wants to drink the liquor that is in his suitcase, but he's afraid someone will see him and call the police. He finds a drainage ditch off the side of the road and decides that he can drink the bottle there. Sure enough, this begins to alleviate his nightmarish thoughts. They're still there, just a little more distant. Now that he can think straight, he gets out his phone to try to figure out what damage he's done. It seems he has lost account of 5 days worth of time. It's only been 5 days since he left the AA. He even checks Reddit, noting that several of the posts he's made have been over the past few days, meaning the accounts that have been occurring of him as an adult and him as a kid have been posted during this bender. He begins to do the math on how much of the vodka he can drink now to still have some later. He remarks that a lot of people lie to themselves. They always think they're just visiting. The first time they get arrested for a drunken disorderly or wind up in AA, they think they're just here for a while before their life gets back on track. But Nick says he's not lying to himself. This is his home. This is where he's supposed to be, in a drainage ditch, measuring out his vodka. Our next account once again switches to child Nick's perspective. Nick says that Mother has put a nail in his brain. The nail stays still, but everything else moves. And he says the visions he's seeing now make him feel carsick. He says everything is going different ways and different colors. I can see things that don't happen and things that do. Things that try to happen but don't get to. It's too confusing. Every time he tries to get out of bed, he sees everything at once. Abilities that it took Karen Castillo years to master seem to be in full effect for young Nick, even if he doesn't understand them. Mother then walks into the room and puts 3 large stones next to his bed. He says that the stones seem to be covered in colored shadows. Every time he looks at the stones, he sees things that could happen, but don't. Again, possible futures, possible realities. A few days later, Mother visits his room again, and Nick says that he's hungry. Mother tells him to make some food, and Nick asks how. She points to the stones. Command that these stones be made bread, she says in a new voice. A man's voice. This line is once again in reference to the temptation of Jesus in the wilderness within the Gospels. The first temptation occurs when the devil meets Jesus in the wilderness. Jesus has not ate for some time, and the devil says, "You have the power of God. Why don't you make these stones into bread?" Trying to tempt Jesus to use his power for his own glory, to make things easier for himself, to give in to Satan's desires. And now Mother is telling Nick to do the exact same thing with the same quote that the devil used against Jesus. Nick says she says it in a new voice, a man's voice. I think I know whose voice that might be. So young Nick points at them and says, "Stones turn into bread." A color of fire appears around them, a color Nick hasn't seen before. And just like that, the stones are made bread. With this, Mother laughs. It seems that the temptation has worked. It didn't work on Jesus, but it worked on Nick. Nick, now believing that he has magical powers, runs to the window and comes up with a new wish. He wishes for his mom and dad to come home, and sure enough, he sees their car driving down the road. Nick is being treated far different than any other child in Mother's home. These are not childs that she performed tests on or childs who saw weird visions of pregnant women and dead mothers. Nick is a child that Mother is very interested in, one she sought out. One who can see all time and all dimensions at once, and one that now fell in the temptation of their own magic to make the stones into bread. Our next post is from adult Nick's perspective. It seems that Nick's emotional pendulum has gone the other direction. He is now fed up with his lack of agency, and he's decided he doesn't need to drink more, he needs to be brave, so he calls Sean. Sean shows up to the motel that Nick is staying in, and Nick asks where the warehouse is. Regardless of what happens to him, Nick needs some answers. Sean is cautious to tell Nick anything, so Nick tells him everything. He says, I tell him about Mother Horse Eyes, the Nazis, the CIA, the LSD, the experiments, most of the stuff I've told you. I leave out some parts like the fact that he is in the story, that we are in the story, that all of this is in the story right now. He listens to me, but his face darkens. Maybe he thinks I'm crazy or high or full of evil spirits. And then Nick finishes by saying that I have lived things which are impossible, which could not have happened, and so have you. He says he knows that Mother is down there, and he wants to find her. Sean tells Nick that what's down there is the devil, how right he is. And if Nick goes down there, he's not going to come back. Nick says he wants to go down there because he wants to know what's wrong with him. Nick blames everything, his addiction, his misfortunes, his lack of success. He pins all of it on the memories he has from that summer with Mother. He went into that house an optimistic boy and came out a broken man. Nick asks Sean, isn't Sean curious? Doesn't he want answers? And Sean replies, no, God doesn't promise answers. God gives us all the answers we need in the Bible. Nick responds that he's being anti-intellectual, anti-science, and Sean says, I'm not saying don't be a scientist, I'm saying don't go in the tunnel with bones in the wall. They laugh and Sean tries to urge Nick not to do this. But Nick says there has to be an ending, right? There has to be some kind of payoff to everything that's happened, everything he's been forced to see. Sean says he can tell Nick where the warehouse is, but what is Nick even going to do when he gets there? And Nick says, I think I've been given reason to believe that whatever is down there, I can destroy it. Which, what on earth is Nick talking about? Mother is the culmination of everything. I mean, he's seen the visions that we've read. She is at the end of every discovery. She's on the other side of every veil. She apparently has manipulated planets and cosmos beyond our understanding or space. And Nick thinks he has the potential to stop her. But how? Well, in our next post, we move back to child Nick's perspective. Right after young Nick performed magic to make his parents drive down the road. Nick runs outside to the driveway, but when his parents pull up, their car's different. Nevertheless, the doors open and his parents step out, but they're different. His mom oddly steps out of the same door his dad does, and his mother is wearing a blue dress, the same one she was wearing when Nick was taken by Mother Horse Eyes. Nick grabs his mother's leg, crying and asking where they were. His mother says they went to the store to get dresses, and his dad got stuff for his car. Nick looks up at his mother, and his mother is oddly smiling at him. Her smile unbreaking, she says they stayed at the store for a few days, but now they're home. Nick asks why they left him alone with a monster. His mom seems disappointed by this. His dad gets angry and says that's enough. He looks at his dad, and his dad looks weird. His dad has freckles normally, but now the freckles are in the wrong place. He stares closer at his mother and can't put his finger on it, but something's wrong about her too. Suddenly, as Nick is inspecting, something starts moving under his mother's shirt. As he's staring at her, her cheek falls into the ground. And then another piece of her falls off. And another, falling to the ground as meat. Until eventually his mother is left, a pile of meat and clothes. In the pile of meat, something begins moving. It crawls to the edge of the clothes and exposes itself as a cat. The same thing happens with his father, and a cat slips out of his clothes as well. And then another cat, and another. Both of their clothes are lying there full of rotten meat and cats. As Nick is watching this, Mother comes out and pinches his shoulder with her crab hand. Mother drags Nick inside and throws him inside of a cage. Mother looks at him and in an angry voice says, your magic isn't strong enough to make whoever you want. It seems Nick does have some power, some magic. I mean, enough to turn the stones to bread. But when he tried to make new people, he tried to make his parents come into a realm that they're not in. The illusion didn't work. The clothes were wrong. The car didn't make sense. They fell apart. Mother sits at the kitchen table. Nick screams and cries, but she does nothing. Eventually, as the sun sets, she looks at him and says, you were bad. Your magic is bad. You won't be bad again. Nick replies that he hates her. Mother sits up from the table, the golden flies that cover her scrambling around. And as Mother walks up to the cage, the bars expand in different directions, like magic. She reaches into the cage with her crab hand and picks Nick up, taking him to the living room. The living room is full of cages, full of children in cages, all of them sitting nice and upright and not speaking, like the account of one of the children in the CIA experiments, with all of the kids just sitting at the table looking forward. Mother gives them something to make them behave. Mother says to Nick, I will show you what will happen if you are bad. She opens the basement door. Nick says usually the basement is dark, but not this time. Nick looks down and says inside it is not the basement, it is alive. The basement is quite possibly the interface. I mean, after all, this house with Mother is, for my theory, what happens to people while they're encased. So perhaps when Nick looks into the basement and the lights are on, he sees the real world as it is. He's inside of a flesh interface, one that threatens to rip him apart if Mother lets it. Probably what she did with all the other rejects. This same post then switches to adult Nick's perspective. Adult Nick is remarking how terrible the world seems as of late. He talks about a lot of the issues that were present in 2016. Protests, cops killed in the Dallas shooting, conspiracies about chemtrails, ISIS crucifixions. He feels less optimistic than he ever has. He says any money he could make would be pointless for a recluse like him. And he calls fame a bicycle for a fish. What would he do with it? He says, there is nothing in my future. I'm going back to the past. I'm going to kill it. We then switch back to young Nick's perspective. Young Nick says mother doesn't care what he does as long as he doesn't bother her. So he sneaks through the house, making sure to avoid whatever room she's in, but never going into the rooms with the children in cages. All the while, he's been practicing his magic. Small things like making himself bread or cookies. He makes his stuffed animals walk around and do fun things. He likes the magic but is afraid he'll make mother mad. In the midst of this, he cries often. He thinks he'll be stuck in this house forever. He thinks he'll never see his parents again. Then, young Nick says he came up with an idea. He tried to bring his parents to the house, but that didn't work. Nick correctly says it's because mom and dad are on the outside. I can't make them do things with magic. I'm not strong enough. But I can make myself do things. What could he mean by that? Well, we switch back to adult Nick's perspective. Nick says, I am going down there. I am being called. By the shape of my entire life, I am being called. The story must end this way. Mother will be down there, and so I will try to destroy her. He thinks about bringing a weapon, but realizes that's foolish. He says, what would a gun do against she that is everything? She who has shaped my life across time and space. He says he feels the same way he does before he falls off the wagon. He knows he shouldn't be doing it. He knows it's a bad idea, yet his feet carry him to the liquor store nonetheless. He feels the exact same way walking to the warehouse. He knows it's a bad idea, but he can't help it. This entry ending with Nick saying, I am coming, mother, I am coming. This takes us to the 100th post, the final post of Mother Horse Eyes. We begin with young Nick's perspective.
I am being changed. Mother's lessons are teaching me things, transforming me. At night, I lie in my little bed eating cookies, watching the ceiling. Then the seams open up and wow, just look at what's behind them. Colors without names, stars from long ago. Tunnels through the beyond. My magic is growing stronger. I can make things happen. I pray and wait and they come to me. Every morning, little sparrows land on tree branches outside my window. Mother says I can't be too greedy. Press at the curve, she says. Direct the flow. Don't move against it. I'm reading the Bible with the new words I've learned. Christ had blood magic. The magic of suffering, of desire and limitation. At night, Mother and I watch his soft flesh writhe and struggle on the hard architecture of the cross.
Mother, behold your son. Father, into your hands I commit my spirit.
Soon I will call my own little Christ unto these yellow sands.
It's so cool. It's just so cool. I'm angry that this is the one time I get to read this story. I wish I could wipe my mind and start it over. It's so cool. That might have broke the microphone. I hope not. What young Nick doesn't realize he's accomplishing is the same thing that Karen accomplished inside of the feed realm. He is training himself. He's learning to exist in these extra dimensions. He sees things that are impossible by our 3D understanding of space. Colors without names, stars from long ago, tunnels through the beyond. He is learning to build his magic. Mother directs him how. Go with the curves, not against them. He reads the Bible with new words. Words he's learned surely related to this magic and this control of reality. He sees that Christ had blood magic. Magic of sacrifice, perhaps. Mother and young Nick go back in time and watch the crucifixion over and over. The lines, Mother, behold your son, is one of the last things Jesus says on the cross when he's speaking to his mother Mary. And into your hands I commit my spirit is one of the final things Jesus said to his God the Father in heaven before his death. So while speaking of the crucifixion of Jesus, Nick says he will call his own little Christ. Now with all the talk of revelation and magic and whatnot and what Mother might represent, the idea of your own little Christ might not be a great thing. Most strikingly, Nick says he will call his own Christ unto these yellow sands. Once again, that allure, that promise of salvation with a wink at the end, with a knife behind the back. Keep that in mind for just a moment. We then cut back to adult Nick's perspective on his way to the warehouse.
The other passengers on the bus seem unaware that I am heading towards a showdown which will decide the fate of all mankind. Am I still sane? I feel pretty sane. I'm not drooling at the mouth. I'm not shouting at the pigeons. But what really makes me feel sane is that I can still recognize that my actions are insane. I'm going to confront a sinister entity which has been shaping the course of human events since prehistory, which may one day enslave all of humanity, and I'm going to do it wearing an old Garth Brooks t-shirt.
Which sure is a callback to the Garth Brooks mom song, but more importantly, is funny. He gets off the bus and begins walking on the sidewalk. It reminds him of the soldiers landing on the beaches at Iwo Jima, and then remarks that that's probably just his delusional grandiosity talking. He eventually finds the warehouse and remarks that it's just an old, dusty brick building. The front door is chained up, but he finds a broken window. Shining a light through, he doesn't see anything of interest other than a crack pipe. Sean had told him there was a flight of stairs in there that led to a door, and Nick's probably going to have to walk through the warehouse to find it. As he begins to look around the musty warehouse, he eventually finds a staircase that leads to busted hinges and an open doorway. This gives Nick an odd feeling about Sean. Every time Nick's interacted with Sean, he's been sober. He's been poised and confident and trying to be helpful, even if his opinions are crazy. But now, seeing the size of these metal doors that Sean was trying to bust into to steal stuff for crack money, Nick has trouble thinking of Sean in that setting of being so dependent on a drug he would throw all of his civilities away. Nick walks through the doorway, and it's exactly as Sean described it. Rooms leading to rooms leading to rooms. This underground area is massive. It leads to more stairs that go further down in these wide open conference rooms and smaller offices. It's likely that Nick is inside of an old CIA base, placed underneath an unassuming warehouse. While looking at all the dust in the air, he remarks at one point they appear more as flakes. Perhaps it's not dust, but ash. Before the CIA or whoever was last in control of this place left, they must have burned the interface. Or Nick remarks he has no idea what he's talking about. Maybe it is just dust. Eventually, seemingly, Nick gets to the bottom, and his flashlight beam finds what looks like a cave. A cave that appears as naturally forming rocks. Or, likely, what the inside of the burnout Nazi laboratory probably looked like to the SS officer. Confirming his suspicion, Nick's flashlight glances up the side of the cave and sees a bony hand reaching out of the wall. This image is of course terrifying, but for Nick, is almost a relief.
I stare at it for a moment, letting my eyes flood with tears. Before I have to kneel down and wipe my face, I am not crazy. I have not been crazy all these years. Something happened. Something happened to me when I was a child, and I'm not just some screw-up. I'm not just some piece of shit loser who can't keep his hands off a bottle. I've seen something. I've been touched by something vast and unimaginable.
It's almost an explanation for him. It's like everything in his life has gone wrong, and it's finally for a reason. He's not just broken. Maybe he can get better. He continues to shine his flashlight and sees that it's not just a hand, but clavicles, teeth, ribs, skulls. He has found the remnants of a burnt flesh interface.
For a moment, I feel like I'm not standing on the ground, but I'm suspended over a pit full of bodies. Like one of the great burning pits of Trebinka, only much vaster. These are not just the bodies from Trebinka, but from all the camps, all the prisons, all the pogroms, all the wars, all the plagues, all the indifferent machinery of history, the great unfeeling clock wheels of the cosmos, which rolls sublimely along, generation after generation, rending and crushing the human form into pieces, into powder, into dust, into ash.
He's identified Mother with the thing behind every war, the thing around every corner. A desire for discovery, a conquest with a body count higher than we could imagine. He begins to see visions of the entire universe, the things he saw as a kid coming back to him. He says that Mother is at least alive. She is consuming, she is devouring, but she is alive. But everything else in the universe is dead. She holds the promise of life, the promise of power, of technologies. It's no wonder so many dying things fall into her. Nick's reminded of what Sean said, that when Sean was down there he smelled applesauce and it reminded him of his daughter. Sure enough, Nick begins to smell cookies. Cookies just like his mother used to make. But the smell's a little bit different. They weren't exactly like the ones his mother used to make. These smell like the ones that he would make out of stone. Suddenly, Nick remembers more. He remembers being a young boy that performed miracles, that turned stones into cookies. Something completely impossible, but something real. Something he can smell right now. Nick says, I stand and brush myself off. There's something at the end of the tunnel waiting for me. Good or bad, it will be an answer, a resolution, an end. And then finally, Mother Horseeyes ends with one final account from young Nick.
I say my prayer and look out the window. For a long time, the street's empty. Then he comes walking down the road, carrying a flashlight even though it's light out. I rush downstairs. Mother is sitting at the kitchen table. I think of saying goodbye to her, but the gleam in her eyes tells me there is no need. I go into the dim little front hall. A beam of daylight is shining through the peephole. There is a knock on the door. I wait. The knob turns and the door opens. This is it, the beginning. I walk into the light.
Young Nick wasn't able to make his parents do things because they were on the outside, but he could make himself do things, even if it was a different himself. Adult Nick said that his entire life was a struggle, and it seems that the shape of his entire life was leading him back to that warehouse, back to that interface, back to Mother. And he was completely right, but it was himself that brought him back. See, young Nick in that house, because of some latent ability, probably the same genetic code and miracle-working gene that Karen had, one that we saw the inception of in the Stone Age, Nick was able to see times and histories and futures that have never happened. Which means, in combination with young Nick's magic, at least while he was in the house, Nick was able to pick which one he wanted. And he picked the one that made himself come get him out of the house, come save him from Mother. Despite how messed up Nick's life was, despite all the things he did wrong, he saved himself from that house. He saved himself from Mother. Now, initially, you may hear this and think it's a happy ending. All's well that ends well. But the more I think about it, the less I'm sure of that. Let's talk about why, as well as some other things gleaned from the story as a whole. We can go back to whatever this is. All right, so first of all, let's talk about the timeline stuff, because I haven't brought this up in a bit. Prehistory, way back when, we have the story of the old crone and the tribe by Mother River. Some people try to argue perhaps this is in a far future after technology has destroyed everything, and while that's cool and all, I don't think there's really anything to imply that, but there is something to imply its history. Specifically the mention that the genetic mutation that Karen and probably Nick have came from something that happened during the Stone Age. So I think the old crone story is showing us that. We have the invention of LSD, which is the kickoff to unlocking humanity's ability to get near Mother. We have the concentration camp and the Iwo Jima incident, both occurring during World War II. And right after World War II, the CIA gets their hands on LSD and begins their experiments during MKUltra. They're not the only ones, though, as the Soviets are doing the same thing, and in 1961 have to launch the Tsar Bomba to destroy a portal that got out of hand. The Vietnam experiments assumedly began when the United States got into the Vietnam War. During that, in 1969, we have the story of the Grifter, who runs into the Manson cult and is fed to an interface. For the 20 years that have passed, the CIA's been doing experiments, and in 1975 get to the point they figure out they can pass children through, and one of those children, Lisa, comes back and is able to say something before she dies. And then after Lisa, we have Jingles. We have the girl that got away for 7 years before she was kidnapped by the CIA again. But Lisa seems to be the first significant child experiment in 1975. Portal experiments continue around the world. In 1984, we have the Artemis portal open near the Antarctica base. 5 years later, in 1989, is when the North Korea incident takes place, when North Korea figures out how to contain a skin ship and get signals directly from it. And then only 2 years after that is the first Q attack, when Q steals all of the government data that is eventually transmitted to a skin ship in the Atlantic. And then the timeline's pretty empty until we get to 2014, which is when Karen, at the age of 8, began playing Children of the Forest. And we know from that, 1 year later, she would be hooked up to the feed realm and not woken up until the events of the Ben and Karen narrative. A year after she's hooked up, we have the beginning of Nick and Sean's narrative. Now again, while the world Karen is describing is seemingly very different from the one Nick and Sean are describing, we have to remember that these are two different timelines. They're happening at the same point on a calendar, but in different realities. Like Nick said, pasts that never have been, futures that never can be. Karen says in 2020, interface research was abandoned, and that makes sense because the CIA was directing all of their efforts into fighting Q. And then finally, we have the Ben and Karen narrative in 2039. Which, if you'll remember, I put this Ash City all the way at the end of the timeline earlier. I think that's a soldier walking through the remnants of the nuclear weapons detonated by Mother in Ben and Karen's story. Which, you know, nuclear bombs are technology, Mother's representative of technology, the damage we can do to ourselves, the damage Mother can do, blah, blah, blah. But I'm pretty confident in this whole thing. Let me know if you disagree. Now, obviously, the most confusing thing about building a timeline for this series is there are multiple timelines. Like what I just showed is everything happening within the same reality, but that's not really what happened, is it? If you think about it, really the only two characters that aren't in the timeline we read about for the majority of this story is Nick and Sean. I mean, sure, Nick and Sean interact with Mother in an old interface, but they're constantly denying the reality of what they're seeing. They come across the interface and the aspects of Mother and say they can't be real. It has to be a bad dream. Whereas with like Ben and Karen, they're perfectly familiar with hygiene beds and all this weird future technology. I mean, Karen would have been 8 years old playing Children of the Forest, being hooked up to a feed realm in 2014 and 2015, 1 year before Nick started posting this series to Reddit. And in Nick's account of the world, everything's normal. He's talking about events he saw on the news taken from our real world. He describes technology the way we know it. So it seems that Ben and Karen and Nick and Sean are in two different timelines. I think it's Ben and Karen's timeline that has all of the stories we read about, or at least the majority of them, because she describes several of the events in the story as having happened. She says maybe one of the officers at the concentration camp could have stopped it, maybe one of the researchers in the CIA. All accounts we've read about that Karen is recounting as history. But Nick is the outlier. Nick is receiving visions of all these things, but they don't seem to be his reality. It seems that he's able to glimpse, as he said, into pasts that never have been. And that makes sense. Nick and Sean are from our world. And obviously we aren't being possessed by a plague of flesh, and the CIA isn't using dead kids to build portals, probably. So it seems that Karen and a lot of the weird events we read about are from her timeline, communicated through Nick. I mean, think about it. If humanity came across a skin ship in the middle of the Atlantic in the 1990s, don't you think people would be more aware of things like interfaces? So if we draw out the timeline with this divergence and keeping it simple, I think it would look more like this. The prehistory has to be the same because it seems that Karen and Nick carry the same gene. But after the invention of LSD, which causes strange visions of Mother, something Nick attests to himself, it seems that's where the timeline began to split. Also, when you look at the timeline this way, we get some interesting results. For example, we know that Karen first played Children of the Forest when she was 8 years old. And then 1 year later, she gets hooked up to the feed realm and is in there for 24 years until she wakes up in 2039 at the age of 33. There are a lot of figurative ties between Karen and Nick. After all, they're both the authors of their story, or at least the ones that can see the visions and tell others of them. For example, Nick is also said to be 33 years old during the events of 2016 when everything goes down. We're never told exactly how old young Nick is when he gets trapped in the house with Mother. We know that he was young enough to be following his mom around a store, that he referred to her as mommy, that he confused another woman in a dress for his mom. And he seems to be pretty young as he cries a lot, which, understandable given the circumstance. But because both Ben and Karen are 33 years old, I think it's safe to say that Nick was 8 years old when he went into the house with Mother. He seems like an 8-year-old during it, and that would also be another connection between him and Karen. If Nick was 8 years old, that would put his time in the house with Mother right there, which is interesting because if we look over in Karen's timeline, that is the same year that Q appeared. Same year that Mother made herself known in technology. She started to play her hand. Could it be Nick's influence, young Nick in the house learning to use magic, gave her the capability to push into the real world? Mother certainly needed him for something. Perhaps it was that. Now, here's the weird question I ask myself. Did young Nick's story happen here or here? Because sure, Nick, when he's an adult, is able to see into different timelines. He talks about while he was a kid in the house, he could see like history and the future and potential realities. So it's not impossible that young Nick created a time loop for his older self to come back in and save him. But if Mother's power is capable of reaching across realities, then maybe young Nick got an older version of himself from another timeline. I don't think it matters a ton. If young Nick is on the same timeline as old Nick, then you can assume as Nick left the house as a child, he lost his memories or assumed it to be a bad dream, and the memories were probably completely locked until he began experimenting with LSD in high school. Whereas if young Nick's on this timeline, then he just gave old Nick from this timeline memories of the house. I mean, they would be the same person broken across two different realities, but they both have the gene from the old crone story, so perhaps young Nick in the house with Mother in a timeline that Mother was directly influencing, he gave another reality's version of himself memories to come rescue him from the house. I think young Nick being in Karen's timeline is a bit cleaner because otherwise either the CIA or Mother was gathering children up into the interface in a timeline with adult Nick where otherwise we don't see any symptoms of that. And the entire story, adult Nick has been given visions of this other timeline. So perhaps in the final sections of the story, he steps into it for the first time. Young Nick making a burnt out interface appear in adult Nick's reality where one is in his own reality, even if he doesn't know he's doing that. Which goes back to the question of Nick's power, and I think we see exactly what his power is through Karen. As I talked about earlier, I think the hygiene beds and the feed realm and stuff like that is just another way of making an encasement. It is the technological form of the thing the CIA and Mother was doing with flesh in the interfaces before. Doesn't matter if you're hooked up to an LSD placenta or the internet, same end result. So because of that, we can see what Karen does in the feed realm as pretty one-for-one with what Nick does inside of the house. Karen's able to operate through multi-dimensional spaces, eventually viewing hypertime. And that's exactly what young Nick does in the house when Mother gives him medicine, or LSD. They both recount seeing shapes they couldn't understand and getting used to it. They both recount seeing armies and histories, potential past, possible futures play out in front of them. I think that they're both carriers of the gene with great potential power. I think the difference between the two is what they do with that power. Karen uses it to fight Mother, and while Nick doesn't understand what he's doing, he's using his power at Mother's request. Because of that, I think we see Nick do one thing that Karen never does: perform miracles, or magic as Nick calls it. I think young Nick seems to be more powerful not because he's more special than Karen, but because Mother is allowing him to be. Rather than fighting the current, he's going with it, for better or worse. Regardless, I think Nick and Karen have the same base ability, the ability to see other dimensions and timelines, and in some cases, interact with them. That's very apparent in Nick's narrative. He makes himself, from his own timeline or another, come into the past and rescue him from the house. Viewers who can see stories throughout real and unreal history, and then record them as they appear. However, there's that interesting mention from Karen at the end of her time with Ben, where she says she wanted Ben to bring her out here because it felt like a story. And because it feels like a story, someone's more likely to see it. Perhaps Karen understands the things she sees in history are the grand moments. I mean, it's not like either her or Nick look through time and see people doing their taxes or raising a farm. They see the moments that mattered, the moments that were crucial, and Karen understood this. She understood the story needed to go somewhere, so she made it go somewhere. But like I said, we don't see her directly interacting with another reality, or do we? If you'll remember, in post 90, right as the story entered its final moments, and from then on, every story was from Nick's perspective. At the end of that post, someone shows up and begins editing the story, or at least suggesting changes. Whoever they are, they say that the story has to have more logic than real life does. There needs to be greater moments. Nick needs to go face Mother. He needs to go to the interface. And if you'll recall, post 90 was when Nick decided he wasn't doing any of that. But then after the suggestion is made, the story begins to switch, Nick gets worse and worse, and then decides to face Mother. It seems he took the advice of whoever suggested this. But who wrote that editor's note? All they signed it with was K. I think K is Karen Castillo. I think Karen saw Nick's story play out when she told Ben that perhaps there's someone in the past, someone in a different reality that can stop Mother. She saw Nick. But she knew what needed to happen. Nick needed to change his narrative. And I think the note we get at the end of post 90 is just that. Even if subconsciously, Nick knows he needs to change his own narrative. Through the final 10 sections, he says to himself a lot, there's got to be an ending. There has to be a reason this all makes sense. It can't be for nothing. I have to satisfy the story. Stories and narratives of significance seem to have an important place within this world. I mean, every story we've read seems to just be narratives that had some significance. But why would narratives matter? Why would any of that matter, right, when in comparison to Mother? Well, let's think for a moment on what Mother represents. I mean, there's a lot of things she could represent, but let's go with one of the most predominant symbols that show up throughout the story, the symbol of her as the devil. There's kind of this misunderstanding when it comes to the devil in Christianity. A lot of people think of the devil as this all-powerful entity who hopes to have a war against God where he will ultimately triumphant, and until then he wants to just kill as many people as he can till he gets there. But within Christianity, that's rarely the depiction. See, the devil doesn't try to go one for one against God. At least not within any battle he could hope to win. I mean, he tried that once, and that's what got him thrown out of heaven. And if we can see the book of Revelation, if we can see the visions of John and know what happens in the end times, or whatever you want to call it, then I'm sure the devil can see that too. He knows what's coming. The devil doesn't want to fight God. He wants you to. He knows there is no hope. He will never take the throne of heaven. But as long as he hates the one that sits on the throne, he'll try to keep as many people away as he can. Throughout the Bible, the devil never presents himself as a monster, something to be feared. It's always a temptress. It's always a desire. Throughout the Bible, the devil never presents himself as something to be feared. It's always a temptation, a desire. I mean, take it back to the first sin. Eve ate of the tree she wasn't supposed to, and sure, the devil was the one who came to her and told her she should eat it, told her God just doesn't want you to be as powerful as him, but she ate it herself. See, there's several points in the Bible when it's up for debate if the devil, like the guy with horns we think of, is even the one being discussed. For one, devil in the Bible is used to refer to what we would now call demons. It speaks about devils or spirits, but Lucifer, the big baddie, isn't referred to as such. As a matter of fact, the word Lucifer only appears once in the entire Bible. In Isaiah 41:12, this word Lucifer is to describe the morning star, speaking of how beautiful he was before his fall from grace. And as mentioned by Mother Horse-Eyes themselves earlier in the narrative, the word Satan can just mean the opponent or the adversary. There's one point in the Bible where Jesus refers to Peter as Satan. And I'm pretty sure he wasn't saying the guy was possessed by the devil. He was saying that Peter was standing in the way of something. When you take all of that into account, the devil is kind of pathetic. He lost before the book was even written, and all of the grand things we assign to him, the powers he's had, are debated to even be his. They could just be other agents of hell. He's not some king reigning over the underworld. He's pathetic and bitter and wants to make other people suffer with him. But that's not to say he's completely powerless, because he certainly makes you do things. He might not be able to cast you away from God, but he can give you the idea. So with that in mind, let's look at some of Mother's actions in the story. If we look at a timeline, the first place Mother comes up is prehistory, the old crone, where an old crone who claims to be from Mother River seemingly feeds a woman to one of these winged monsters. Certainly evil and despicable, but Mother River didn't do that. The crone did. There are the agents, the things we can assume to be from Mother River, like the winged beast was certainly of her making or from the same realm she was. And when the tribesman from the story goes back to find his people, only to see they've been slaughtered by the painted backs, he sees that the painted backs now have the same filmy eyes as the creature he just destroyed, meaning they've succumbed to the influence and most likely the genetic mutation. As a matter of fact, the word filmy only appears to describe the eyes of 3 different characters in the story. In the final words of that same story, when he goes back and finds his people slaughtered, he describes the eyes of the painted backs as filmy. And then in the SS officer's dream, he describes Mother as having filmy eyes. 4 times, as a matter of fact, which on our timeline is the first direct interaction someone has with Mother, since prehistory, since the tribe story. So Mother, the winged demon, and the people that the demon and therefore her infected are described as having filmy eyes. Given that in context clues, we can assume that the winged beast and the people infected came from her doing. But once again, while she was malicious, she was not the one who led the woman into the mountains. That was the old crone. An old crone who received the gifts of Mother, who got pearls out of the river. Initially, you may think of the old crone as a demon, as another monster just like the winged beast made from Mother. But I don't think so, because then, why would she show up segmented and suffering in the 80s feed realm sequence in 2039? I think the old crone was a sort of Eve. She wanted the gifts Mother promised her, she enjoyed the fruits and riches for a while, but she played with fire and was burned. The crone was someone that fell into the temptation of what Mother promised and brought others to that suffering with her. And if we look through the rest of the story, that is representative of everything. Mother never held down the CIA's hand and made them slaughter people and shove children through the interface. They did that themselves. Sure, they were under the effects of LSD, but we get first-person accounts of what it's like under LSD. The SS officer dreamed of Mother. He saw visions of what she was capable of, but he was never possessed. He was never puppeted and told what to do. Humanity simply saw what was possible and started running towards it. And it wasn't just the CIA. It was the Soviets. It was the Manson cult. It was the Vietnamese. All we had to know was that something was out there, and we were willing to stack the bodies as high as it took to reach. As the CIA agent said back in Jingle's entry, we gave the blankets to the Indians, we put people in the camps, and we put those children through that portal. But there was something else we got out of that entry too, wasn't there? The line I got so giddy about, "Come unto these yellow sands." And there was somewhere else we heard that quote in the story too, wasn't there? In the very last post. It's the last thing that young Nick says before he calls his older self to the house. Now, I talked about earlier how coming to these yellow sands is certainly far from a friendly invite, as the purpose of the quote is to insinuate that there is a sinister meaning beyond the invitation. I mean, with Jingles, it made a ton of sense. We were trying to get to what was on the other side of the flesh interface, and sure enough, we did. A lot of good that did us. But in Nick's account, it's not quite as clear. Why would it be a bad thing for Nick to call himself to the house? I mean, he wants to get out, right? What's wrong with getting himself to do it? Well, it might come from the line he says right before Under These Yellow Sands, when Nick says, "Soon I will call my own little Christ." That's another figure that has appeared a lot in this story, hasn't it? Jesus Christ. And it makes sense too. For one, biblical imagery is all over this story. There's a lot of references I'm sure I missed, even after all the ones I've pointed out. And it makes sense. Mother is often equated with the devil, so the opposite must also be present, right? Don't worry, I'm not about to imply that all of Mother Horseyes is like a gospel message. For you, at least. No, I think the figure of Jesus appears throughout this story for a different reason. Throughout the story, we see Jesus imagery a lot, some literally imagery. The Korean on top of the mountain at Iwo Jima held up the crucifix with Jesus on it. The same Korean who would go on to quote a piece of the story when the devil was trying to tempt Jesus. As well as in our weird letter from Anna that seems to be from a far-off realm, her grandmother seems to be carving a tiny crucifix. However, there are a couple times in the story where Jesus Christ is quite literally mentioned. At the end of the 25th post, the same one that first references Mother as Mother Babylon, it says everything in time is arranged around the epicenter wherein the nail drove into Christ's hand. Lines of possibilities radiate outward from it. And at the beginning of the very last entry, young Nick and Mother witness the crucifixion. As a matter of fact, in the 96th post, Nick begins by saying that Mother has driven a nail into his head and everything floats around it. The same descriptor for the nail in Jesus' hand. It seems that there's something about the nail, something about the suffering of Jesus that provides a consistency. Something solid, unlike the other potential timelines and stories Nick comes across. Not only that, but the Bible itself is mentioned as being powerful. One of the accounts of a child that went to the house with Mother says that when he reads the Bible, her skin falls apart. The Bible has blood magic. Nick mentions that same thing again in the final post, when he says he's reading the Bible with the new words he's learned, and he learns that Christ had blood magic. Same thing that makes Mother fall apart. Not only that, he had the magic of suffering, of desire, and limitation. An interesting thing to note is that is not suffering, desire, and limitation. That is phrased as suffering, desire, and limitation. Meaning it's not desire Christ had the power of, it was the power to limit one's desire. The blood magic, of course, being in reference to the blood shed on the cross, the sacrifice for others. So what made Jesus so special, what made him powerful, according to Nick, is that he had the magic of sacrifice, of suffering, and limitation. There's something about stories, about narratives that seem important to Mother. I mean, heck, that's what it seems Karen was basing all of these visions off of. The reason Karen and Nick can see things in the first place is because they're stories that matter. So why is the story of Jesus so important? Why does the magic of limitation matter so much? What does this have to do with coming unto these yellow sands? And perhaps most importantly, before we can answer those questions, what is Mother? See, I've described it in kind of vague words up until now, right? She's both a thing that is evil and can cause maliciousness, but she's also not an agent, really. She's just kind of something that happens, a force of nature. She's the devil, but not the devil. She's the devil as you think of him, but also the devil as he was. What might Mother be, if anything? Well, unlike most points in this story, we actually have some insight on this from our author. See, the Mother Horseyes author has made posts on occasion outside of the 100-part series, most of which have been deleted. Some of them seem to be relevant to the main narrative, some don't. Like, for example, there's a couple of posts the account made that's seemingly the beginning of a fantasy story about dwarves in an old tavern. There's one entry that seems to be from Sean's perspective, as it's Sean describing Moses and how we need to take back our world from Mother and what God meant for us. There's a post from someone that seemed to be on an orbital platform when Mother nuked the world, which would tie into the Ash City story from earlier that I think is at the end of the timeline after Mother nuked the world. There's even a post where the author clarified, because people, like I said, were complaining, that the Nazi story and the SS storyline is something he does not condone, he thinks is very bad, and yeah. However, after I first read Mother Horse Eyes, I did a bunch of reading through the subreddit and other places online, and I swear there was a post that got deleted where the author described what Mother means to them. But I couldn't find it again, so I asked in the Mother Horse Eyes subreddit if someone still had it, and thankfully, Affectionate Link 74 did, so appreciate that. This was posted in 2018, a couple years after the series ended. Among his responses, he says this. Firstly, I'd like to clarify that Mother is not specifically female. She possesses no particular human femaleness or maleness. She, or it, is called Mother because she is a singular fecund will which induces, promotes, and regulates certain states of existence. What does he mean by that? Well, one example he uses of a state of existence is the atomic bomb. It makes sense that he would tie Mother to the atom bomb since the atom bomb seems so present throughout the story. I mean, not only does Mother use them at the end of the story, but Mother seemed to come into our knowledge at the same time we were building it during World War II. The nuclear bomb was a deal with the devil, something we were going to use one time to win this one war and then we wouldn't touch them again. But nevertheless, ever since, they've been around and it seems they're here to stay. So we're locked in a situation where we have to have them because someone else will have them, and if they have one, well, we can't not have one. Something the author describes as a robust game state. The author says they don't believe in things like destiny or fate, but they do believe in these game states. Places we will get ourselves to that we cannot back out of. As we develop technology, as society progresses, we will hit points that there is no turning back from, our own little singularities. I mean, think about it. From the first point someone figured out they could put seeds in the ground, and then they would get more plants they don't have to go forage for, it's hard to even fathom how society could turn back from that. Those little moments have happened again and again. Weaponry, technology, communication, industrialization. There are points of no return, and we keep stepping over them. If anything, the atom bomb was just the first one that made us pull our leg a little. So with that in mind, the author asks, what is Mother? Quote, Mother is the undeniable, fertile will that allowed the first crude nuclear weapons from 1945 to proliferate into the thousands of advanced nuclear weapons that exist today. She is the generative, enforcing will that ensures the existence of robust game states. But as awful as nuclear weapons are, they are not the worst thing that will come from her womb. There are other robust game states which we are rapidly falling into, and once they occur, we won't be able to escape from them. I mean, this makes sense, right? And we've talked about it throughout the video. Mother is representative of all the discoveries we can make, all the advancements in technology. I mean, she is described as wanting a plague of flesh that is the fusion of technology and flesh. From the crone finding the pearls in the river to the CIA figuring out that they can hook up cables to the interfaces, she's new advancements in tech and learning that we can't come back from. And just like with technology, her comfort creates a passiveness. We get what we want, so we let our guard down. Eventually to the point we just hook ourselves up into hygiene beds to fill dopamine pleasures until we're dead or have to be pulled out near death. She is everything we want and the potential of everything we can be. She is both the one tempting Eve to eat of the tree and the promise of what it might bring. She is the serpent and the fruit. And I think the author describes this in the most effective way possible with this next paragraph. Mother can be thought of as an inexorable eventuality well into which all current game states must fall. Imagine a basketball game. You can't say for sure which team will win. That can't be entirely predicted. But you can be sure that long after the final buzzer has sounded and 4 a.m. has rolled around, the arena will be empty and dark. The game could go either way, but the larger condition of the arena, the fans leaving and the lights being cut off, is never really in doubt. Mother is the force which guides the inevitability. She is, of course, just a metaphor, and like God, does not exist as a discrete entity. She is not an entity or a force, but rather she is an order or an arrangement. Most life on Earth has existed not knowing whether or not it would be killed and eaten before the day was done. With great ingenuity, mankind has managed to temporarily relieve itself of this anxiety, but we have merely managed to position ourselves on the outer rim of an eventuality well. As events develop along the course they have already been taking, we will find ourselves rolling back toward the center of the well, back toward an ever-patient singularity, back to the womb. Mother is a quiet gem after a game. She is the ashes and empty oceans after a nuclear war. She is the eventuality, the final resting place we all end up after we get exactly what we want. She's the thing beyond the veil we keep getting close to, and the thing we're afraid of finding, yet keep looking for. Mother Horse-Eyes is representative of the wrong side of human ingenuity. The part where we chase everything we want and we get exactly what we want, consequences be damned. But she's the consequences coming to damn us. She is not bad, she is just the essence of bad things. She promises glory and potential and possibilities and technological advancements. All things we want, but she's also the consequence. Perhaps just by her existence, she's tempting us towards it, but we're the ones who step towards her. When I first read Mother Horse-Eyes, it stuck with me. The idea of this entity behind every tech we've developed, every story we've told that we just keep getting closer to. It's frightening. And perhaps in that fright, it reminded me of a strange dream I had. A few years back, I had a dream where I was once again a young child sitting on the floor of my parents' home. As I was watching the television, the shapes on the screen, the letters from the program guide, they began to change and formed into a face. The face was not angry, the face was not threatening me. It just simply told me that they've seen me and I've seen them, even if I haven't known it. We've known each other for years and one day we'll meet again. An entity behind the veil, something that speaks without speaking as we see each other, but only one of us realizes it. Mother is everything we're worried about, everything that might go wrong, and also the promise of what might go right. She's all the power, all the miracles we could ever want, with all the consequences laid in front of us. She is an all-powerful magic that can control everything hidden behind rotting flesh and dirty horse eyes. So with that established, why was it wrong for Nick to get himself out of the house? Well, what are the powers with Jesus? I mean, explicitly in that final post I read, the author isn't attesting that within this narrative Jesus is real or he believes in Jesus or God. I mean, in this final post, the author is saying that they don't believe God to be real, and I assume Jesus, and I assume the devil. It's not that the devil is real, it's that the devil represents Mother in this realm. So if that's the case, then what does Jesus' death represent? Well, what were the powers he was said to have had? The power of sacrifice, the power of suffering, the power of limitation. And what are the things that Mother represents? Power, advancement, comfort. Kind of the opposite of what Jesus' death represents. A power that overtakes Mother, a power that makes her animal parts fall apart. Well, why would that be? Well, if Mother is our gluttony, our desire to get to the finish line first, then the only thing that could stop her would be us not participating. It would be satisfaction. It would be limitation. Us saying that's cool and all, but maybe it'll go too far. Maybe we should set this one out. Us suffering, us sacrificing ourselves for the greater good of those around us. Maybe I don't have to take the easy way if it can get people hurt, if it can lead to wrong. That's the blood magic that's described. That's the power of want and limitation. It's the only thing that can stop Mother. I mean, she's not a thing that can be destroyed. She is an eventuality well. She is the drop-off at the end of a waterfall. We can't make the waterfall go away, we can only stop swimming. That's why I believe the crucifixion is given such prominence in this story. The symbol of Jesus on the cross is the antithesis to everything Mother is. Sacrificing oneself for others, deciding we don't need to satisfy all of our needs all of the time. That's why I believe in this story the Bible has blood magic. Why there were so many instances where the temptation of Jesus was noted. In the gospel story, the devil came to Jesus and he wanted Jesus to use his powers so that Jesus could elevate himself. But at every turn, Jesus denied. And the story is full of people who tried to elevate themselves. I mean, the first time the temptation narrative comes up is the Korean on top of the mountain at Iwo Jima yelling the verses to the soldiers as they retreat. As if to say, turn back, do not give into the same temptations that we did. We see it at the very end of the story when young Nick's in the house. And Mother, just like the devil did to Jesus, brings him stones and asks him to turn them into bread. And Nick does it willingly. Unlike Jesus, who denied using his magic for wrong and instead used it for the magic of suffering, for want and limitation, Nick used it to satisfy himself, to save himself. And what is it Nick does at the very end of the story? He figures out a way to use his magic to pull himself out of that house. One of the weirdest details about that entire ending is Mother does nothing. Throughout the entire time young Nick's in that house, he is afraid of using his magic around Mother because she gets angry. She hurts him a lot. She yells, or she seemingly oversees the spells he casts. I mean, we saw how mad she was when he tried to bring his parents into this realm, but then he brings himself. Mother just sits there, doesn't look at him, doesn't say anything, just lets it happen. It's almost as if, for some reason, she's okay with this. She's fine with Nick getting himself out of the house, supposedly ruining her plans. Or did it? If Mother's the representation of the devil as he exists in the Bible, of a tempter who has no power beyond what he can get us to do, then she never had the power to destroy the power of Christ. The human limitation, us saying we're done, us saying we don't need to go further. She couldn't do it, but she could tempt us to do it. She taught young Nick to use his magic, to use his abilities, and his final determination is to call his own Christ. You've probably heard of the term Antichrist before. It comes from the book of Revelation, as does a lot of stuff in this story. According to Revelation, the Antichrist is a figure said to rise up in the final days, again, whatever you want to call it, and be an agent on earth that turns people away from God, instead turning them to themselves. The Antichrist doesn't show up and say, "Hail Satan," and make everyone bow down to a goat-headed statue. The Antichrist just gets them to trust in something that isn't God. Again, the devil knows he can't win. He just needs God to lose as much as possible. There may always be a universe or a reality that doesn't fall into the clutches of Mother, into the temptation of more. But that doesn't mean she can't drag down as many as possible. And from what we see near the end of the story, where we hear the letters and the transcriptions from faraway worlds and realities and the chitinous cruciforms, it seems she's doing a pretty good job at getting as many as she can. If at the end of the story, when Nick gets his older self, his own Christ, to come save him, for one, symbolically, this carries a sort of Antichrist into the story. Not only is it called his own Christ in the story, but it's a Christ that saves the self, one's own salvation. Which, funny enough, the word salvation is used throughout the story to describe what Mother can bring. In the Reinhardt ad describing the hygiene beds, it declares, now this is salvation. Salvation through the self, salvation through pleasure, salvation through what we want. And that's the exact salvation, Nick's own Christ, that he falls into. When Nick calls his own Christ himself to the house, he gets what he wants and seemingly escapes. But if that were all true, then this story would be a time loop, right? I mean, Nick would be an 8-year-old in the house and would suffer for 25 years until he's eventually called back to that house, revisits the same point of time, and leaves with his younger self. I don't know if he pops out back in 1991 or if they both show up in 2016 or what, but nevertheless, it implies a time loop of some sort. Well, if that's the case, if you'll recall, Karen said in her story talking to Ben, no, obviously no one went back in the past and changed it, or things would be different right now. We can only hope for another reality. Okay, so if that's how it works, then Nick going back and saving himself should have stopped Mother. All of these dreams, all of these visions we see should never have come to be. But they do, at least in one reality, because Ben and Karen's narrative exists. And if I'm right that Nick and Sean are in another timeline, then what does that mean for them? If young Nick is up here, and old Nick is down here, then by old Nick coming to save young Nick, the two timelines are now tied together. And I guarantee you, I know someone that goes from reality to reality, bending the world to her will. Or more specifically, giving realities the option to come to her will. What I eventually thought was salvation seems more like damnation in hindsight. I mean, heck, perhaps that's the reason Q attacked and began the series of events that would lead to the destruction of the world. She had set everything up here just right and was now able to hop into another reality. I'm sure she'll start the same series of events once again there as she has on worlds and realities before. Young Nick was powerful, and he used that power to get what he wanted. Not a power of limitation or a power of suffering, but a power of desire. And it's hard to blame him. He was a kid alone in a house with a monster. Of course, he was willing to do whatever it took to get out. He was scared. But you could say much the same for ourselves as we move to new terrible realities. If it wasn't Nick, I'm sure it would be someone else. She had a lot of kids in cages, a lot of potential ways to work herself into another world. But Nick was powerful enough, and he was scared, so he let the monster in. And his reason was just, it was relatable. He wanted to save himself. He didn't understand what he was doing any more than a cat understands the inside of a house. Mother is a dark gem after a basketball game. She is the God behind the curtain. And I think the end of Mother Horseeyes is not one of hope, not one of salvation, but one of tragedy, because it looks like salvation. Just as I'm sure it did every other time someone slipped into Mother's hands. So of course, with a story so baked in technology and future potentials, it asks us the question, would humanity be so foolish if a technology or an advancement would be sure to destroy us, a singularity we couldn't come back from? How would we react? Would we keep going? Would there be a point where we stop? From our inception, we've been chasing something, from religion to power to advancements in technology. And no matter how far we go, we keep going forward. And eventually, we might find the wall. Is there something that will eventually satisfy us, or will we just keep chasing our tails forever? What's worse, to find God behind the curtain, or that there's no God at all? And it's because of those ideas, all the themes and theories that this story puts out, I think it is one of the coolest things I have ever read. Not just on the internet, not just some horror story, one of the coolest pieces of fiction I've ever come across. And I cannot encourage you enough to jump in. There's other accounts that might be related to the Mother Horse-Eyes narrative. I can't find anything conclusive. There's a Karen Castillo account that around the same time Karen entered into the narrative as it was being posted, started to post around Reddit about like dimension hopping and time travel. But I can't verify if that's legit or not, or just a fan. But there's so many cool things happening. I still see snippets from the user Mother Horse-Eyes get posted and then deleted, and stuff that people theorize might be from them, but maybe not. I'll have a link to the subreddit below. Be sure to check out the community. It's really cool and has a lot of neat discussion. I should also mention that while this series is now 9 years old, only a couple years ago, Mother Horse-Eyes came back and to the Mother Horse-Eyes subreddit, posted a link to the Carpenter's music video for Calling Occupants of Interplanetary Craft, with the description just reading Calling Occupants. So perhaps there's something new underway. Maybe a continuation of the Interface series, although I think that's done. Maybe a new series. And hopefully they'll make themselves known so that we can show them some support. Because like I said, an author that does this well at just posting stuff onto Reddit makes me furious that I can't find more stuff from them. I can't find more books and I can't support them in any way because I want to, like really bad. So be sure to check it out. Keep reading, keep finding out more. I hope this just scratched the surface for you. And above all else, I just want to say thank you for watching. This has been a long one and I've recorded this video over the course of several days, so I hope that you don't hate it. Not for real. Thank you all so much for the support. It means the world. Appreciate the support over on Creepcast. Again, a link to our Mother Horse-Eyes episode will be in the description. Thank you all for the support over on Wendigang. Happy to see the love over there. Over here, I want to keep doing kind of these long, more rambly videos about stuff I'm interested in. And then over there, more concise, comparatively shorter videos. So to see your all support has been great. It means the world. New content on the way soon. Once again, link in the description at wendigoon.shop. The Brainwash collection's here for a limited time and then it's gone forever. So get in on it while you can. And if you decide to support, it means the world. And thank you. I believe that should do it for now. Again, everything's linked in the description. But before I go, I just want to say thank you for watching. I hope that you enjoyed, and I'll see you in the next one. Bye! And also, not that it matters that much, but horse eyes are scary, in fact. I mean, like, you know, the infinite cosmos creature that's like the essence of desire is probably scarier, but I don't trust horses, so that doesn't help.